Hi everyone, welcome to Adobe Live. Welcome, we are here doing an entire day of streams and it's so exciting because with us we have Alexus Roberts. Hi Alexis.
Hi Cyn.
How you doing?
I'm good. How y'all doing, Adobe Live? Put a little wave in the chat.
Yeah, say hello in the chat. We have already a few folks. We have Patrick, we have our best Cody Bear. So definitely join the chat and ask Alexis questions. We're here live in real time, folks, from San Francisco. Super exciting.
Yes.
So Alexis, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the work we're going to do today?
Absolutely. As said it before, Alexis Roberts, soon to be in Washington because I just got married. So I run a creative studio called Television Studio where I'm an art director and visual designer, helping brands just elevate their digital marketing. And basically today, what we're working on is an ebook, and we're going to use Adobe Express to do it. I love having some passive income when it comes to being a creative, right? So, I want also creatives to know, like, everything that you know doesn't mean like everybody else knows, right? Like there's things that people need to be taught. Yeah. So I work with a lot of content creation. So I wanted to create an ebook that would be great for entrepreneurs or even creatives who are looking to figure out how do you go from start to finish when it comes to creating your content. So that's the ebook that we're creating today on Adobe Express.
That's so awesome because I think a lot of us are always looking out for resources.
Absolutely.
Of how to just expand all of our different talents.
Absolutely.
An ebook is a big one for me too.
Oh, for real. I mean, it's a great passive income too for creatives if they want, offer digital products based on the knowledge that they know. You know, so
pack it up in a book, and you feel great at the end of it. Right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you're like, oh, I'm so smart.
Do you want to show us some of your past work?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of my work goes in. I mean, a lot of people know me for my photo composites that I did. This was the previous. I think this was last year.
Whoa,
as far as my
cool.
my photo composites go crazy. It go crazy. So that's what most people know me to do. But I also handle a lot of like conference things when it comes to art direction and environment design, just all things.
Absolutely.
But mostly when it comes to like art direction is where I, more so in my specialty.
So y'all can start to see all the knowledge pack things that you can potentially put into an ebook.
Yes.
I think we all can relate to that incredible like creative journey that takes us to different places.
Absolutely. I mean, I started off with social media, so now I'm putting myself in a position of now I'm going to teach you how to actually be good at it. That sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that completely. Like being on the other side and helping other folks like reach their milestones
absolutely
is a privilege and in a lot of ways.
Yes.
So I'm excited to get started. We're going to be in Adobe Express, right?
Adobe Express. Okay. And so with the ebook, just to kind of get dimensions here, it is based on you, on what you feel, but I actually go with the 1600, 2560, but if you actually go into Adobe Express and you ask about the ebook, they'll give you actually the ebook size. So this is the ebook size that you want to go for. So before I start anything though, I always want to like be inspired, and I'm like, how do I want to create this ebook? I have all the copy literally written down, so I definitely want to make sure I'm doing some due diligence here, making sure that you have all the information that you need as far as copy wise. That way you're not trying to figure out while you're doing it like most creatives. But basically there, and then I conjured up some inspiration on Behance to kind of figure out what kind of direction I want to go. And I thought I love compositing, of course. That's my thing. That's my style. But also just like these really bold texts and just like really, it's really great because you get to see, how you read it. It's legible, that sort of thing. It makes it fun. Yeah. And so I kind of wanted to dive into something that kind of looks a little bit similar to these styles, right? And then something edgy.
Interesting to note, you're currently on Behance Moodboards.
Yes, I am.
So do you love like going
to
Behance for inspiration then?
Yes, absolutely. Moodboards, when it comes to creating them and finding different things that I need to find the look and style, definitely the Moodboards on
It's
Behance.
A great space. And for me, in my experience, it's been a great space where you can see a lot of global talent.
Absolutely. From everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. Like sometimes I'm like, I don't even know what this says, but it looks great.
Yeah.
So basically, this is kind of the look that I'm going for. Very edgy, a little bit, I'm thinking like maybe like graffiti. And so that's what we're going to do today. And if we're not able to get finished, I'll show with the actual finished product. But I think what we want to start with is a textured background because I love that paper look. So in order for me to do that, I usually go into media to see what I can find. Now I could do a text to image where I can literally just choose one. And I think we're going, like I said, going for like a paper texture background. So we're just going to go paper texture.
Yeah, I absolutely love using text to images for that reason. We have a few folks on the chat. Idara, Robert, hi, hello, Carol. And we have some folks saying here on the YouTube chat, hello as well. So we have JB saying, I've always wanted to do this, the ebook. Ooh. Cool.
Got to be a little bit better with your prompts. I'm going to say crinkle.
Definitely work alongside us. I think that's always motivating.
Okay, let's see. Crinkle
what does it
paper.
Say? Crinkle paper? Okay.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I need to find, hold on. Let's see if I can find
It's always fun to try to find a way to generate all of these different textures that you once had to go scour the internet for.
And now I can just literally generate them. I actually just want like let's actually type in, make sure it says white paper. So we're going to go into that.
You feel a little bit like a creative director.
Yeah, you know.
Give me some paper.
Give me paper, but I want it to be crinkle. Yeah. Give me crinkle.
Like if you ever wanted to sit in that like chair boss, you know?
Yeah, like I would like to
jump into AI.
Give me more. I need more. Load it more. I think we're finding some good ones here, though.
Are good, yeah.
I think we're finding some good ones. I mean, either way, you know.
You can get picky if you want to.
You can.
We welcome that.
Yes.
Attention to detail.
I think we're good on that. So I think this is our background. I'm going to make a duplicate of this because I kind of want to mess with the background a little bit. So what I do is just hit Command D, or if you're on Apple, and I just kind of make sure it's lined up. And I think like I said, we're going for the graffiti kind of like composite kind of look. So I think what we're gonna do is go ahead and try to make some marks on this to make a background.
Okay.
And so we're gonna go into Generative Fill.
Ooh. Yeah, we have a lot of AI-powered tools now in Adobe Express. Text to image, generative fill, text effects.
Yes, it makes it so much easier too. You're like, oh, I could do this in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, in the same platform.
So I think I kind of want to do something where it's like, I don't know, kind of going places. I don't know. I think we can...
Different shapes.
Yeah.
So the selection makes the difference too. I can already see what you might make.
Right. I need a color. What color should we do?
What color should we do, chat? Let us know. Although I'm loving your orange. Your peach orange.
The peachy kind of thing.
Yeah.
Are we going that route?
I mean, I'm always
chat, what
going
we doing,
that direction.
chat? What we doing, chat?
Yes. And Bram is saying, I love your energy. Yes. Thank you. We're loving the energy here in our studio. And then Matt says, I have a quick question. What social media platform do you feel is the least or the most frustrating to keep up with?
Frustrating?
Frustrating.
Probably Instagram.
Right. It's a lot of work.
It's forever changing, ever evolving. And so you always have to keep up with what's new, what's fresh with them. I think that's the only one that gets a little frustrating. Yeah. But I mean, you find what works for you, though. Find what works for you, your content, and we'll go into that a little bit. But, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Are we feeling orange?
Yeah, I
am. Okay, peach orange.
Cody Bear says peach orange. Christy says purple.
Purple. Purple might be a good... I might do purple. I think I'm feeling purple. Too. Okay, we'll do purple and maybe add a little peach. We'll see. But we'll do purple. Okay, so my prompt here would be purple. I'm going for... graffiti, if I know how to spell graffiti.
JB says pink, and Bram says depends on what the ebook is about. I love that. Very graphic designer of you.
So the ebook is about making content happen, basically helping you go from start to finish when it comes to creating your content, basically from your idea to actually putting it into the format and going into the actual final post. Okay. So that's what we're going over today. As far as for the ebook. So I'm kind of digging purple though. I think I'm gonna go with the purple.
So it's very free form.
Yes.
Trying to appeal to those future content creators.
Absolutely.
Okay.
purple graffiti spray. This is what I'm putting in as my prompt. So we're going to see what it gives us.
Okay, so the graffiti, the actual...
like a spray can kind of thing.
So it can create that texture.
Yeah, kind of get that edgy feel kind of a little bit, because that's the look that I was going for with the actual mood board. So we're going to see what it gives us.
Not quite there, but...
I think it's interesting.
An interesting purple.
It is an interesting purple.
And
I mean...
It did follow the shape of your selection.
It did.
So that's always peculiar to me to know that your selection is a big important part of how it's going to create the shape.
Yes. I think we can work on our shape a little bit more though. I think we can work on it. Hold on. Let's try to make it a little bit like maybe like this. And we can add a little bit here.
Yeah, try to keep it balanced on both sides.
Kind of like in that space. Let's do that. Let's see what it gives us with this. Let's see. And
you made that wave really well with a pad.
Oh yeah, listen, the pad. I've gotten so used to this pad now. I'm usually a mouse, but I've gotten so used to it. It just makes things so much easier now. It takes time though. Let's see. Like I said, if I can spell graffiti right, okay. All right, so I'm just putting in the prompt purple graffiti spray. Let's see what it gives us. Come on.
Purple graffiti spray.
Give us
Were you inspired by something particular when you decided to do it in graffiti style?
The mood board that I saw, I actually like this purple. This is bad.
Nicer. Yeah.
This is actually not bad.
A little closer to that spray texture.
Yes. Like I said, I like compositry. I mean, it's more so like what I like and like things that I would like to design, what I think looks cool. Because your ebook can be however you choose, but as long as it's legible, as long as you can read it, that's all that matters.
That is definitely the one
the design
strong
part.
role.
The design part is just cool, but as far as what I was going for, like you kind of see here, like, that edgy paper texture kind of thing. So the first thing I thought of was like, oh, graffiti. Okay, we could do like something like that with spray painting and like putting these outlines and stuff like that over the little elements that we have, so this will definitely where that inspiration comes from. But I'm actually digging what this is looking like. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like this a lot. And it kind of gives like I just spray painted like somebody just went freehand.
I think in the past I would have to actually have a paper, spray paint it, and then scan it.
Ooh,
which
that's way back.
Yeah, that is definitely, I mean, a lot of these textured references came from like folks just crumbling paper.
Absolutely.
But now, thankfully, we have a database that we can just source different styles. So you don't have to entirely do that unless you absolutely want to, which is always welcoming,
Absolutely.
Get your hands dirty if you want to. If not, here we are.
I think I'm being picky at this point, and I think we should just go with the first one.
I definitely hit generate at least like twice or three times.
I think I'm
out of pure curiosity, honestly. Hey, that's cool.
I actually like this a lot, though. Are we digging this? What are we thinking?
I like that one. That spot, the one with
which
spots
one?
Also.
This one? This one actually is dope, though.
Yeah, that looks cool.
And it looks like it's actually like going onto the paper. Right? Like it's actually on. Yeah. I don't know. Are we digging this? Are we digging this in? I think we should do it. Let's do it. Let's commit. We're hitting done. And then I think what I'm going to do is just turn down just a little bit, just so that if there's any words on top of it, we're going to be good to go. But for the most part, I think that looks like it's blending in. It looks good. Yeah. All right. So this is our title page.
If you struggle with that visibility, oftentimes I'd like to add like an effect of black and lower that opacity. Yeah, because I know you definitely, for an ebook, you need that legibility.
Yes, absolutely. You need to make sure people can read it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cover. So I think the next thing we want to work on is the title. So I'm going to add my title page text, which is make content happen. Make.
Hey, Sean. Welcome to the chat. We're working on Adobe Express, creating an ebook with Alexus.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna try out the text layout. So we got
content happen.
I kind of like this.
So you're using the dynamic
text
layout?
Okay. Using the dynamic text layout to kind of give me some different look. I kind of like how the happen is going. I want to actually play with the text, so we're going to go here. Let me see. Yeah, so like I said, we want bulky. We kind of want to just very bold. Yes.
You had that.
Let's see.
Make content happen. Wow. I love that.
That's actually pretty cool. I like that a lot, honestly.
So it makes you think, like, which one do you want to emphasize? Make
or
content?
Yeah, or content or happen.
I like the word make. It makes me think of, like, create.
Also. It does.
Just get it done.
I think we can play around with this a little bit, though.
Cool. Yeah, the dynamic text layout is one of my favorites. Yeah, I have had the time-intensive work of trying to align those texts on the sides, in previous traditional workflows. This is always like...
Literally just... Good. We're good to go.
Explore 3 options.
We literally did, and we came with... I think I'm liking this one, Chad. What we thinking? I'm thinking I'm digging this one. Only because it's like all together.
I think Christy likes it.
Yeah.
Showing the hearts over here, and then...
Hey, Mom. How you doing?
Oh, hey. Is that Christy? Oh.
That's my mom.
I love the family support you got going on.
Let me see. Okay, so not in text effect, but I wanted to maybe add like a shape behind it. Let's see what we got going on here. So I'm going into shape to kind of like mess with, just to kind of have like that, some shape behind it to kind of just give some oomph to it. Make it, what they say, make it pop.
Make it pop.
Make it pop.
And add another
the worst
color.
Designer's like thing to hear. The worst thing for a designer to hear, make it pop.
From a client, yes.
Cringe.
Because what does it mean?
What does it mean? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add this color, this purple color, since we're already working with it, to my additional color library. And I just do that by grabbing here to the shape fill where I would fill it in. And there's like this plus button here. And I just go ahead and I'll take the eyedropper, put it there. Ooh. Ah. And then we're just going to add it to our library so that we have it. So we take the eyedropper, put it into the plus button, and now you have that color to work with.
Awesome.
Which, I think the black on top of the purple might be a little much, but I think we can work with it. We can make something shake.
Yeah, definitely when you're printing something, it would be different. But when you have it like in a black digital, like everything stands out at the same time almost because it's a black lit screen. Right.
I think, you know what, another thing too is something doesn't have to be true black. It could be a little, we could play around a little bit with the black a little bit so it's not true black, which that kind of helps.
Cool.
Yeah. I usually don't like to work with just like a just all black, like it's,
yeah,
kind of.
I used to joke 80% black is my perfect.
Okay, and I think we could play around with like the content there. So I think what I'm gonna do is go ahead and maybe make it white and see what that looks like. Okay.
So what brought you into the journey of like making ebooks? The first time you ever did it?
Honestly, it was the thinking of how to make passive income. As a business owner, sometimes, you think about like other ways to make money when there's, maybe there's a end of the year and clients are finished up, things like that. So I was like, maybe ebooks would be good. And also, people always ask me of, different about how to create the strategy, how to think about things. And I'm like, you know what, maybe if I put this into an actual ebook, people would want to, buy it or like at least. Exactly. Like my whole thought was like, one, I can make passive income, but two, is to give people knowledge that like I don't have to sit and talk to them. They can actually buy something that can help them. Or, you can offer it for free too. You know, just to help people in general. I don't know, because I'm all about helping people too, you know?
Yeah.
So I think I was like, what other ways can I help people?
So it was checking a lot of boxes for you.
Absolutely.
Essentially.
It's just like, what other ways can I be helpful to people that doesn't include all of my time, you know? So that's pretty much.
Yeah, I think you're thinking very much like an entrepreneur. We often have to check off the box for how does it benefit me? How does it benefit the audience that I'm working for?
Right, exactly.
And how does it befit all the things I like to do just for fun?
Right.
You know, just the creative process in itself.
Absolutely.
That's so cool. I definitely love that train of thought, how you arrive at that just to create something brand new.
Absolutely. I mean, I like to help people. So anything that I could do to actually help people I'm on board. Like, I'm like, okay, how can I explain this to you? How can I make this like plain? All right. So I went ahead and I'm actually gonna go back because this is what I'm gonna do. Because I saw my vision in mind, but then I was like, okay, wait, this is not what I want to do. So we're gonna go back to the shape and we're just kind of give it a little bit of room so it can breathe a little bit because it looked like it was suffocating. So we gonna give it a little room there.
Quite literally, we call it breathing room.
Yes.
Or white space. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
But I like breathing room because
I like breathing room.
Yeah.
You know, you got a little something. Add a little something different to your vocabulary. But what I'm going to do now is just kind of make the content kind of like pop out a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and I actually need to write this over. I'm going to go ahead and size it up, and I'm going to use my fill to go ahead and fill it out. And I'm going to just go ahead and size that bad boy on up. I kind of like the way that's looking. You know, add a little something to it.
You're going to create that shading.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to figure out how to, you could also do this by putting the drop the shadow effect. You can do that as well, like with this. You can do that, but since I kind of want it on top of it, I was like, I kind of like this.
There's a few ways to arrive at the same thing.
Exactly. Because I like to have a little bit of control. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Because
I like
you can
control.
explore different options.
Exactly. I don't have to kind of stick to it, so you can kind of explore a little bit of what that looks like.
Hi, Karina. Welcome. Yeah, I think Adobe Express for me has always been like, okay, I'll start with a template, but eventually I want that control back.
Oh, absolutely.
And make it my own, yeah.
If I can give myself less control, if I can give myself more control, I would.
Yeah. That's what makes it really fun, right?
I kind of think I like where we're going with it. I think it pops a little bit, you know, it's because we're focused on the content part, you know?
So you wanted to emphasize that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I like the way that's going. I think the next thing we're going to go into is the actual title here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. The subtitle. Subtitle is from concept to creation. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to my text tool, and I'm going to just drop it down here. And I kind of want to explore a different text for this.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking exploring a little bit more with the text. So let me say from...
Hey, Michael. I know Michael says late joining, but hi.
Hi, Michael.
Don't worry. There's always a nice restreaming ability to these live streams. So definitely check it out at your own time.
So I think what I'm going to do is I found this one font that I really, really like. This here kind of gives me that kind of like, I don't know, handwritten, still that little edge to it.
I feel like a big thing that is not celebrated enough is how many font choices.
Oh, listen.
And
it goes
accessibilities
crazy.
We have in Adobe Express.
It goes crazy. Like, this is crazy. This is insane.
Yeah.
This right here is insane.
I often discover a new one, especially with seasons. I had my Halloween face just now. Now we're about to enter the holidays. But it's cool because they keep them fresh, so they're like, recent designs in font.adobe.com.
I'm actually changing my mind now. What we thinking? Maybe the chat can help me out. Which one we can do?
From concept to creation. Yeah,
yes.
I think I think this font is a little bit hard to read. Like I almost read concert.
See, and we talked about legibility, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's keep on going. Let's see if we can find something else. If we don't like from what I first
Hank
picked
Washington
out.
says, as a creative who's in need to make more content, an ebook is a chef's kiss. I love saying that too. Yeah, you're inspiring me now because I definitely have so many different concepts, and I love writing. I actually really enjoy it. It's a lot harder to write on live streams when we're doing the prompts, typo over and over. But it is very cool to contemplate on like all of the possible knowledge you have and complete it and put it in like almost like a box with a bow in it, right? And have it available for the world who wants to learn more.
Absolutely. If you like writing, definitely do it. And then also the fact that you have Chat GPT out here, use it. Look, you can definitely use that to help with the, your writing prompts, and not just writing prompts, but you're writing your copy for things. So, I mean.
Okay. I often use it for outlining.
Outlining?
Ideas.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, like a structure.
I like that.
So you can request to make structures. So I like doing things like that. It's nice too. I like using AI as a foundational element at any point, like what we were talking about.
Yes, absolutely. So what I'm doing now is I'm adding a shape, because remember in one of our things I saw this thing right here and I was like, ooh, I like this shape. I like this way this looks. So like I went into the elements.
You sound like a true designer right there.
Oh, how that looks?
The way you just said it, I like this shape. It caught my eye.
Yes.
That's a very designer
I don't know. I guess it's like, I mean, you like what you like. Yes, so I'm just going to go ahead and use the rectangle shape that it provides. What I love about the shapes that come in the elements is that you can size it however you want. I love that. You don't have to worry about hitting a key or you literally can just size it however you want and how you want to put it. I love that so much. You can kind of just use this rotate kind of thing, so I think I'm going to do something like this where it's in front, just at the bottom of it. So I kind of like that. And then we're going to just go on. And then as far as for how you want to place things on top, this right here makes things so much easier right here as far as like how you want to line your layers. So we're going to go ahead and make this
I think there's a level of like ease in Adobe Express that makes graphic design in like an introductory level. But also for professionals, there's so many things that happen in Adobe Express, like font recommendations and like being able to generate textures, things like that just makes your your workflow faster.
Absolutely.
So even if you're just starting or you're at a pro level, there's a lot of workflow like tools here that just like Michael said, chef's kiss.
Yeah. I like the way that this is looking. How are we thinking? What are we thinking?
Yeah, I think that's more legible.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. I think we can go with this purple and maybe like add that little effect in the background.
We have some more folks on the chat. Hi, Valdair. Hi, Daryl. Daryl says it's their first time on the chat. Welcome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's say hello to everyone on the chat because it's a great community in there too.
I think we can do where it's the purple on the back. We can kind of do that and then bring maybe like this, since we have that purple right here, we can kind of do something like that. Let me see. And then a good thing too is that if you want to select more as far as like more layers, you can hit the shift key and literally just select them all, and then you can size it and like just customize it the way you want to by hitting that. So that's actually that makes it very easy to work with.
You can also group them eventually, right?
Yes, you can group them. So that's just basically hitting the shift key, grabbing all of them, and that's Command G. So we can go ahead and group that, and boom. I think I like this title page. How are we feeling about it?
I like it.
How are we feeling?
I like it. Hank says there's definitely less intimidation that comes with Adobe Express.
Absolutely.
That's the right word right there, I think. Art can be very intimidating in its own way, especially when we're trying to do it for a specific, I would say, a little bit of a strategy because you're trying to sell an ebook and you're trying to do something that has some level of benefit as resources for folks out there. So yeah, it can be intimidating, but hopefully this space
makes it feel like it's easy. I literally did this,
and
like,
Alexus's workflow is helping you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, making certain, decisions is always going to take a little bit of time, but I think for the most part, you can do this pretty quick and easy.
Yeah.
So basically, we're going to go on our next page, which is the overview of it.
Okay.
And so I want to take this crinkly background that we've already made. And so I want to actually go ahead. What I do is I hit Command C, and I go over to my page, and I go ahead and hit the plus button. So now we're in the second page, and I just go ahead and Command V. And there we go. And I'm also going to do like I did last time, which was Command D to duplicate it. And I'm going to go right on top of it and do the same thing we did last time, which was the generative fill to do the graffiti spray. Because I kind of want to keep it, dynamic a little bit with different sprays and everything. So we'll still do the same thing. So we know that this kind of motion up here kind of worked for us. So we're going to keep with that motion and kind of keep that, and we're gonna go into, say, purple graffiti spray. Ooh, do I know how to spell
And Chad,
graffiti?
drop
No.
your questions, and I'll be asking Alexus along the way. Yeah, I'm really curious also how you create your spreads. I like to keep it dynamic too, just to keep each, like a presentation of sorts.
Yeah, like I like to keep it interesting for the most part. I mean, you keep certain things the same so they have to get used to the flow. But I think the background, giving a little, like, this is actually pretty cool. I actually like this a lot. I think we're going to go with this one. I actually like it.
Oh, now I think it got a better sense this time.
I think so too. It's starting to learn, right? Yeah, I think so too. So I think we're going to do the same thing as last time, just kind of like give it a little bit less so it looks like it's really like on the paper, not too harsh, it doesn't take away from what we actually want in the ebook. And so we're going to go over to our copy here. And basically here is what we're going to talk about in the ebook. So we're going to give people an overview of what they're actually going to get from this ebook, right? So we're going to go ahead and copy this, right? Best thing about it, you can transfer literally anything into her, so you can literally just hit paste, and it is in here, okay? Making it easy peasy lemon squeezy, okay? And then we're gonna go ahead and try to choose a font that's something that you can read, pretty legible. So you want something that's pretty, just regular, kind of a sans serif, that sort of thing. But it definitely needs to hold some weight. So I think we're gonna go with the good old. I don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's Montserrat. Yeah.
It's a very popular one.
It is.
It's one of those.
It's my go-to.
It's starting to become like Helvetica, that it's dependable.
Yes.
It's legible and feels. It feels. How do I say? Like amicable in some ways.
It goes with everything.
Fonts tend to take a personality of their own. It doesn't feel too strict.
Yes. Absolutely.
And it kind of goes with your design. I feel like it's more amicable.
I mean, and you can read it. Like that's the best part of it.
Yeah.
It is not
the previous
too
fonts
fancy.
and like body copy looked really like too much.
Yeah. You don't want to overwhelm people with too much fancy things because they got to read it at the end of the day, So we want to actually just go ahead and put that, and
you got it. Do you ever sort of envision the reader like having coffee and
reading it,
having your,
and that's another thing.
ebook.
They're on the phone, right?
Right. Like
you got to think about that too. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the way you got to think about when they're actually reading it.
My fold here. So
yeah. Oh, fancy.
I totally do that. I do sit and read.
I love that.
I'm like, okay, I know I look crazy looking on
that
my
was
phone
a
right now,
flex. I love that. That was a great flex. It's just
but
like I
find
have
myself
an actual book on my phone.
The best flex happens when you're at the airport and you just do that, and people are
they're like, oh, wait a minute, what is going on? What is your phone doing right now?
But yeah, I do find myself reading a lot of ebooks actually, because it's so easy to just like see a presentation and like end up kind of lost in the whole design.
Absolutely. I think we need a title, right? So we're gonna do the overview. But I think we're going to use the font that we had from our title page. So that's what we're going to
Emily says,
do.
Happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
Hey, we should celebrate pre-Friday every day.
Pre-Friday. I was going to say, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Pre-Friday. We're going to go back to the font that we had before, which is already saved in here. Good thing, too, I want to point out, too, with your stuff, you can actually just put your actual things that you need inside of these folders, which I love. And then also you can create multiple brands, right? So literally your stuff.
Yeah.
So I have my Trail Vision brand that I just put in here, and all the colors, fonts, everything that I need is in here, which is great to just grab and go, you know, so you're not having to look for everything. So once you find that font, once you find that color or whatever it is, it's going to stay right here, which I love. So you don't have to look for it.
Building those assets.
Right. You don't have to go somewhere else and put it somewhere. You literally could just go right here, find it. It's here for you. You click it, boom, you're ready to go, and it's in there.
Absolutely.
Ready for you to choose it. So that's what I love about being so close to your branding kit kind of thing. So I love that.
Yeah, me too. Especially if you don't have a branding of your own. Once you start exploring and designing often and often, you start to find those fonts are your favorites, the color palettes that work for you.
Yes. And
then just drop them in there for future references.
I think we should add a shape. I'm going to go ahead and add a shape to kind of make this a little interesting. Go back to our shapes. We're working with the round shape, so I'm going to go ahead and just use that. And maybe we could go ahead and just add a little oomph. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's about the words, but we also kind of want to make it interesting a little bit, you know?
Yeah, dynamic.
Exactly. That's the word of the day. Dynamic. That's the word of the day.
I'm starting to think it's pre-Friday because the chat is going.
Oh, is it pre-Friday?
Is going wild on this concept.
On the pre-Friday? Nobody heard that before?
But that's why we're here on a full day stream celebrating pre-Friday, y'all. So
okay. So I really like, as far as where we're going with this, I feel like the overview needs something. I don't know. I feel like it needs to say the overview or something.
Okay.
You know?
The font is really like asking for attention.
It is. It's
good in that sense.
I feel like it needs more attention.
Okay.
That just might be me.
You got to go with your feelings. Your gut feelings here.
So we're going to oops. No, we're not doing that. We're going to Command D. Oh, that's not it. Stop asking me to do that. That's not what we're doing.
Asking you to favorite Adobe Express.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, listen.
I'm here enough. It's fine. I'll find my way.
All right. I was like, what are we doing? Okay. I think we can add a little oomph. So I'm about to add. Okay, so we're going to put the, right? But we're going to use that little font that we found before, which was the Chantal.
Chantal. Oh.
Chantal.
It looks handwritten.
Yes. But I think what we want to do is kind of add like a little, like I said, a little oomph to it, you know? A little scrumph-da-dump, you know? That's my vocabulary for you.
I'll dare you to spell that word.
Scrump. No, I'm not even going to. I'm not going to hold you. I think we're going to add an outline. So I'm going to go ahead and add that outline, and I'm going to make it thick. You ever seen that, like, that meme where people be like no. It's like thick? No?
No.
Never seen that? Like I'm
gotta catch up with.
No, okay. I got you. I'll show you.
Okay,
gotcha. That's how you gotta say thick. Every time I say thick, I'm always like, you gotta say it like that. So I kind of added this outline to kind of just add some dramatics, like I said, you know. Add some dramatics or something, you know, something cool. It's already cool, you know. It's already looking really cool, so we just adding a little something else to
it's going with the entire concept of just being like very graffiti style.
Yes, absolutely.
Handwritten a little bit.
And then we're going to grab this here. And we're moving, you know, pretty quick. So, you know, we're making decisions. That's what we're doing. We're just making decisions.
Yeah.
We're going to add in, I don't know why it is acting up on me today, but it's okay. We're going to go, my keyboard's acting up on me today. Let's go ahead and add this in. Did it? And I'm just hitting Command A, then Command V. Oops.
Command A to select everything.
Yes. And then I'm just hitting V. Because I already have the style that I want, the font and everything that I want it in. So I'm just going to that's a really great thing too, is that whenever you paste anything into something, the style that's already in, it's going to take that format and just apply it. Cool. So that you don't have to do any
do it over
extra.
And over.
Exactly.
Yeah, it fits that style.
It fits that style.
We're at that 15-minute mark. So folks, if you have any questions for Alexus now, drop them in the chat. If you are more curious about some elements in Adobe Express has a lot of different things. I notice sometimes I find myself like in one rabbit hole over another.
So also what I like about, as far as the customization is on point always. As far as how I customize my text, I don't have to like do another, as far as like another layer and put it on bold or whatever. I just literally highlight and I can hit bold, and literally it gives me what I want, which I love. You know, I love easy peasy and lemon squeezy. That's another thing for the day. That's what I love. We're going to keep it good.
Perfect.
Keep it rolling.
Yeah.
All right. So I think now I need to add like an image or some sort of thing that has to do with like content creation. So I think what we could do is go back to the media, and we could either look through the actual photos, or we can use the text to image. I'm going to look through the photos to see what we can get. If we can't get anything, we'll go into the text to image. But for the most part, we can just say, let's see. Content, let's see what we get if we put content creation. And also just keep in mind of licensing and all the kind of stuff, of course, when you're creating these ebooks for commercial use, you know, just keep in mind of all those things. But for the most part, I think we, oh, wait a minute, I think we found something. Hold on. We might have found, that actually it looks like you're content creating, right?
Yeah,
that kind of
looks a good reference photo even for me.
It's
just
not
to take
even
some
bad.
photos of
my
work.
Yeah. Right?
That's
give you some inspiration.
What we're doing right here.
Right. And so we're going to go ahead and remove the background. And we're going to see what it gives us there. Okay, so obviously we got to do some work on that. So what I love is that you can actually go ahead and edit this by clicking erase. If it'll click it. That's another thing too. You can see what it looks like after and before. Yeah. But you can hit erase if it'll let me do it. Let me do it.
That's awesome.
Okay. It's acting up. Okay, we're gonna have to refresh. Hold on 1 second.
But it's still kind of like, whoa.
It is the fact that it just took it all of that. Sometimes you have to kind of edit a little bit, but that's okay.
And folks on the chat, remember this is a full day of streams today, so stay tuned because up next we're going to be exploring Adobe Firefly and Adobe Express and how to tell stories with AI. We also have some more things coming up later in the schedule, so definitely stay tuned. We're excited to have you here.
All right, so we are up and working with the actual erase. So you can kind of like use either the quick selection tool to actually choose what you want.
Yeah, this one was a more complex one, I noticed.
It is. We might have to find something that's a little easier, but if not, we can literally just use this. And then another thing is, too, you have the brush where you have a little bit more control. We talked about control, didn't we?
Right. Yeah.
So we can go ahead
and erase
and
there.
this.
You have some options.
Yeah, so if you need to just kind of like hit it real quick, one time, get it in there, get it in there, get it in there. One time. We're in there. And also you could choose like a photo that's a little bit easier to do, but for the most part, I think we can do this, right?
Yeah, it all depends on your bandwidth. If you have some time, you're committed to this image, you have a little bit of an assistance there in cropping out most of the pixels.
But you know what?
You still step in there whenever possible.
You know what? We're actually going to make this grayscale. That's what we're going to do. Boom. We grayscaling
and effects, yeah.
Why we need all that color? We don't need it. We don't need it. And
right, the text is more important.
And then also what I'm going to do, a really cool effect that I do is with pictures sometimes, especially doing this, copying this style here with this right here, copying that style, you can literally just make a duplicate, right? And then you can go into your effects.
Yeah.
And then you can go into custom. And you can hit the color that you want it to be. You go to shadow and highlights. You hit the color that you want it. And boom, you got an outline.
Oh, awesome.
That's it. That's it.
And we made it black and white.
And we made it black and white. So, you know, we don't have to worry about too much imperfections. But I'm actually going to do this text to image and see what it comes up with, too. Let's do that. Let's see what
we have like
us.
a conversation about InDesign versus Adobe Express for this criteria of projects, and I can see the comparisons. There's a lot there, right? Have you used InDesign yourself?
I have used InDesign before. I will say this is kind of like the easier, more simplified version when if you don't know how to use InDesign, because it gets very custom and very intricate with everything that you have to do in InDesign.
Yeah.
And here it's just if you're trying to do something quick, this is probably like that the actual.
I think
version
some
of
folks
it.
agree with you on the chat that InDesign has a lot more in-depth tools for print
Yes.
design, but depending on what you're looking for. There's a lot of resources on Adobe Express, and you still have that option for like multi-page projects.
I'm gonna say person creating content. Let's see what it gives us. And I put the content type as photo, and my prompt is person creating content. So let's see what it gives us, and maybe it'll give us. Oh wait, I think I forgot it. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's see what it works.
Carol says, but does Express have high res? This is high resolution. We can go as far as 4K.
Yes.
Does it have crop bleeds where you're creating an ebook?
Crop bleeds if I was going into printing more so, but we're not printing this. This is more so just for digital.
But good looking out for things like that.
Yes. So, but it's good
things.
it's good to know. I'm pretty sure you can create your own here, like as far as the lines go, and just making sure that you're within those things. But because this is more so digital, I'm not worried about it too much. And I think I would more worried about that if we were in design. But like I said, simple, easy. I'm going to say person in front of...
What's interesting also, I just thought about it, is if you did create a project and then design, and it was a PDF project, you can upload it into Adobe Express and add these design assets that you're showing today, like the generative fill, textures, and things like that.
Let's see.
So cross-platform. Big cross-platform advocate over here.
Absolutely. I'm going to put as my prompt here is person in front of a phone recording a video. Let's see if they'll give me something. And then also I need to add a transparent background so that they may give us a better background to basically work with that we can like knock out basically. Oop, if I can spell background right. It will test your spelling, okay?
Yeah.
It'll be like, yeah, you spelled that wrong. I ain't get what you're saying because you spelled that wrong.
Yeah, totally. Oh, but
it was on you, not me.
That's kind of cool to ask those specific features like transparent background. So not just what you want, but also some other elements.
Absolutely. So look, we got this guy. Look at the guy. It's the guy for me.
Oh.
Look at this. He's like in front of a mic and everything. Like, what is he recording?
That's wild.
I love that. Okay, hold on.
Different angles.
It is. Okay, let's see what else we can get from it. But you see, it gave us the transparent background so that we can knock it out. It makes it easier, as far as for what we were trying to accomplish. So we should have went to the text to image first. That's what we should have done.
Yeah.
The girl with the afro. I'm loving it.
Is that one exclusively transparent? I'm curious. Or it just has that white background?
This right here?
Yeah. Or potentially it's just a style of transparency.
Exactly. It's the style of transparency but it allows us to knock it out. So it focuses on the subject. So everything else doesn't matter in the background. It's just that, right? So that helps.
I don't know if y'all saw during Halloween the guy who dressed in transparent, like all checkers. And he's like, I'm transparent, PNG.
I literally just knocked it out. Hold on.
I was like, okay, that's perfect. Are you able to wrap the text around your images?
Wrap the text around images? No, I have not discovered yet.
So
but we will. I'm pretty sure that is coming. I'm pretty sure that is coming.
Text around your images, right? Yeah, that is a feature that we find in InDesign. It is helpful.
It is helpful. But like I said, all of this is just to keep things easy and simple. So, you work your way around. You find workarounds when it comes to being a designer, right? Like whatever platform that you're working with,
And we have about 5 minutes left.
I knocked our person out, so I have to do it again. Hold on. Person in front. Let's see.
Yeah, I think what's so interesting about Adobe Express is that we have all of these different sizes and templates and concepts that we can explore. If there's a high demand for ebooks and you want that request of like wrap text around, there's always a little comment section where you can send feedback. And that feedback is read by real people who are going to then like introduce these features, and then potentially they get adapted. And it all started because of you. So if it's a strong consideration and you feel passionate about it,
then
go for it.
And I'll also show, since we didn't get to the full extent of the ebook, I'll show exactly what it could look like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But we got 2 people heads. Hold on. It's always the fingers. I don't know what it is about the fingers that AI just can't grab.
Yeah.
Or grab the concept of fingers.
I don't know, but even like fine artists who sketch, they'll tell you that drawing hands is really hard.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I see. I don't draw hands, so I can,
It's really, really complicated.
I'm a stick figure. It's just, you're going to get the stick figure hands. You're just going to get
Which
sticks.
category do you fall under?
I actually like this one a lot, even though her fingers look crazy. But I actually dig it, though.
Definitely, we're getting close to the end, so if you get a chance to show us that,
yes,
it would
absolutely,
be awesome. Rapids is not something I do much in my work, says Michael.
I just wanted to show y'all real quick on how it just grabs the background.
And the thing is, you can make it real quick.
Right, exactly.
I love that.
So, of course, we needed to get the phone back in, but for the most part, it took out that background. We didn't have to worry about too much. Right, exactly. All right, so as far as for how we looking just now, we did the title page and we did just the overview page. I mean, pretty much this would have been done. I mean, all we had to do is add the background just like this, and boom, you had your overview page. But as far as for what this could look like, we got something like...
Oh, cool.
We got more time.
This is like a remix of what you just did.
Hold on, this is a remix of what I literally just did.
This is so pretty.
Yes.
I can see where you're going with all those elements, like the shadows and the black and white photos.
So this is all made in Adobe Express. Literally.
Keep going.
I mean, you have enough time. You can literally get it all done. Like, this is...
Good job. I can see how many ways you're making it dynamic and remixing the graphics and all the styles.
But you see, what I did is literally the same thing I just put together. I mean, of course, choosing how you format your text is a whole nother thing. However, but for the most part, you keep it simple, follow the same kind of style, and I mean, as long as they can read it, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and you keep treating each one kind of special. So then where would you publish this after you're done?
So it could be on your Square, like I have a Square site, so I can put it on where they can just download it automatically. Yeah, like
it's the best.
Exactly. You could put it there to where people can download it, like automatically, and boom, they pay for it. I'd probably offer it for like $1 or something, and
that's
literally
wonderful.
just have people.
But 10 people, $10, 100 people,
$100.
But also that it's amazing because this is already information that you have within yourself. But you're like, how can I repurpose this? How can I make it into a design? And also your choice of program is Adobe Express to be able to create that. And
you're able to make it into the format like PNG, JPEG, or PDF, right? Yeah. So, and I chose PDF. That's what most people can kind of flip through, So, I mean, the fact that you even get to have those different formats and, turn into that and,
Can you show us where we can reach out to you if we have, like, that website?
Absolutely.
Where we can see more of your work.
You can also see me you can follow me on Instagram, on Trailvision Studio. But this is my portfolio here, but you can also follow me on Trailvision Studio on Instagram, Trailvision on TikTok. I'm trying to get back into TikTok, but it's slowly but surely.
There's a lot of things to cover, right?
But yes, you can follow me there, and you can reach me at trailvisionstudio.com. I had a great time. That was
been
amazing.
Great. Thank you, Alexus, for being here today.
Absolutely.
I know it's your first time in San Francisco,
it is.
We're happy to have you here. So, folks, stay tuned. Up next, we have Exploring Storytelling with me using Adobe Firefly. So, we'll see you on the next one.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. We have a poll running over on YouTube to vote for your favorite Taylor Swift album. Happy Eras Tour, everyone. We're back on in Southern America. So
Love that.
I need you to go vote. If you are on Behance, just click on the title of the video, which should be like right about here. Click on that, go vote on the poll. Let us know what album is your favorite. And what are we doing today on the stream while they all vote for their favorite Swiftie?
Oh my gosh. So I'm excited because we're going to be jumping on Adobe Firefly times Adobe Express today times Adobe Photoshop.
Oh, we're going to be all over the place.
So a little bit of everything, but it's still the same concept. So I wanted to explore how we can introduce storytelling into AI. Ooh. So a lot of times we think about AI and we consider AI to be a little bit distant from our humanity somehow. But in reality, we are writing the storyline. So I wanted to explore what that would be like. So I created this beautiful design, which I am really proud of, and I'll show you in a little bit what that looks like. So let's jump into Adobe Firefly.
Let's do it. And yes, someone's saying, you have this hoodie. Yes, Adobe Max compliments. In our Creative Cloud era, yes, that's exactly where we are.
Yeah, I think that hoodie, I have it somewhere and I can't find it now.
Oh, I'm double.
I made a long line for it.
I've got the Adobe hoodie with the Adobe Live shirt. We got a little peekaboo there.
That's awesome. Okay, here we are. All right, folks. So this is what I created, and I absolutely love it. Let me see where. Oh, here it is.
Magic with Adobe Firefly. Chat, if you've generated anything in Firefly that you think is amazing, let me know. Let us know if there's a good prompt or something that you've done that's been really fun, and maybe we can play around with it as well.
Oh my God, absolutely. I love that idea because in general, I often like to be able to experiment with the chat. Yes. Today, we're going to be exploring our inner artist. So I have a podcast called This Is Your Artist Speaking, and it's inspired by the idea that we often wear a lot of hats, but the real reason why we started any of this is because you're an artist at heart. So I was trying to honor my inner child and think about the outer possibilities of imagination, all of this beautiful space of just exploring something brand new. So I created this using Adobe Firefly times Adobe Express times Photoshop. So I'll show you how this was built in general. Let's see if I have the...
I love working in different workflows. Especially because right now, if you're working with Adobe Firefly on the page that you see right here on the web, it's actually a different model than what is in Generative Fill or Generative Expand over in Photoshop. The Firefly Image Model 2, which is here, oh my goodness. Is this what we're doing today?
Yes.
So oh my gosh. Okay, this is what we're doing later today, right?
This is what we're doing today. So we're going to be creating all of the assets that we will later put together as a composite and animate. So stay tuned because it's a full day of a lot of goodness. So right now we're just going to be creating all of the visual assets and later we'll build them.
Yes. And speaking of, this is just a good transition. We've got some little seagulls flying by here, which speaks to the winner of our poll, 1989 is chat's favorite Taylor Swift album. So it is fitting, just came out. Taylor's version just came out. So thank you for voting, everyone. I wanted to get you familiar with voting because we'll be voting on things throughout the show. We want your opinions. We want you engaged. So make sure that you are tuned in. When you see that poll go up, I'll cue you in and you can cast your vote.
I love that. Yeah, we always want your participation. It always makes a big difference in our streams. So I'm here in firefly.adobe.com and you'll notice that right away we have some options of the new refreshed Adobe Firefly Model 2. So it has a kind of new fidelity to it. So we're going to be exploring what kind of outputs that gives us. I love stepping into the space because it's often changing. We're seeing refreshments over and over. From the very first, in the beginning of this year when we launched AI, it was completely different. And now there's been so many submissions of people creating their own creations. So I love going in here and getting inspired. So I'm going to go into hit generate here and you can see already we see all these beautiful visuals and you get a sense of what kind of subjects you can create.
Yes.
I love things like this.
And I've actually learned something about that page. Those are things that people are generating. It's not just like random things. It's showing stuff that people are generating using Firefly. So it will almost always be different, which is really cool. And you also can scroll on that page forever.
Yeah, I have done that.
Just
you know, the doom
lost.
scroll here doesn't feel like doom scroll.
It's not, yes.
It's nice and inspiring.
Joy scrolling.
So when it comes to creating prompts, there is a little bit of a learning curve, but you want to think about it. Like I was telling Alexis, like you're a creative director, you want to say the subjects that you're trying to generate. So in this case, I'm going to say a girl. And then you want to say, what is she doing? So I'll say sitting, right? Sitting on by a window, on a window. And I want to say what kind of window though, because I know it's going to give me a square window. That's probably the default database that it's going to find. And I'll say circular window because I'm trying to enter a space of fantasy, right? A circular window looking out into the outer space.
And what's really cool here is even though we are trying to recreate something that you have already created, it's going to be different because Firefly is going to generate different things every single time.
Completely different, very likely.
Yes. But I love the take of us working with storytelling, that it's more about the story than the actual image.
Yeah, there's a level of storytelling behind it. So if you want to have a foundation that starts to look the same along all of your generations, try to think about the storyline first and foremost. And oftentimes that story is written, right? Whether you write it on a journal, on a Post-it note, take those keywords and bring them into your prompt generation. You can also turn on this little suggestion button so that you have options that it will suggest for prompt generations. So a girl sitting on a circular window looking out into outer space. So maybe out is not necessary for me. I love all of these different guidelines, but it's brand new for me here in this desktop. Okay, a girl sitting on, looking out, facing away, I can say. Looking out, facing away, and you start to collect a library of all of these different terms. So facing away, looking outside into the outer space.
And I love how it's just small little details that change that are going to make a big difference.
Yeah.
That it's just the syntax of the words or adding a comma or putting in another adjective. It's very important to think about the syntax of the words because if it's a lion made out of bubbles or if it's a bubble lion, those are going to be two completely different things when it generates.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also about the options. Like, for example, this one's coming a little bit closer. She's actually sitting and looking outwardly. I noticed that there is a difference in the output. So maybe I'll get the right kind of texture, the right kind of faces. And oftentimes it's still kind of in its development. So sometimes it don't get exactly what I want. But I feel like this one's a good fit in the posture of what she's wearing. Yep. I mean, the way she's looking out. So I'll go here on the left-hand side and press show similar. So I'll use this as a similar version. And I forgot to change here, but I want to change the landscape to the aspect ratio to landscape. So I do want to explore all of our options here on the right-hand side. There are so many cool things that we have available. So we have a little bit more control. So you can see all of these generations are a lot closer to that original. Let's change it to landscape and hit generate. So we have that option instead. And you can see here on content type, we can start to add some elements. So I want to add things like, I want it to be a photo, not art. I want to add some effects down here. We'll skip style for now, but I do want to add some effects. So in effects, we have popular, that's the default, but I want to go into things like techniques and go down here and start to look for things that help it get closer to a feeling of photography, if that's something you might like. So I'd recommend things like chiaroscuro because it starts to play with lighting. I recommend maybe some of these, let me see, this one's watercolor. Okay, no. So under effects, we're going to find grainy film. So it's imitating an actual film texture and style.
Ooh, love that.
So I'll add that one in there. So we have added photo, we have added grainy film, and those are now populating down here. So I don't have to write that down in the prompt itself because that's part of my styles. So let's keep exploring some of the ones here. We have materials and we have things like wood carving. So you can really step out. This isn't just reserved for the medium of photography. But if that is what you're exploring, these are the ones I recommend. But I love the fact that Adobe Firefly may be popularized through photography, but it absolutely can go in so many different directions.
Yeah, and with all those options, chat, we just started another poll for you. I want to know, what is your favorite genre to generate? I think that there are a lot of people that suggest steampunk when we're working. There's a lot of fantasy that comes up. So go over to YouTube, vote on what is your favorite genre to generate using Adobe Firefly. I think sci-fi is a pretty big one. Ooh, these look good.
Yeah, I'll tell you how I get here. So we start to see some of the different styles that I started to add here. So we have grainy film so far in photo, and then we have things like hyper-realistic, warm tone, surreal lighting, and wide angle. So I like thinking about those things ahead and adding those styles, and I'm going to show you how I went and added those. So something that's really cool here is that we have this section called photo settings. And so photo settings are specifically for those of us who are in awe of the type of effect that AI has taken in the photography medium. So of course, they have invited us to treat it as such, like as if we're thinking about photography from that point of view.
Yes.
So we're going to explore things like the aperture. So like how blurry is this if it had been taken from a camera lens point of view? A shutter speed, for example, sorry, what got out of there? The shutter speed, for example, will give us either how blurry it looks with more motion or less motion, right? So I might do something like this. I also like writing it here. So I might say 1/200 of a second.
Yep.
Shutter
And
speed.
Some things that you put into the prompt, if they are a style, will actually convert into a style and go underneath out of the prompt.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So in the field of view, I want a pretty wide angle. So I'll introduce that all the way to the left, right? So you'll notice here, it's kind of a cheat sheet to learn a little bit about photography too, because we have things like 14 millimeters. Oh, I see. 14 millimeters, right? So if you had a lens into your camera that's 14 millimeters, that's a really wide angle lens. And the same goes for like if you're at 300 millimeters, now you're super, super tight, super close. So if you don't know what those numbers is, by exercising or experimenting in here, you might actually get more acquainted with your own equipment, camera equipment, that is probably collecting dust in a closet. I've been through that journey. I totally get it.
Yes, and it's fun to like learn that way too, to be like, what would this look like if I did X, Y, or Z? And chat, you have voted, and it's actually a tie between the favorite generation style. Steampunk is in second, and then tied for first, photorealistic and fantasy.
I absolutely love steampunk. There's definitely something really beautiful about that introduces us into the future in a way. Oh, I think we lost our reference image there. So let's use this one here. I like
that's
this.
really pretty.
It's really pretty. She's facing out. I want to specifically make sure she's facing out the window. So I'll use this and go to shows similar, or I can use it as a style reference. At the moment, I'm going to use show similar. I'll tell you what the difference is with style reference. But for now, I just want to see that same posture. I want to see the same circle. So she's facing away from the camera. You can see a little bit of her profile, right? So she's sitting on the frame itself. That's awesome. And so I'm liking this so far. I love this effect here. Let me see.
Are you concerned at all about the circle being cut off on the top or it not being centered?
I think this is where my brain goes to the cross-platform workflow.
Yes.
Because I do absolutely enjoy using Generative Expand in Photoshop. So I don't worry about that because I have other tools under my belt that I can, repurpose.
Which used to be such a hard thing that you'd find a stock photo that like was cut off just a little bit. And so it's really nice that it doesn't matter. That even though it's cut off a little bit, we can expand and it will fill that in.
Yeah, so you'll notice now I introduced the cinematic sort of look, the cinematic style in here. So let's see how that changes it. So it's starting to look a little bit like kind of on a darker color palette. So let's fix that because that's not quite how I like it. So it's interesting. So coming from a photography background, I have my own aesthetics that I absolutely love, and I'll show you some picture references for those of you who are getting acquainted with me. I have to kind of remember that. But yeah, you probably are stepping into this with some little bit of knowledge of photography, or maybe a whole lot. So you might want to start to introduce your own aesthetic in here. So some of the things that I like introducing here, for example, is a reference image. So I'll go in here and select an image from...
And someone's saying, hi, I missed the beginning. Will there be a replay? Frankie, yes. There will always be a replay here on Adobe Live. We're live every day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time. But if you subscribe, you can watch the replay after the fact and check out here. We also may be airing this in a Friday in the future as a creative encore. So yes,
awesome.
You can rewind even if you want. Catch up, watch 2 times speed until you get back up to the live.
So for example, I love that. I always watch restreams, by the way, especially if I want to kind of work alongside it.
Yes.
So if I use this photo, for example, which I absolutely love the color palette. I love working with ambient light. I might introduce that image. It's going to ask me if I own this image. And of course, we're in Adobe, so ethics are a big deal for the generative AI development of arts, of AI in the creative industry. So I love that it asks me that, so it gives me some peace of mind.
And what's really cool too is when you upload that, it will actually check the image for content credentials. So as you generate things in Adobe Firefly, it is attaching content credentials to it. And then as you are uploading, it is checking those content credentials to see if there's anything that would restrict you from using it as a reference image, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know what content credentials are, they're part of the metadata of your image. So it's a great way to authenticate whether your image is real, part of like, I don't know, not real, that wouldn't be the accurate word. If your image was in any way involving any ingredients that are AI generated, or if it's just a regular image. So you can already see what a big difference that made in influencing the style and visuals of the kind of ambient light, the color palette of this image. All of those elements were brought in because I use this image as a color reference, as a style reference, ambient reference. And so of course we lost a little bit of like that positioning, so that's fine. I'll just continue to hit generate hit generate here and find that positioning again and find the similar now that I have an aesthetic going for me.
And someone has asked, what are the resolution of the images? That's a great question. So if you are, if you're generating a square, it's going to be 2048 pixels by 2048 pixels, which comes out, if you up that to 300 DPI for like trying to print it, about 6 inches by 6 inches is going to be the biggest you can go. You can print down to 150 DPI. So in theory, you could do it. A 12 by 12 would be okay to be printed with a generation that you create on Adobe Firefly.
Yeah, I love that you have those options because down the road, if you have the heart of a photographer, you probably want to showcase this at some point in your photographic journey, and I definitely hope that for mine. So it's good to know that we have those high resolutions available. So you can see here how these images are highly influenced by that style reference that I just showed you. That's kind of amazing. We went from like this kind of demure, dark setting, even though it was still going for all of the different styles that I asked for. We didn't know much about the color palette. It didn't know much about the ambient light because we didn't give it that instruction. So I love that I have that potential to influence the AI by giving it some photos of my own. So let me get back to that original composition. So a girl's sitting on the edge of a circular window facing away, looking, look, it's giving me, and looking outside of into the outer space. Outer space, is that separate?
2 words, yeah.
That's probably why it didn't give me outer space. All right, so let's hit generate on that. But before, I'm gonna actually change my reference image to another reference image to see what we can get. So this time I'm going to use this image. Let me move that over. So this image, also ambient lighting, you can see the color palette has that teal, has that orange going on. You know, I'm a big fan.
The contrast
of
is going to be gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot that I did on that day to produce this image. So it's kind of cool to be able to use it as an ingredient into generating my AI. So in one way or another, I'm using employing my photographic value or my photographic experience into this new AI journey. So let's hit generate here. And you can see it here populate in our style references. This is always exciting. I feel like, what's going to happen?
Remove the before outer. Oh, yeah. Let's see what it comes up with.
Cool. So look at the visuals here. I mean, the fidelity of this image changes completely because of your style references. This is getting
And
closer.
it totally changed her outfit, which I think is really cool to match that kind of like burnt orange color.
That burnt orange aesthetic. I love this one too. It's really pretty.
It's giving like very nautical.
Yeah, I actually kind of love the way this is. I mean, the sitting on the edge has different interpretations, right? So there's different. We know if you're a photographer, there's gestures are so important when you're capturing humans. So I'm also looking out for that, like which one is inviting towards the story that I want to emulate, like which one feels inspiring. So although at first I'm starting to think, okay, I want her to look on the edge. Maybe, I mean, I just want her to look outside the window. Which one of these feels more contemplative? Which one of these makes me think about the next part of my story, the future, the imagination, the possibilities for this girl of completing her dreams and her lifetime. So I love that you're constantly thinking about the concept along the way. So I'm going to use this as a reference because I really like it. But before I do that, because I keep saying I love it, I'm going to save it to my favorites, and that's going to save to a library in my Adobe firefly.adobe.com library, so I can always reference it. So let's show similar here. And then now I'm going to start to see some more images that are honoring more of this composition versus all the different options that we had before.
Yes. And someone's saying it's interesting that it's taking the texture grain and applying it to the clothing choice. Yeah, it is really interesting how well it matched. And especially knowing that the color bathing suit was on a person and not just like a part of the scene, and that it's specifically putting that color on her outfit, I think is really interesting.
Yeah, so it's kind of awesome if you think about it in your production. Potentially, maybe you're not a photographer. Maybe you are just at the starting phase and you kind of want this as an assistant to help you develop that imagery. Then maybe you can take pictures of reference photos of clothing, of color, of light, and then use them as a style reference. And that could be another way to introduce real photographic ingredients into your AI photographic, workflow. So I'm going to download some of these just to have them as reference. So for example, this one here, I absolutely love how she's like standing with her hands out. It's a bit at an angle, it's a little skewed, but I do still very much like it. I love that her clothing choices feel like she's culturally from someplace else, and something about that makes me feel like I'm honoring all the creatives around the world. So again, still really staying true to my concept, trying to consider the options of how I can continue to develop it. So here I get this promoting transparency in AI. So this is that tab we get about content credentials. So it's telling me this image right here, once you download it, it's going to have content credentials within it. So it's kind of cool. It's like when I used to print my images, I would stamp them with my seal of approval of sorts, right? My seal of Cyn Lagos printed this image. So it's kind of like that in some essence.
Yep. Which is really cool that then people can track it back to you, but also they can track it back to what tools were used. The metadata will have the timing, the programs, all that stuff will be in there, which is really cool.
And I think you can also go in there and modify it and make it modify it in the sense of like tailor it to say your name, that it was you who created it. So it becomes in fact another stamp of like your identity as a creator.
Yep. Oh, did we hit a hotkey?
I hadn't touched it.
We did. There we go.
Oh, there. Okay.
It's sometimes the like motions, have like a thing. I don't know. It's like if you use 4 fingers
Okay. It wasn't me. Okay, so I can see I use this image this time as a point of reference.
Oh.
It just keeps doing that.
That's so weird. Are you zooming?
I'm not touching it.
Technical difficulties.
Yes.
Stress. Okay, let's try click and see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, we did it.
We did it. Sometimes troubleshooting
Yes. And
with
Miguel,
a click works out.
Miguel asking, will there be a link to watch it again later? Yes, absolutely, moderator.
Yes.
Wade is going to drop that in the chat for you so you can watch again later.
Yeah, you can watch again later. Miguel, definitely we're here live in real time. So if you have some questions for me on how we can continue to develop AI for photography as a medium, I know there's a lot of questions out there. I've been speaking to almost anybody. I mean, my Uber driver, I was talking to him about what their ideas are about AI. And in reality, I think there's a great world of possibilities here. So I want to explore that with everyone on the chat.
Yep.
So
She's full yoga pose.
Oh my God. Yeah, completely. She's like a meditative state. So
Yeah.
again, if you're following that kind of concept, that kind of idea, that could be a great option. So let's download this one as well. I want to have some options here for myself. And already in this phase of the work, I've favorited my images. So I have some resources. I have uploaded some style references so that I'm introducing some ingredients of my own as a photographer. I'm making photography choices, like my photo settings, my shutter speed, how wide are my angles, right? So it didn't stop at just creating a prompt and writing a prompt and that was it. Though, albeit I would say the prompt in itself, had a lot of thought process in it. It continued on into this little bar here on the right-hand section where I can choose my ratio, I can choose effects, I can choose photo-related settings that give me that perspective and much more control. So now I feel like I can potentially start to select some of these and step into another platform. So we'll hit generate one more time because there's always room for more possibilities. So let's hit generate there. So I welcome you to copy this prompt and try it with your own assets. So what I mean by that is upload your own reference image. And if you don't have images of your own, grab your phone, take a picture of a beautiful lighting, a pocket of light, whatever attracts you in that moment, and upload it and use this reference. I would love to see what outputs you get based on your perspective.
Yep. It looks like we have some really good ones here.
Ooh, I absolutely love this. So I'm going to hit download for that one too. And you can also choose don't show again, but I don't mind it.
I also really like the first one in there.
Yeah, I absolutely
The
love
sizing
that.
of that window is really nice.
So I can go into, for example, this one, if I wanted to choose this one, and go here into this little button where we downloaded it, and we can also do a couple other things. We can submit it to Firefly so that it can be part of that incredible gallery that we've seen there. So I've often done that because I want to see my image in that amazing gallery. You can also do other things like save to libraries, and we know libraries are cross platforms. So if I want to save that to one of my libraries, it says you can view this image, other people can also use it and remix it. So I have it saved under a section where I called either mixed media experiments or AI scenes, so that I can always find it whenever I'm in any other platform and I think, hey, maybe I want to use that image reference right now. So I can always find it across the board. So I'll hit save, still applying those content credentials along the way. So let's hit, this time, edit in Adobe Express. So I want to make sure to edit this in one of the two, Adobe Express and Photoshop, to continue to expand on my imagination here. So let's go and just press edit to Adobe Express, and it's going to take us directly there, which is awesome. All right, so now we're in Adobe Express, and if you have been following the previous stream, we explored with Alexus Adobe Express a little bit in the context of ebooks. I want you to also think about Adobe Express as so many, it's almost multidisciplinary in its own right. So I love that now we have Adobe Firefly powered tools within Adobe Express. So I'm going to step out for a second so I can show you what I mean by that. So we have things like text to images, generative fill, text to templates, and text effects. And generative fill is a big deal to me that it's now part of Adobe Express, because I got to know generative fill in Adobe Photoshop.
Yes.
So it's amazing to have it in so many different places, and I don't have to go anywhere if I don't want to, only if I want to, right? Like that's the goal.
Yeah,
So,
and great comment by Kimberly here. There is a difference between what's happening in Express and Photoshop and what's happening on the web. So Express is still running on the Photoshop 1 engine, Firefly 1. The Adobe Firefly website is on the Image Model 2. And Image Model 2 specifically focused on faces and hands. So she's saying that AI can't do hands very well. Firefly Image Model 2 is very good at doing hands because I know that was a huge focus of the team because we all know that there's a problem with hands. And so if you want to play around with that, see if you can get some good hands.
that's so interesting. Yeah, because that's kind of one of those things where you have to know that some of them are still running on Model 1.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha. So we're always learning here on Adobe Live. So I want to introduce some elements into this image using generative fill. So I'll go in here and much like before, like the selection that you make will make a difference, right? So think about the shape that you're creating before you generate generative fill, right? So for example, I want to create a comet right there. So I'll write one word. I don't know why, but in Adobe Express, I always just want to write one word as opposed to a gigantic paragraph.
Yeah.
But in Adobe Firefly, I want to write an entire book.
Yes, exactly. And you're like, add this one thing.
Yeah, just one thing. So you can start to get some options. So at first, it just gives me a rock. I don't know why it always gives me a rock, but then eventually it gives me some light source. But again, that could be another thing. As you're brainstorming out loud, you can say words like light source. I wonder if that could help it better, right? So let's see. Comet.
Maybe like,
Star comet?
yeah, flying in the sky or something.
Flying comet. If you think
'Cause I do
about
think
it,
a
a
comet
comet is a rock.
Is a rock, yeah. I was gonna say this is like it's like a very
we just
close
went
up of a
scientific
comic. Yeah.
there. You saw it happen. It was an aha moment. Yeah. It almost looks like a French bread.
I
French
love
baguette.
I love when you try to generate stuff and you're like, that's not at all what I was trying to do. And then you think about it and you're like, oh no, that's exactly what I told you to do.
I always talk about the palm tree because it gave me a palm.
Oh, a tree of palms.
Yes.
I hate that. I hate that.
And I'm like, wait, hold on.
That's hilarious.
Star flying comet. Star or shooting star.
Oh yeah, shooting star might work.
Shooting star. Let's see what options we get here. We can also, the chat, if you think of something else. Again, potentially you might say something like an alien. I don't know if that would coincide with our concept here, but hey, we can introduce other elements that may go with like dream state, that kind of idea. So let's see, that one looks a little bit more...
Someone said space baguette.
Space baguette.
I love that.
You know, there is such a thing, like that sandwiches were forbidden because the crumbs will end up everywhere, floating.
Oh, in space.
Yes.
Yeah, because the crumbs would fly.
So it would be funny if there was a solution for that, and it was a space baguette.
It's just a dense, no crumbs, you just full on gelatinous bread.
Gross.
I hate that. I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
You're so funny. Okay, look. So now I think I'm gonna introduce maybe a planet in here.
Okay.
So I think about in this case, it does feel like she is on planet Earth, so she's not in outer space like my previous one. So I'm just kind of following suit with what this one's giving me. So maybe this time instead of making her look like she's looking at planet Earth, she's looking at another outer space. So like Saturn.
And Firefly is specifically good with things that already exist because it does sample from Adobe stock. And so if you're trying to generate something, think about something that may be in Adobe stock and even look at Adobe stock for tags, right? To see if there's like images that have planet tags or ring or whatever. Try to find things that have those tags and then try to build your prompt on that.
That's a good point. Yeah, because it definitely has like very accurate references, and then some of them you're kind of stepping out into like new versions of things. I like this one here.
That's pretty Saturn.
Really pretty.
Yeah.
So I might do something else here and create maybe some. Right. So earlier we had some options here for like birds. So let's see.
Oh yes, our 1989 seagulls.
Flying seagulls? No, probably not. Sometimes seagulls are too specific, so I'll kind of leave it open. It's like open-ended question, right? Like birds.
Do you chat? Okay, chat. We're gonna do this together. Chat. Do you know what they call seagulls in the San Francisco like Bay Area? Bagels.
I don't. Bagels?
Because they're by the bay. They're not by the sea.
Wow,
they're by the
that's
bay,
so
so they're
cute.
bagels. I'm sorry.
Next time I come to San Francisco, I have to see the coast. So
Yes, it's gorgeous.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay, we've got some bird.
That's beautiful.
Oh, a little hummingbird.
And they're almost kissing. Or they're mating.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't know if particularly this choice of birds is like because of her outfit. She's maybe from somewhere specifically. So it starts to kind of give that context. When I try to define like the person, I do spend like hours just trying to define like, does she have curly hair? Is she wearing a sweater? Like, does she have kind of like more slack clothes and not tight clothes?
Yep.
So there's a lot of very specific tailor words that you can end up using.
And those are all very specific things, especially with people. You have to describe a lot of elements on people because everyone looks different. Whereas if you're trying to do a tree or you're trying to do stone or a planet, a lot of those are very similar. And so doing a person, we recognize that there need to be specific things for a person. So you do have to get really detailed if you're trying to generate people.
I kind of love how this one has that shutter speed, like that slow shutter speed. Don't know if we can do that. 14th second, I don't know. Or slow flutter.
Oh, yeah.
Just to generate that again. Generate down here. I'm so used to generating at the top. But this one doesn't look as good as this guy here.
Yes.
So, but I love that unity that they had going on. So let's see what we get there.
I even wonder if we could generative fill one of them.
Yeah, good point. We kind of got it in that first one. I mean, I kind of wish I could keep those other ones now that I undid it.
Can you Control Z?
No.
Undo, no.
No.
Oh.
So don't get attached.
Don't. Because you'll never see them again.
You'll never see them again. I mean, these are pretty too, though. But I definitely think about things like that. So I often save or favorite or save them to my library as I'm creating them, just to make sure that I have those iterations saved and maybe discard them later, but I have an option later. Those are the kinds of feedbacks I give back to Adobe. Oh, and this one now has 3 birds.
Triple bird.
I'll say 2 birds.
Oh, chat, here's a question for you. A little trivia. Let me know if you know that birds, different groups of birds have different names depending on what the birds are. So there is like a flock of seagulls, but then there will be other ones, which I'll tell you about. But chat, let me know if you know any of the names for specific groups of birds, because there are some really fun ones. If not, toss them in there, do some Googling, and I'll tell you some of my favorites.
I mean,
too.
there's some people who dedicate their entire lives to watching birds.
It's true. It's
so
true.
that if we have one of those folks in the chat, that is somebody who's very dedicated.
Yes, tell us about birds.
Yeah, because then this is when I would go down that rabbit hole, not bird hole, but rabbit hole of like, how can I get more specific here if I'm doing something exclusively for a region? Can I find what kind of birds would exist in that region? I kind of like these. They're looking a little bit different.
Yes.
Sometimes I feel like when I'm not getting what I want, I have to refresh it.
Just give it a quick little hard reset.
Do you ever do that?
I do. And Kathy says a murder of crows. Yes, that is one of my favorite. A group of crows is called a murder of crows.
Oh my God, no way.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Like a school of fish.
Exactly, yeah, like a school of fish. It's a murder of crows. My other favorite one is a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance.
Oh,
a flamboyance of flamingos.
That's perfect.
Yes, one of my favorite.
Yeah, that is very suited for their attitudes.
Yes.
Oh, now we have the individuals. I kind of like Oh, I kind of like that one. That one feels a little bit more like hopeful, like she's looking directly at it.
Yes.
So let's see if we get one.
We're telling a story.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely requires a lot of different iterations. If you notice, I can definitely spend a lot of time just finding the right approach. So you'll see a variation, and getting specific and getting better at prompt generating is always going to help. So I'm going to finish at that. Don't let me go on a rabbit hole of my own. But let's see what happens if we maybe create something else here. Oh, actually, from here, I'm going to download it and step into Photoshop and continue generating. So do you know if Photoshop is on Model 2 or Model 1?
Photoshop is on Model 1.
Okay.
Yes. I believe that Model 2 is only available on the web version right now. And chat, I have some more names for you as we move over into Photoshop. We have a round of robins, a trembling of finches. I love this one. A swatting of flycatchers.
Wow.
A cast of merlins, a museum of starlings, and a water dance of grebes. I love that birds have unique names for their groups.
That's awesome.
And Wade is saying this almost feels like launch screen for an Adobe app. I agree. This very much has launch screen energy.
Launch screen energy? What does that mean?
Like, when you open Photoshop and it has like the art like that pops up on the thing?
Yes.
It feels like that, right?
Please put that out there in the
yeah,
universe
it's like
for me, because
Adobe
I would
Dreams.
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I think Natalia was the one for Photoshop not too long ago. And I was like, yes, that's awesome. We see our fellow friends on the screen. Okay, so on this one, I think the first thing I want to do here is expand the image. So I have more options of things to add. So first, I often think of expanding as the first thing to do, then removing, then adding, usually in my photography and AI workflow. So I think in this one, I'll do something similar. And I'll go up here into my ratios and find, I am on 16:9. So let's go into a landscape 16:9. And I'll choose the top, the bottom, and then the left and right. Sometimes I try to keep it low, like just those two sides are going to generate, and then do this as another generation. Because I don't know, I think it gives me better results, but every once in a while, I just go for it.
Yep. And this is another place where someone was asking about resolution. So generative fill, I believe, will render 1024 by 1024. And so if you're doing something like this, it's the width of the longest edge is 1024. So we may see a little bit of variation in the kind of focus or clarity of the expansion, because it is going to be bigger than 1024.
And that's really important, because I think in things like this, I have gone really, really far out and ended up in like 6K.
Yes.
So you really don't know how much you're creating. To you, it's just getting bigger, but your computer might start feeling it. You get a sense of like how many pixels you've generated.
Yep. And pro tip, if you do that and it looks blurry, just sharpen it a couple times. Here's what I do is I'll sharpen it a couple times, and then I'll throw noise over the whole image, and the noise over it will kind of even
Those
out
little pixels
so
right
that you
now.
can't see anything that looks like pixelated or weird.
Oh, okay. That's a good point.
Yeah. So if anything is ever off on my image and not matching, if I'm compositing or whatever, I'll either put a gradient map over it, or I'll add some noise and it hides all the rough edges.
Yeah.
Just make it worse and it will look better.
Absolutely. I think that's like, there's so many different ways of compositing, like, or correcting pixels. I think we have some options here. I don't know why I decided to do those wood things.
I'm not
but they're
mad about it.
cool.
It's kind of cool. It makes me feel like I'm in like a yurt or like some kind of like transparent dome.
Yeah, of the future of some kind.
Yes.
So I love this option for this one, I
The
think.
yurt of the future.
I think we're going to go with that one. And then here, we're going to do a similar selection using the lasso tool and start to introduce some other elements. So I can do things like, maybe in here, we can introduce a plant or a tree. It's hard to do this with a map, with the keypad. Okay, so let's do a tree. And oftentimes, like even just adding a single word, I notice we'll still be assessing the context of the image. And if we see mountains and things of that nature, it won't give me a palm tree, right? So it does give a sensibility of like, okay, this tree would be possible in here. I like the idea of bringing in nature elements indoors because it makes you think like, where is this person? This is definitely something I don't often see in real life. So let's see. I like that tree right there. Maybe we introduce I love the concept of contemplation, aligning it with trees like a bonsai tree.
Oh, yes.
So let's do a bonsai tree here.
Very serene.
Very serene, and just like, I think about moments when you just had calm and you were bored, for lack of a better term, right? You were just bored. Oftentimes those resulted in you just thinking of ideas. And growing up, a lot of that happened for me quite often, actually. I have an explicit like moment where I was just like laying staring at the sky. Like I had those moments as a kid, and those are some of the best for creators to generate new ideas, quite literally. Even today as an adult.
Yep.
Right?
Generate new ideas.
Generate new ideas. I know I said that kind of unintentionally. It was perfect. So you see the tree, the bonsai tree is kind of snug in there, and it still honors that color, that light underneath there, like as if it's actually receiving that light source that we have here. It's pretty cool that way. It just immediately looks like it's part of the scene. So we have some of those. And just for kicks and giggles, I think I'm also going to do the same thing for some of these images to see which one I want to end up with, because I kind of love some of these too.
Okay, see what's past what we're seeing now.
Yeah, because maybe later we can create that animation on some of these versus others. So I want to make sure we have some options for us. So because generative AI at its foundation is meant to just save you time in so many ways, I can do this and explore different, I think there's a way to...
Oh, interesting. Did we get content filtered on that?
Yeah, we got content filtered.
Oh, let's give it a shot and see if we can get it again.
Let's see.
What's the way...
A period?
I think that was a thing that people had said. That if it's not, that they would put a period in front and it would like help to get through if it was
bypass it.
Filtering for some reason.
Yeah, definitely we'll get better at knowing when something works and doesn't work. Potentially just assess that there. You can see, wow, that's so cool. Like, what is this environment she's in? You know, I definitely want to get that top of that circle.
It feels like this. It feels very Hunger Games to me. Like she is like trapped away behind the wall, like looking out into District 1.
That's interesting. You have so we have all of these cultural references also. So you have to know that. But I love that nevertheless you arrived at a storyline of your own.
Oh yeah, she's trapped in a dystopian land, and she can look out, but she can't go visit this place, and she longs to see it.
I think what gave you that is all the concrete, right?
Yes.
So like in architecture, brutalism, a lot of those like buildings that were just made with concrete, they weren't painted, they didn't have that warmth. So let's bring back some warmth here. But I totally see where you're coming from with that.
She's a princess who has been captured on a futuristic pirate ship, and this is where the cannons go through, and so she's sitting there as it flies across the sky. She's sitting and thinking about, what would my life be if I was free?
I brought Andrew to write all the scripts.
I'm here, yes. I'm here to help our imaginations run free. We do have about 8 minutes left to kind of get things going, and we will be back again with this a little later on. And what are we going to be doing with this later?
Yeah, so later we're going to be exploring how we can generate this version, right? So how we can use all of those visual assets in order to composite and find a way to explore animation within your photography. So bring it to life in some sorts, right? And it's all using AI ingredients, which are always a little bit different. You can see in this one, totally different. But at the core, it's always the story that you're trying to pursue. So you'll learn how to create these animations. We'll introduce some sound to it to sell it even further.
Ooh.
And you'll see how that kind of comes together. So this is going to be in Premiere. So I know in Premiere can be intimidating, but don't worry, because we're going to be working on very simple effects that hopefully invite you to explore it some more.
Yep, and what's really cool is we could do this in Express. You could do a simple animation like that in Express. You can do it in Premiere. You could do it in Photoshop.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of different places that you can achieve things. Again, it's all about storytelling. And whatever tools you need to tell that story, those are the ones that you should be using. And hello, a bunch of people popping in here. Hello, oh boy. F. Erickson. I don't want to guess on the first name because I'm not going to get it. Sayori, nice to see you here. And Augustina, nice to see you as well. Thanks for joining us. We are going to be doing another stream right after this with yours truly. We're going to be hanging out and creating some social graphics and YouTube thumbnails using Adobe Express and Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop. So stick around for that coming up right after this stream. But I love the flowers.
How does this feel now? Does it still feel Hunger Games? Or
It feels
she's
like
less trapped.
Yes, it feels like she's trapped, but like she's made her space her own. Like she has her own little secret garden. This is the modern day gritty reboot of the Secret Garden. That's what's happening.
Yeah, there's definitely like so many different ways to adapt different textures, architectural textures, poses of your subject, the person that's in front of you, to really sell that feeling. So
Yes.
at the core, photography has always been about walking away with a sense of feeling, and we're not there to say anything. Well, that bird was weird. We're not there to sell it when a viewer sees it, like a person's just experiencing it. And I think that's the beauty of photography. So how do we bring that element into AI photography in any regard that respects that experience? I think it's storytelling. So I've been kind of investigating how to adapt those different lessons into now this new medium.
Yep. And what might be happening with the bird here is the selection that you made
It's large.
was very pancakey. And so when you're working with generative fill, it will fill every pixel of that selection. And so as you draw, like I always have to try to imagine like what would it actually look like in this space? Like I need to do an outline of the idea of what I'm creating.
Yeah.
And hello from Peru.
So you're drawing it.
Yo, Andy. Hello, welcome from Peru. I've always wanted to go there.
We're going to stream that later, Matt. Matt is like, I missed the animated part. Don't worry. You still have time later on today. We're going to learn how to animate our photos. So I'm going to keep probably this one here. And right before we go, I just want to get you acquainted with my website. So for you folks who are learning, trying to progress in your skill sets and develop all of your different multidisciplinary skills, jump into cynlagos.com/classes. I love being here in Adobe Live. We're here, and I drop all of the different streams here, so you can always restream them, or you can watch them on YouTube. And anything I'm working on, you can watch here. The goal is that these are resources, educational resources for you, because I too once learned everything from the internet.
Yes. And Carol is saying you could try legacy shapes in Photoshop for a particular selection shape. Yes. And actually, if you want to learn more about that workflow that you're mentioning, I did a masterclass on Tuesday morning that you can scroll down on the Adobe Live channel
I saw that.
and learn more about that. I also will be back to do that again in a little bit of a different way to take your rough sketch into a final render next week, I believe.
That's
so
awesome.
Look out for those. It's my favorite thing to do with
excited.
Firefly. It's so much
Yeah.
fun. All
I
right,
always learn a lot
so
from you.
let's take a look at what we created, kind of where
Yeah.
we landed, and then we'll be coming back to that a little bit later.
Awesome. So we created different visual assets in Adobe Firefly. So we had some really cool iterations here that we downloaded and expanded on, quite literally expanded in Photoshop, and added some really interesting features using generative fill in Adobe Express, which we can access directly from Adobe Firefly. So perfect cross-platform workflow. All of these visual assets we're going to continue to build on. Here we have this one. I absolutely love this one, actually. Something about
Gorgeous.
the aesthetic. The goal here is that we're trying to introduce storytelling into AI. So we're trying to honor our concept throughout each and every step of the way. So we'll bring this image later and animate it and develop some more visual assets to composite.
Sweet. It's going to be a fun time. So we are live for the rest of the day. Stick around. You're going to hang out with yours truly, me. And I'm going to be doing a stream, hanging out in Adobe Express, Adobe Photoshop, over in Illustrator. We'll be creating some stuff together. I want to hear what you have to say as well, chat. So stick around. Thanks so much for joining us, Cyn.
Yeah,
we'll see you
thank you,
later.
Andrew.
Bye, everyone. Don't leave. Stay right here.
Yeah, stay.
What's up, everyone? My name is Megan Billy, and we are here live from San Francisco. I'm with my good friend Andrew.
Hi,
here
everyone.
today.
What's up? What's going on?
He wanted me to lasso him in, but
It's okay.
couldn't wait.
I can do it myself. I got excited. I just wanted to come hang out with all of you and with you.
yeah, fun. Okay, what are we doing today?
That is a great question, Megan, because today we are going to be fulfilling some requests. As a designer, I very often get requests from different departments to help them out with graphics. And today we have some requests from someone special. Who do we have requests from, Megan?
From me.
That's right. So, Megan, what do you do? Who are you? Let's get some context, and then we
Yes.
can move into working.
Okay, for context, if you are seeing Adobe Live, chances are you might have seen an ad that we put out, or you might have seen our social media saying all of the things that we're going through today, or maybe you got an email from us. That is coming from our team, and we have a lot of requests to make those social contents, to make those email contents, to make the ad contents, but I myself am not a designer, so when I need a designer, I reach out to my good friend Andrew. And we like to work together through Photoshop and Adobe Express in order to make these different templates. Andrew will put together a nice little template for me that is all pretty with his design skills, and then I can just go in and put in all of the information that I need to put in and not mess with any of the design stuff.
Yes.
So makes my life easier. And so we thought maybe we'll show you this process today on our stream.
And something that's new in Adobe Express, we have remixable templates now.
We do.
And so what's great for me is I'm able to set up all of my assets as the designer. I have some libraries with different assets. I have my font set, I have my colors, I have all the elements that I need so that I can build remixable templates and then send them to Megan for her to implement them, even though she's not a designer. It's super easy because it's kind of click and play with a remixable template. So here we go. What we're gonna do, we're gonna hop over to my screen. And about 10 minutes ago, our friend Megan sent me a Slack message. And in that Slack message, she asked me for some requests. I have not read these. I don't know what we're creating yet. And that's because we're gonna be creating it together with all of you chat. So Megan,
Yes.
let's go. We
Okay.
need, first of all, we need to do some social thumbnails, changing our current thumbnails to work on social. Okay, so that is great. Let's start there.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is I have a template that I use and kind of a format that I use for our thumbnails. Do we want to do the thumbnails for the core shows or for the other shows?
Let's start with the core shows.
Let's start with the core shows.
So the core shows for everyone are shows that are every day from 10:30 to 12, where we bring in artists to talk about their workflow.
Yes.
So you've probably seen these thumbnails on our YouTube before or our Behance, and we need to make them into social sizes and something that's that will stand out on social.
Yes.
People
Sorry,
like
we're about to get. Okay, so what I wanted to show you is a reference for the core shows. And down here we have different thumbnails you see for all of the different shows that we have. Specifically, this great show called Adobe Office Hours that happens every
gosh.
Wednesday at 1 p.m. This is an example of a core show. So we have this little title here, and it has this kind of color overlay on it. It's got some type, and then it has a little picture, has an icon there. So let's create that in Adobe Express.
Cool.
I could pull this in from Adobe Photoshop and then import the PSD, but I don't really want to.
Okay.
Oh, it just did the thing for me as well. That's interesting. That happened last stream as well. Chat, if it zooms out, just hold my hand and just know that we'll be back together soon. Because I don't know what's happening. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's start out. What size do we want this to be, Megan?
Okay, so we'll have it on our Instagram story. So
Okay.
that is a 9:16.
Cool.
And then we'll also want it in a square post, which is a 1:1 ratio.
Cool.
That way we can post it on Instagram or anywhere on Facebook as well.
Cool. So I'm going to start out with a square post, and then we can kind of adapt into the other versions.
Cool.
So what I'm going to do first is I know that I have a library built, and that library has all the assets that I need in it. So when I designed this system, I created a library called Adobe Live Insiders, and that is for everyone who needs something within the brand. So I'm going to go in here, and I am going to find my Adobe Live Insiders brand.
And this is super helpful for me because I can go in if I just need to change like the background color or I need to change a logo from Firefly to Express. That's super easy for me to do because all of these assets are here set up by Andrew.
Yep, and so using libraries is very easy. I've dragged things into the libraries from Illustrator, from Photoshop, wherever we are, we can put them in a library, and then I can access them in InDesign, Illustrator, Photoshop, Firefly, here in Adobe Express. And so I have it broken down and organized into different programs. So anything that is Photoshop is going to get these blue colors. We have Adobe Live, which is these general colors. We've got Illustrator here, which is all these colors. So maybe let's do one just for general Adobe Live first.
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right, so we're going to use this rainbow color here, and I'm just going to click, and it's going to place it onto my document, which is really cool. So I do know that I want to get this sized up to hit the edges, and it will actually lock to those edges as I click here and kind of see it lock in right there, and then let's lock it down to the edge right over here as well. Oh no, I did it.
While he's coughing, we'll mention that we are live today. So if you have any questions either on Behance or YouTube, make sure to drop those questions in the chat. We have Wade with us answering questions, as well as Andrew and I are reading all of your chats. So you good?
I'm good. I get excited about teaching you about something, and then I forget that like there's spit in my mouth, and it just like it all happens at the same time.
Gross, gross, gross.
Disgusting. Okay, so we do have our frame, and we need to think about layers as we go here. And so this frame is actually going to be the top layer. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on lock right here, and that's going to make it so that we can't change it. As the creative, camera 2, let's do camera 2 moment, because we don't want Megan to hear this part. Okay, so as the creative, I'm hitting this button up here to lock the asset, and that means when I share it as a remixable template, Megan can't change it. So when you're designing, you want to lock the objects that you don't want them to mess with, because they might take some liberties. You want to take away as many liberties as possible.
I can confirm that I did try to do this to a locked asset the other day, and I was like, why isn't it working?
Yes. So it's a really great tool.
Reasons.
Yeah, for us as designers that have created a system, allow you to have a space to play around and make it your own, but not necessarily get too far off track. Yes. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is I am going to start putting in some more elements. And I know that I want an element in the background that will be able to get changed out, but I want to put an effect on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in a stock photo, and I'm going to go into media right here. And let's just grab any of these stock photos. So I think that this travel one looks great to me. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to click here. And this one, I want it to be the background. There's going to be nothing behind this because it's the background of the art. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set as page background right here. And you'll see it goes below that frame. Mm-hmm. So now we are going to start bringing in some other elements that we have. And on every one of these, you see that we have this kind of gradient map two-tone that's happening on the actual art. Also, who's doing office hours? Okay. Sorry.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug.
Left and right.
Yeah. Well, there's another office hours there. I don't know who that is. Maybe we should have him on office hours. So yeah, sorry. Looking at this one. Stay over here. We have a duotone happening with these colors. So I can select this image in the background, and then we're going to add in an effect. And here I can do a custom duotone. And then when I click on this, it's going to bring up the custom duotones. Want to see the best part? It's saying, hey, look. This library that you're currently using, the Adobe Library Insiders, here are all of the colors that you have in that library.
That I'm allowed to use.
That you're allowed to use, yes. So I can replace the shadows with this right here. This is the dark orange, and this is usually what I use for Illustrator, and then the bright orange for Illustrator. Now you can see it's got that Illustrator effect that we have on the other thumbnails. Mm-hmm. So usually for general Adobe Live stuff, I will use these two colors. I'll use like this blue, and then I'll use this like really dark blue. Oh, those are the same blue.
That's very dark.
It's very dark. It's very dark. Let's do a Photoshop one.
Okay.
Maybe we'll just build out Photoshop Illustrator.
Amazing.
And then you'll have one for each one.
Yeah.
Why not? Okay, so we'll just do these colors with the Illustrator for now. And what's great is because I have a library, I can select this frame right here. And I'm just going to say, you know what? that's not the one I want. And I can hop back into my library, and I do have an Illustrator frame right here.
That's orange, yep.
And I literally just built these frames in Illustrator and then drug them into the library, and I can use them over in Adobe Express very quickly.
And that's why it has the little, in the upper left-hand corner, there's like a circle with the link thing to it.
Yes.
That means it's a linked asset. So if you were to change it in Illustrator, it would actually update it here automatically, which is super nice. So if I'm going back to use this, maybe you change it to a different color, orange, you don't even have to resend it to me or re-upload it. It will just be there.
Yep, 100%. Anything that you augment in the file, in the actual Illustrator file that is in the library, will update across anywhere that you have it. So even if it is InDesign, Photoshop, Illustrator, Express, it will update across the board. Okay, so we have our frame, and we have, is this edge not lined up?
Might be a little bigger.
I feel like, yeah, let's zoom in here. I feel like it's not hitting this edge perfectly. There we go. It was not.
This is something I would never notice.
There was.
I'm so glad to have you.
Literally, I hit the left button once. There was a pixel that was off. Okay, so we're gonna lock that back down so that we don't lose that pixel again. And now the background, if we wanted to replace it, you can just click here, and then we can go right here to change out the image and replace. So what's cool is when I replace this, let's see if we can grab a different image here. Oh, Express.
Loading.
Don't do that to me. Hard refresh. Here we go. We're going to replace that image in the background, selecting there and then replacing.
It does not want to be replaced.
Welcome to the joys of a live demo, y'all. Okay.
Please don't replace me.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's select it one more time, and I'm going to unlock it as the detach from page background and see if that does it.
That might help.
Still no. Okay, well, in theory, it would do that.
So in theory, if it did go in, would it keep that effect on it?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. So
Yes.
you wouldn't have to redo the effect so that I don't have to redo the effect.
Yes, so
when I
the
go in
thought
there.
is when we replace that image, it would in fact keep the color effect on it.
Yeah, okay.
Replace more, add to brand, no. Let's try it one more time. Come on.
Fingers crossed.
That's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Anyways, move on. Just kidding.
Okay, yeah, moving on. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are going to keep building the elements of this, and then
Okay.
we're actually going to create some other variations of it. So let's add our text in, because that's always important. And the text, what text do you want on there? Just maybe the title?
Yeah, we need the title and then maybe like the person's name. So I guess if we're doing this session, it would be creating social. Oh, we're just writing title
Oh,
shoots.
I never put in actual content.
That's better. That's better because
Yes.
that is so clear to me what I have to put in there
Yes.
as a marketer.
And so what's really cool is if you wanted to, you can upload your own fonts here. We are going to choose one of these. I'm going to look at view all of the different Adobe versions. We've got a bunch of options here. And Adobe Clean, this is actually one that I've uploaded. And this is the one that is like the Adobe font that we use, which is really cool. So I can do extra bold, and then we're going to change to white. And then we also are going to add a little bit of a shadow here. Ooh. So we want some contrast from the background. So I'm going to add in a shadow, and we are going to do just a nice little hazy glow. So as I move this over here, kind of size it up.
That's nice. It just sets it a little bit apart from the background.
Yes.
Which is nice.
And the hazy glow is on gray. I want it full black. So that is a little strong. So I'm going to go to custom, and we can change the amount of the blur. So I want less blur here. And then the angle, I actually want it to like not be super angled, so I'm gonna have it right below. And the distance, I'm gonna put no distance on it, and that will put it right underneath so it kind of has that extra glow. There we go. So just very, very subtle of how we want that to look. These letters are looking a little bit too far away, so I can come back, and again, I can change the line spacing. And what's cool is Megan's seeing this, but she'll never have to do it. Because if you do this for your clients, if you do this for your collaborators, they'll never have to go in and change any of this again.
Again, that's another thing that I would have never noticed, but now that you did it, it's like much better.
Yes.
So that's the great thing about working together.
I try. Yes, collaboration.
Collaboration.
And what's really cool, which we're not going to do right now, I said that's so snarky. I could invite the client onto this document to collaborate live.
He does not want me on
This
there.
is not at this moment. At this moment, I would like no one else in the room, please.
Okay, but we'll show you later
Yes.
because I need them.
Yes. So I'm
I'll
going to
show you
duplicate
later.
this, and then I am going to change it just to a little bit semi-light. There we go. And we're going to scale this down, and this is going to go right under here. And this is going to say like with
Name.
Andrew H. Yeah.
Yep.
And what's great is, yes, as I scale this, it is going to keep all of this in the template so that if Megan goes in and changes it for the actual stream, it will keep the sizing, it will keep the spacing. I'll make sure that everything is still looking good. And I always like to do the width like way smaller. So I'm going to do this at like 40. 40.
That's so nice. You can change within the same text box, like different words to different sizes and fonts. That's super cool.
Yes. And so hopefully you know that you never have to change width, and I can leave it right there. I'm so
change
sassy
it.
about this. Please do what you want the file, but don't touch it.
Another thing you can do if I'm not sitting right next to you, you can make comments. Like once you share it, you could add a comment that's
Yes.
like, don't change width.
Yes, absolutely. So what we're going to do now is we are going to put in a headshot of the person, because I think that was important too. And then
That
maybe
is,
we
yeah.
want to add in the program as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So
that
let's go
definitely
ahead
helps.
and do media, and I am just going to do portrait. And this is going to give me a person. And again, we should be able to, this poor guy, because he's the first like result, probably is in so many different things as like placeholder guy. So we are going to crop this in, and this will allow me to have a unique shape, but then still let Megan use that in her composition. So we're going to go to crop right here, and you can see there are all these different shapes that we can play around with and try to crop. I am going to put it into just a circle.
Yeah, I always like the circle.
Yes, I think the circle is a good call here, and we can position the size within that circle so that we have a nice little face. And then when we click out, we do have that circle that can float over here. Something that I'm noticing is we do want to have this frame over the top. So right now it's locked. I'm just gonna bring it all the way to the top, and that way we have a little more interaction with that shadow if we need it. So we're gonna put the face right here, and we can select him over in the layers panel. I am going to add, no, I don't think so. We're gonna leave him there.
Yeah, because it might look weird with other people's headshots. Like
I agree.
the effects might not be the same or
Yes.
look the same.
So then we also are going to put the program icon over in the corner, and that's going to be super easy because, again, brands and libraries, guess what I have? All of the icons right here. So we're just going to put the Illustrator icon, and I'm going to scale it down just a little bit, and we're going to put it down in the corner. I like to align it to the corner and then click and drag holding shift, and it will drag it at a 45-degree angle. Oh, Express, are you only going to let me go in 90s? No, I need a 45. Oh, I'm so stressed. Okay, so here's what I do if it doesn't let me do that. I hold Shift and then use the arrow keys. So Shift moves it by 10 pixels each time you hit the arrow key. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I go up 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that way I know that it's locked into that corner, and I can scale it down a little bit, and then maybe I'll take it down just a little bit, like right there. All right, so we've got a lot of pieces here. It's looking good. What else would you like to see on this, Megan?
I feel like I would like the headshot to blend a little bit more. Like maybe we put a shape in the background that's black or something or gray. That makes it look a little bit like, you know how the title has the
Shadow?
drop shot? Yeah,
Yeah,
shadow.
cool. So what's really great in Express is there's a way to do everything. I don't believe that there is a function to add a shadow to the shape because it is a cropped headshot. It's technically a rectangle, but is also a circle. But here's my hack. Chat, you're going to love this. Here's the hack that I like to do. I'm going to create another shape, and I'm just going to duplicate this. So we're going to hit duplicate right here. Nope, that was replaced.
That's replaced.
Dang
It does not want to be replaced.
It doesn't
We
want to be
already
replaced.
decided that.
I love that it's just like across the board no. So I'm going to duplicate it right here. And then we are going to drag so that it goes into the exact same position. So I'm going to move the frame. It keeps selecting the frame. So I'm going to move that out of the way. I'm going to select the top one here. and we're just going to move it so that it's locked in perfectly. And you can see all of those different things going through. I'm just like voguing over here. All of those different pieces
The
locked in.
alignment tool. Yes.
What we're going to do is we are going to go to effects. We are going to do a custom duotone. And here we are going to do the duotone is going to be duo black. So we're going to change both of these to just black. So that's just going to make a black circle.
Yep.
From there, what we're going to do is we're going to come back and we are going to go to adjustments and we are going to go to blur. And here it's not blurring the shape, it's blurring the photo.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's a photo instead of a shape. You can make shapes though.
Yes, you can make shapes. So we'll do that. We'll go into elements and I'm going to just do circle and it will give me a nice little circle.
Go over to shapes.
Thank you.
I'm teaching Andrew something today.
I'm learning.
There
All
we go.
So yeah, we'll just put this so it's aligned in the center right there. And then from here, why do I not have my blur?
You can go to,
I'm so stressed.
they don't want us to blur
I'm
it.
so stressed. Okay, here's what...
You're going to have to make it in Illustrator.
I'm so stressed. Okay, I don't want to do that. Okay, here's where we're going to leave it, is my answer at the moment. We will come back to this maybe and try something else, but here's where we're going to leave it. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to add and resize. So I'm going to click here to add, and we're going to do duplicate. Actually, let's do custom size.
Is this going to change this one? No.
It's not.
Okay.
So let's do resize over here. That'll be actually more helpful. So we want to do a story and then maybe a YouTube video thumbnail.
Sure, let's try it.
Cool. So we're going to hit duplicate and resize, and it's going to create pages based on our photo. So based on this original one here, if we double click in there, it'll take us back. We now have this arrow that will take us to different pages. So if we click, it is going to give us the next page. You can see we're pretty close. We just have to make a couple small updates. So I'm going to delete this frame. And guess what's in my library?
Another frame.
That's right. That's why it's so important to use libraries and set things up with the proper kind of pieces.
Yeah.
Especially when you're building a visual system like this.
And you'll never have to do it again.
And you'll never
nice.
have to do it again.
Okay, that one needs to be bumped over. I can see that one.
Yes, good work. And it does look, so there is a shadow that's on this object, and that's why the bounding box isn't looking perfect. It's because there's a shadow that's happening as well. Okay, this is 1 pixel off as well. I need to make it a little bit bigger. Got it. Okay. That looks good to me.
Yep.
Locked in. Okay, cool. So I'm going to, again, just leave that there. And I can come in and I'm going to move it to the bottom just so it doesn't get in our way. And now I can actually group these two pieces. And we are going to Control G to group them together. And I can make this a lot larger. And I'm going to bring it over here.
Cool. So you selected both of them and then did G?
Yes, Control G.
Control D. G.
Or I guess Command G.
I love a hotkey.
Yes, love a hotkey. So I'm going to move the headshot, and maybe on this one, the headshot isn't in the circle, right? So maybe this one, we're going to take the crop off. So I'm going to, it's like a crop top, but the opposite. I'm going to go back to the original and uncrop top. And we are going to, it's a shirt. That's what it's called. It's just a shirt. So from here, I'm going to just remove the background because we do this on a lot of our photos. I'm going to remove the background, and now we have this nice, really clean headshot, and I can bring it over right here, and you can see
that's fun.
It's over the frame, or if I bring the frame all the way up, it's going to be sitting behind that frame. We get that nice little shadow on the frame too.
Love. Okay.
So do you want him in front of the frame, behind the frame? What do you want?
I kind of like him behind the frame.
Okay, cool. So he's going to be hanging out behind the frame, and then I do want the program icon to sit down in the corner. Maybe it'll be a little bit bigger. Actually, let's put it up in this corner. How about that?
How about that?
I'm not mad about this. It's a little busy over there, but that's fine. And then let's maybe put in the center like a little subcategory.
Sure. Like what?
Like it's like graphic design.
Oh, you know what we could put?
What?
That would be good for people if we're using this on social.
Tell me words.
Is what time it's at.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I love specificity. Okay. Do we want to put it? Do we want to put it in like a little bar, and then we can animate it so it goes like shoo,
Shoop.
and
Yep.
like comes in?
I
Okay.
love a shoop.
Will you do the sound effect for us when we do the voiceover?
If anyone hasn't seen the stream where Andrew and I made sound effects in Express,
One of the best.
one of my favorite streams ever.
Yes, of all time. Okay, so let's do just a rectangle. Do I want a rectangle? I want not that one. Get out
I
of
like
here.
the one with the curved edges.
I do too. Let's do that.
Yes, great.
Okay, cool. So I can stretch it, and you'll see that it will actually stretch, which is really cool. And let's go ahead and just make this a little more bubbly. Right? And we'll have it like come in here.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of fun. So I'm just going to make it really long. And I
Ooh,
want
I like that.
this. I'm going to do something really cool here. So I'm going to do a fill, and the fill is going to be the darker color here. And then the stroke border is going to be the lighter color, and it gives us this really cool neon effect. I use this a lot in stuff lately.
Ooh.
Right? It gives us this really cool,
Like
like
a
glowing.
sign.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little like, boom, here it is. So my hands are doing this a lot. I'm doing a lot of shoulders,
I know,
chat.
we're a lot of like
Yeah.
today.
So I'm going to duplicate this type that I have here because I think that sizing's a little wrong, but the vibe is right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to put it on top of the title here. So this will be
10:30 to 12 is when our core shows are. Every day, Monday through Friday. Join us.
love it. And let's do this. Let's actually do one of these, and then let's duplicate it and have another one that's like a little bit smaller. And that way we can do some like fun stuff. Okay, that is too big, right?
Yeah, that's a little big.
Okay. So let's go here. Let's bring this up a little bit.
This one is fun. I'm liking the crop of our guy over here, the neon sign. I like it, Andrew.
Yes.
We're not even done yet.
I've done this once before. Okay. I'm not mad about it. I am going to group those so they come
can
together.
you put a space between the PM and PT? Is that a thing?
I never put a space between
Really?
those. Yeah. It's okay. You're the professional.
Chat, what do we do? Do you put a space between the PT? Also, I would put PM in lowercase and PT in uppercase.
I'm so stressed.
This is so not about design,
I'm so
but I
stressed.
need chat to tell me that
Chat,
I'm right.
we're going to open up a poll on YouTube. We need you to go vote. Do you put a space between PM and PT, or is there no space? Go vote on that poll over on YouTube.
Right now, we need
Right
to
now,
know.
we need to know. We know we're talking about design, but there are other
This is
matters.
so important.
It's so important. All right, so I am going to duplicate this here, and then we'll put the dates there.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to group these together because I know I'm going to animate them as well. So I'm just going to do a nice little mini one, right? And do like I'm going to do it really small.
Now we're getting PT's PS. Pacific Standard Time instead of Pacific Time.
I always just do
We can't-
Pacific time
we can't get into
because I don't
Pacific.
know when daylight savings. I don't know how that
It
works.
just happened, but I don't know how it works.
I know it
either.
just happened, but like what happened? Okay.
Oh my gosh. Wade put the poll up. I'm so excited.
Why
about this.
happened? Okay. Let's see. What are we doing here? Oh, Monday through Friday. Thursday.
Looks
Okay.
like I'm right. Everyone's saying I'm right. Thank you, chat. I needed this. I needed
Sorry,
this
chat.
confidence boost.
I'm really busy right now designing, so I can't look at chat. Sorry. I value your input, but not right now.
Thank you, chat. Love you all. Thank you for coming.
Gosh. Okay.
Anyways, back to design, what we're here for.
Back to design. This is looking good. I hate it. Okay.
I love
so
it.
let's do some animation on this, I think,
Okay,
right?
okay. Make it swoosh.
Make it swoosh. Okay.
Wait, what was the word we used? Swoosh.
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 Okay, so where do we want to start with this one?
Okay, hot take. I only want these little guys to swoosh in, not
Okay.
the title.
Do we want? Okay, here, let's do the swoosh and
Swish
then
in.
let's swish. So we're gonna do animation.
'Kay.
We're gonna do in and we're going to do drop. No, we're
No.
gonna do drift.
Yeah. There's this.
Wait, slide? Slide.
Well,
is
that
more-
one's faster.
but I can make it slower. So let's do
Okay, let's
slide,
try.
and I'm gonna change it to like 1.5,
Okay.
and then you can change the dynamic. So let's do the dynamic smooth.
Yeah, that's what we
Ooh,
want.
That was tasty. Oh my goodness. I don't even need lunch. Okay.
Also, Wade put in our sound effects stream in the chat. Thank you, Wade.
Thank you.
That is the best one. Please go watch it.
It
It's so
really
fun.
is the best one we've ever done. So I'm going to slide this one in as well, and we're going to do smooth and change it to 1.5.
Okay.
What's really cool is we can actually change the timing because I don't want them to come in at the same time.
Yeah, I was
That's
just
lame.
about to say that.
Yeah, no, that's lame. So let's do show layer timing. And then here, I do want the top one to come in before. And so then I can select the bottom one right here. Oh, it kills me that those are not in order. Okay, we can select the bottom one and I'm just gonna move it over a little bit so that it comes in a little bit later.
Okay.
So let's see what happens here. Actually, I don't want it to come in right at the beginning either. I'm gonna let you have a second to read it, and then we're gonna tell you the time, and then we're gonna tell you what days. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what happens here when I hit play.
I feel like the Monday could come in just a teeny bit later. I'm picky.
No, it's fine.
Clients are picky.
I want to animate the other pieces. Can I do the other pieces?
You can do the
Okay.
other pieces.
Okay. Please. Okay, animation. I want him to tumble in from this way.
I love that.
What up? Okay, no, I do want him to maybe, I think the drop would be good.
Wait, try the grow. Wait, that one is so funny. It's like he's like,
It's too, yeah.
hello.
Okay, let's do this, but I am going to like speed it up. So we're going to do
so
this
it's
at 1
not as
second.
creepy.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, that's great. Let's change that to smooth, of course. I think the icon can pop, right? So let's do a little animation. This one's gonna, where's pop? There we go. Intensity, let's do a lot. That was too much.
Wade doesn't
we
like
go.
tumble.
That's good. Tumble is the best one. You can fight me on that too. I will go to bat for tumble. So let's do, that comes in. Maybe this comes in after the guy comes in. And it is showing me those notes right there, those little dots.
Yeah, that's nice.
Are where everything else is. So I can see my timing's a little off for putting the logo on there. So I'm just gonna pull it over a little bit.
It's the last thing that comes on.
All right, do we fade the title in? Or no, it's fine. Here we go. Bum bum. Hey, what's up? Boop. Okay, this came in too soon.
I love the pop. That's my favorite.
Okay, how do we feel about this?
Pop. Wait, I kind of feel like the title needs to fade.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
My gosh.
You suggested it. You put
So,
the idea in my head.
At this point, there's a great feature in Adobe Express where I can make this a template and let Megan do whatever she wants because I don't want to. Okay, I'll animate
Except
it for you.
you locked something.
Except I locked some things. So we are going to fade it in. So we're going to grab our text here and we're going to go to animation. We're going to go to in. And then here, do we want flicker? I don't think so.
No.
Fade?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to fade it in. I am going to make it a little bit slower. So we'll do 1.5. No, let's do 1. I think 1 was good. And let's fade in the bottom with the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Same time
Animation.
too, probably.
Yeah. Fade, 1, soft. Okay, so let's see it all happen now. Okay, timing's a little bit off. I think everything needs to shift. Sorry. Megan was excited. I feel like the title and the time come in too quickly. No, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's
we
fine.
want to know. Give the people the info they need.
Okay, I love this.
Yay. I love it.
I'm not mad about it. Okay.
Wait, also, if you were to duplicate it and resize now, it will actually keep all of the animations.
Yes. So what I'm going to do is this page, I'm just going to delete it. And what we can do, where did all my pieces go? Oh, that's right. They're animating. We're gonna resize this and we're gonna do an Instagram story because Megan is constantly wanting me to do Instagram story stuff. We gotta do reels. There's so much to do. So we're gonna do duplicate and resize. And check this out. It is putting everything in weird places.
Yeah.
That's fine because we're getting close enough. And now we have all the elements here so that I can just rotate this frame. Let's go ahead and scale this up. Will it scale from the center? It will. Chat, if you hold Option and Shift, it will scale from the center.
That's so cool.
We're all learning together. So I do want to play around with the stream title and some of these other pieces. So let's go ahead and grab these two. And I am going to group them. And let's do that up at the top, maybe. Mm-hmm. Let's do it down a little bit, just because I know that there's like a name up there, right?
Is there?
Isn't that where like the navigation's up here or
Oh,
something?
yeah, you're right.
I'm here to navigate. So this is our person. Let's put the person, same thing, maybe in the middle here?
Yeah, I like he comes up in the center.
What up, bro? Then we're going to do the timing here. I'm going to group. I'm actually not going to group both these together. I am going to group both these together.
Group them. But they don't come in at the same time.
They don't come in at the same time,
So will
but I
that
am just
change
going to
it?
scale them at the same time.
Okay.
And then we can put those over here.
Yep. And
That
where's
looks
our
great.
little
And then
guy?
the little pop,
Yeah.
he's right here. Do we put him over the person?
Yeah, put him down there. Yeah.
Just in the corner, kind of
Yeah.
floating? Okay, cool. So we just moved all our elements around, and now I'm going to zoom in here. I'm not going to zoom in. That was too much. I am going to hit play. Actually, I'm going to turn off this timeline, and then we can zoom in a little bit.
Wait, also, can you put the frame on the top?
Oops. Oh, yes. Sorry.
So picky.
Okay, so let's play and see what happens. Here we go.
This is so good for a story. So good.
Megan's so excited.
Everyone, I'm going to be posting these next week, so please comment on them and tell us how great they look.
Yes, please do that.
And follow our Instagram if you don't follow it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're doing all this work for Instagram. How can people follow the Instagram?
If you don't mind, Wade, my good friend, can you please post the Instagram link into the chat? So click on that, follow us. We post lots of fun things on there. We'll post all of our stuff that we have going on in Adobe Live. So like these kind of content where we'll tell you who's going to be on Adobe Live next week, what kind of content we'll be going over. And then we also have a lot of fun tutorials that are coming. Andrew just posted one yesterday.
I did.
Super fun. I posted one yesterday. Only 120 people have watched it so far.
Man, it's
so
please
please go watch it.
Wow, mine has like 4,000 views.
Wow. It's my first video ever.
Can we stream all the time together and just subtly fight over the days? Okay, adobe.li/Insta.
There it is.
That's the place
there
to
it
be.
is. And Wade posted it. Thank you, Wade.
Thank you, Wade. All right, I did want to move the logo just a little bit. It was bothering me, and it wouldn't move for some reason. So here we go.
Okay.
Right there. I'm not crazy about that placement.
But I think it will look better with the little frame above it.
Oh, the frame. Okay, yes.
Because that makes it look less random. Yeah, that's
Yes.
perfect.
I want these to go over the frame.
Yeah, I like them over the frame. I
Okay,
agree
and I
with that.
also am going to move them down a little bit. Yes. Okay, here we go, chat. Social graphic. No, stop.
Start from the beginning.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yay!
That's so fun.
So fun.
Oh, I love it. And I also have, oh man, I think that I have an icon. Let's see if I put it in here anywhere. I feel like I have like a little flag that says like only on Adobe Live, but it might not be in the library. Let's see. It is not in the library. Sad day. That's fine.
Dang.
Okay, so we have this here. We also have the thumbnail version. And this social version now doesn't really matter, right?
It's lame.
Because we already...
Sorry.
I hate it.
No, it's not lame.
Yeah, so we can resize this one, and we're going to resize this back into an Instagram square post. Duplicate and resize, and again, we can just go in and change out the elements that we need to using your stuff from the library.
Cool. And the good thing about this too is like if you're not going to use it in a form that the video is active, so like maybe it's just a static post on Facebook or whatever it might be, you can download it also as a PNG and it will just take the final version, yeah?
Yes.
Which is so nice because you don't have to go make a non-animated and an animated version.
Yep, if you download as PNG, it will basically just download whatever is on the screen. Whatever the still image is that's on the screen is what will get downloaded.
Amazing.
Yes. So I'm going to rearrange these. And if you are missing things, just go forward in your timeline until all your pieces are there because they will show up as missing if they are not animated in yet to the scene. Okay. Oh, this is going to look so good.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is going to look so good.
I love the crop remove background. Like it's so easy and it makes it look so much more like I actually put a lot of design work in this when you really just clicked a button. And I love that. I mean, I love people that put a lot of work into it too.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But I'm lazy, so.
Okay, cool. I'm not mad about this.
I love it.
Let's move this down a little bit. Move him over just a tiny bit. And then we want the frame above.
Yes.
We want him below the frame.
Him below the frame.
But then this above the frame.
Yeah.
Got it.
So there was a question in chat from Robert if you can replace the portrait, and you can very easily. You would just click on the portrait and then press the little replace button, which will show you where the replace button is. It's not
it's so
not
right
wanting
here,
to be replaced.
We can click on replace. Hold on, everybody. Let's try it. No. Okay, cool.
He does not want to be replaced
Yeah,
today.
Express, and it might be this where it says relaunch to update. That may be the issue that's happening with my browser. So it might be, wait, hold on. Did you just do something? I thought I saw it do something.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
But that's the button you press, and it will work.
Yes.
You just
promise.
replace it, bring in another headshot or whatever portrait you need, and it's there.
Yep. So our animation is now here.
Yay, it's so good. I'm so happy with it.
And we have it in 3 different sizes, so we can go through and everything will animate in. And then what's cool is I can share it with Megan, and Megan will be able to augment this to however she needs it.
Yes, and show the share process, because I think that's the really important thing here. Is
Yes.
like if you are creative working with clients, the share is the best part.
Yes, totally. So you can click share right here, and then we can share or invite a collaborator right here. You can click invite, and that will invite the collaborator.
Yeah.
Studio Manager, can we go to our talking headshots so that I don't leak either of our emails on a live stream? I am going to share it with you real quick. Hi, everyone. Megan's going to tell you about some cool stuff that's happening on social real quick.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you about what's happening the rest of the day. How about that?
Yes.
So we have some more streams later in the day. We have one at noon, so right after this in about 20 minutes. Yes, thank you. There is the
That's what we should have done. I should have cut to the schedule.
Yes, there's a schedule.
I'm so sorry. I'm new here.
Well, we'll be creating mood boards after this. Andrew is still here after this, creating mood boards.
With all my moods.
And then lastly, we'll be creating videos for social, which is great because that was one of the things that I wanted to do today that I don't think we're going to have time to.
Yes.
So you can come back with me and Cyn, and she'll be creating videos for us on social media.
Yes, we'll be here with Alexus Robertsi. Alexis Roberts is what that is. And there's an extra little I there.
I like Roberts.
I like Robertsi. It sounds like a delicious dessert. Like if I had like a Robertsi, it feels like a gelato.
Yeah,
like, funnier.
yum,
Okay,
yum.
so let's hop back in to my screen, and I'm going to go back to the first page because our friend Megan should have gotten an email to accept an invite. So I went through and clicked right here on invite, and that would allow her to accept to be a collaborator on this document. What's really cool is we don't have to show her screen at all because I'm going to stay right here, and in a second, we are going to see Megan's cursor pop up on the screen, and she will be collaborating live with me. We just saw her pop up right there.
There's me.
It's you. Hi, bestie. So collaborating live. And so let's say that as I'm working on one of the other pages, Megan, let's have you go ahead and update that page with the stream title. So maybe I'm working on a social for something else in a square size, and you're working on the YouTube thumbnail. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm just going to change out my stream title. And someone needs Pure Moods with Andrew Hockrattle. I love that. Thank you, Wade. Pure Moods with Andrew Hockrattle. So I'm making my changes here, and maybe this one says just join us live.
Am I not allowed to change these titles?
Oh, it's the frame.
No, it's not. It says don't do it. I moved the frame. Unlock this frame, sir.
I can't unlock frame. So what you can do is select the over on the corner.
Yeah.
You can select the type on the corner or on the layers panel.
Yeah. Watch.
Oh, this one down here.
Yeah, watch. You all
Wait.
can't see my screen, but
I
there
know.
is a thing.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move the frame all the way to the back because I think that it's like messing some things up right now. Okay, now try.
You guys, I told you I'm trying to move things that are locked. This was me the other day.
It's true.
No, sir.
Wait, can you still not?
No.
You just moved it though.
I can move it.
But you can't type on it?
No.
Okay, well don't move it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Can you not double click to type on it?
No, sir.
Hold on.
Did you-
so stressed.
This is live, everyone. We are live.
What is going on?
I think you may have shared it with me wrong.
No, I invited you to edit. I thought I did.
Oh, yeah, can edit.
Can edit. So why aren't you editing?
I am
Try to
editing.
refresh. Try hard refresh. Let's try it.
Refresh.
Welcome to the live, everyone. Adobe Live, here on the live.
Anyways, I can do it, just not on live, of course. That's how everything works, right?
Yes. I am so... It has a no edit under it.
But
Why
I
does it say
can,
no
like,
edit?
change...
Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening.
What?
It's using a font that you don't have installed on Adobe Express.
Yes. Okay, that is a good hack.
That's what it is.
I need to download Adobe Clean.
Yes, is what's happening. That's 100% what's
don't
happening.
have it,
So let's do this. I'm just going to change it to a font that is in the system already. And we're going to do one that is not uploaded fonts. Let's just do one of these Adobe fonts right here. Adriana Condensed.
Great. Thanks for coming on this journey with us, chat.
And Megan, now can you update that? There we go.
Social assets.
Yes. So
Wait, that's not
I can
enough.
be over here animating on my screen, and Megan is still working over on her screen. Ooh, this is so fun. Do I have a headshot on here? I'm pretty sure I have a headshot of myself that I could put on here.
I have my headshot.
We have, oh yeah. So now you see all of that animation is still there, even though Megan is changing things.
Yes.
So even though it's a different font, even though it's different content, it still is staying in all of the different pieces that we needed.
Yes. And that's why this like replace tool is very important. Like I wouldn't just come here and drop my headshot in there because it's not going to have the same animation. So it is better to do the replace.
Yes.
Yes.
It very much is. So I'm going to put
proved
Adobe
our
Clean
point.
back on here. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we will make sure that you get that.
And I will download Adobe Clean.
Yes. You definitely need that.
I will.
Yes. Okay, cool. So it does look a little big for me, which is fine. I can come in and kind of size it. And again, if there is an issue, I will always have final approval on it. And so I can just hop in and see what to do here.
Yeah.
So if I did want to do this as a remixable template, we can click on share right here. And then we are going to go to, where's the template? You know what? Hold on. I wonder if because I'm using a custom font, if it won't let me generate it as a template.
Oh, try it.
Right? Okay, hold on. Let's do this, chat. I'm gonna open up a different document and let's see if I can create a template from it. I don't know what this document is. Happy Diwali. Okay, sure. So let's share. I'm dead.
Express said no.
No. Hold on. It might be one of these. Publish to the
link.
web.
It is. Yeah. That's it. Easy.
Allow others to remix. There it
Yes,
is. Okay.
yep.
All right.
Go
All right.
back,
So
go back.
here we go. Oh my goodness. Okay.
We are really problem solving today.
We got it. We're together. It feels like an episode of Blue's Clues.
Where on the screen is this? Okay. Anyways,
Okay.
so download or share.
Can we do a Blue's Clues stream so I can do the sound effects?
Sure, I'll dress up. We should have done that for Halloween.
We should do like a search and find in Adobe Express, and then let chat go in and like try to find things within the search
and tell
and find.
us where to find them.
Yes.
Ooh,
Okay.
stay tuned.
Love
chat.
that.
You know what? Check out our Instagram. We'll post
Yes.
when we're doing that.
We're gonna do a point and click adventure completely made in Adobe Express.
But you have to follow our Instagram.
That's
to
a really
know
fun
when it's gonna
idea.
happen.
Chat, I know that you're going to see that because I'm going to do it in the future. Okay. I forgot completely what I was doing. So
You're
I'm going to go to
making a
share.
remixable
Thank you.
template.
Share. I'm going to go to publish to web, and then I'm going to allow others to remix right here. So let's do social templates, Adobe Live. I am the author, and we are going to publish that link. So it's publishing the designs, and anything can happen in a live stream. Anything's possible. It is publishing the design. It's creating that link for me, and then I can actually send that link to Megan so that she can use it as a remixable template, which is really cool here.
Yeah.
It does take a second to publish this because of all the images, a lot of the linked assets. This gradient is actually like super heavy, but we can copy this link, which is really cool. And so I'm going to copy the link, and we can go back to our headshots, our beautiful, gorgeous heads. And then I'm going to Slack this over to our friend Megan, and she will be able to see it and remix it.
In the meantime, maybe we can throw up the schedule again.
Oh yeah, what's coming up after this?
You already know, but if you're just joining us, we have a whole day of live streams here from our San Francisco office. We are in person together in San Francisco. We have a lot of great creatives that are coming to join us today. We've got Cyn, Alexus, Robert. Is that
Yes.
No, it's actually Roberts.
Roberts, yes.
But it's not right on our thing. Okay, so I'm pulling up the link that Andrew sent me. Oh, Let me go on
Oh.
to Chrome.
Oh.
I'm a Safari girl.
A Safari girl?
I know. Sir.
Schedule time. It is schedule time. Okay,
Keep
so
talking.
we're talking still here, and we're not going to leak our emails.
So
Because
sorry
I've done.
to disappoint.
I've one time leaked someone's phone number on a live stream.
We got it.
If you know, yes. So let's hop over to Megan's screen. Do we have Megan's screen plugged in? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. We did it.
There it is.
So when Megan clicked on that link, check it out. It is not just sending her directly to Adobe Express. It's sending her to what the final piece is, which is really cool. And there's a little arrow, and that arrow on the right, there we go, is going to show you all the different pages. So
Yep.
it's showing you all the different versions of this, so you can review things very quickly and very easily and decide if you want to remix it. Keep talking, actually. And right behind Megan is a button for her to, no, other way.
Other way.
There we go, closer to me, there we go. Remix this design. So if you click on that, it is, oh, we went all the way across the screen. It is going to open in Adobe Express, and it's going to allow her to remix this design. She can't change the font because she doesn't have the font installed, which is fine. But if she wanted to change
But I
the
can change
timing,
everything
if she
else.
needed to update, let's try to replace top left. No. Okay.
He doesn't want to be replaced.
It doesn't want to be replaced.
I get
He
it.
is a staple in our community.
But
which is
I will
great.
say this is like great that there's two ways to share. The reason I like the remixable template is like because you can send it to people and they can see it in that format that we just showed you without getting overwhelmed, which I like.
Yes, I love that too. Chat, should we do a giveaway?
Sure.
I think we should give away. We have about 5 minutes left, and like I could just like fill time and show you other things in Adobe Express. Chat, if you have questions, let me know if you have any questions about literally anything, and I'll answer them. But let's go ahead and do a giveaway. We have a couple things to give away. I can give away a
This is new to me.
font pack if you'd like some fonts by yours truly. I do have a pack of fonts. Let me show you what those fonts are. 1 second. Let me scroll.
Back to Andrew's screen.
Here we are. Okay, so these are all the fonts. So there's a font that I created called Industrious. There's a font called Quokka. There is Templeton, one of my favorite. A typeface only a mother could love. Premium copywriting right there. And then Calamity, one of my favorites. So all of these are on there in the docket in the font mega pack that you are going to win. And spin the tiny wheel. I didn't bring the tiny wheel. We had a tiny wheel yesterday.
What?
I know, I have a little tiny wheel that I have in my office. So what we're gonna do is we are going to pick someone from chat. And chat, what we need you to do is chat it up. If you are on YouTube, if you are on Behance, wherever you are, what emoji should we do?
Ooh, what's your favorite emoji?
My favorite emoji is probably
Mine's the one like this.
Oh, the little I like the one that's the hair.
Yeah,
That's
the
like
little sassy girl. That's
the little
like-
sassy girl. So let's do maybe
The sassy girl or your favorite emoji?
your favorite. Just put your favorite emoji in chat and let's see what we get. And I'm gonna let Megan pick our winner.
No, pressure.
It's pressure on
Pressure.
you. And here's what we want you to do. You need to follow Adobe Live
Yes.
because you're going to send a DM if you are our winner. You're going to send a direct message to Adobe Live on Instagram, and then I'll make sure you get the link to your free fonts. So leave us your favorite emoji, and then we will pick one of those winners.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Winners. There we go. So while we do that, I am going to go in and just try to update. I'm just going to create another page because we can very easily just drop in different colors. So I'm gonna actually duplicate this and use it as a basis for the Photoshop one. So we're gonna do resize, and I'm just gonna do same size, and we're gonna duplicate and resize. And then we do have those colors, which is really cool. So I can come back to this image and go to our effects on the duotone. I can customize that duotone and do the shadows in the Photoshop colors. So Photoshop is this dark blue with this light blue. And now boom, we have Photoshop colors, and I can take my frame, I'll delete the frame, and I do have my library here, which is the Photoshop frame. And we are going to scale that up so that it looks good once it's loaded in there. There we go. Oops.
Well, I like the gradient on that frame.
Yes, the Photoshop colors are my favorite. I like blue.
I'm seeing a lot of Behance emojis, but YouTube emojis. If you're on YouTube,
what are you doing?
get in here.
Get in the party. We are giving
I
away
see there's
things.
57 of you watching.
Free
so
stuff.
We should be seeing lots of.
FREE. That spells free. Credit report.com, baby. Do you remember that? There's like a girl who was like rapping and like that was her whole thing. We're going to watch it. I'll show you.
Okay, later. I like that Paco said. Did you say that? I like blue.
I like blue, yeah.
You said that?
I did.
I missed it. I would have made fun of you too.
Oh, I want to make fun of you too? I'm screaming.
All right.
yes.
I'm going to pick a winner.
Pick a winner.
I saw Erin McGinnins. She was the first to comment her emoji, or their emoji. So you are our winner, Erin. Make sure you DM us on our Adobe Live Instagram.
Yes. Is that a screaming cat, Gilmore? That's fantastic. I love that one. Gilmore, you can DM us too. I'll give you one as well.
Wow,
so
creativity.
Those
Love
two
it.
winners, DM us at Adobe Live on Instagram. What else can they do while they're over on Instagram?
They can follow us. They can watch my reel that I just posted. You guys, it only has 120 views. So
Or you can watch
it.
my reel. So go
A competition.
pick your favorite reel and comment below it your favorite emoji. And we will see you. Stick around. There's more
Yes, way
content
more.
coming up right after this. What are we doing next?
We are creating storyboards.
Yes.
Yes, with
our
Adobe
friend-
Firefly. So
Yes.
super exciting.
So coming out, if you
stick
won,
around.
send us a DM and we'll see you again in just a minute. Bye.
See you soon.
We're back. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Adobe Live. We're going to be hanging out and creating some storyboards here with our very special friend. Please, the stage is yours. Introduce yourself.
My name is Alexus Roberts, as mentioned before. And I am a art director and visual designer from Atlanta, Georgia. And I basically help brands elevate themselves through digital marketing content. And so I am working on today an art direction board. Storyboarding for a commercial video. So we're actually going to test out how the text to vector can help with the process of putting those vectors together for the actual storyboard.
Oh, cool.
Because most times you have to either do it yourself or find a resource, and searching through that resource of vectors is...
It's rough sometimes. Yeah,
very rough. Sometimes you don't find what you need. So we're gonna test and see how today, if they can really test up to how, the storyboards that I've already created for this, and see if it can match up. See if it can hang.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So it'll be really focused on storytelling, kind of
Yes.
getting the vibes.
Yes.
There's gonna be a lot of vibes today, I
Yes,
feel.
absolutely. Oh, it's always vibes.
Yes. So, chat, if you have any vibes that you would like us to know about, if you have suggestions, if you have questions about the vibes, please feel free to put them in chat. You can put them in Behance, or if you're over on YouTube, hi, nice to see you. You can put them there as well. If you are joining us over on YouTube, we're going to run some polls during here to help us decide things, to get your opinions. So you can vote on those polls over on the YouTube chat. If you're in Behance, you can head over there, or you can stay right where you are. Do whatever you want. I'm not your mom. You're
It's up to
free.
you.
Yeah.
It's all up to you.
Y'all are grown.
up to
Okay,
you.
so
Okay.
let's hop in here.
Okay.
Let's take a look at some of your work, and you can
Yes.
talk about you, and then we can hop into our workflow
Absolutely.
and storyboards.
So a lot of my work, a lot of people know me for the self composites that I do, which this was one of the first ones I did, where I made myself a braidzilla.
Braidzilla?
I did. I made myself a braidzilla. But pretty much when it comes to art direction is kind of where I come from, get some inspiration, sketch things out, and find what I really, really want to execute. And sometimes you got to put a team together, those type of things. So I love working with other creatives to get the actual, vision completed, hence Trail Vision.
Yes.
But yes, that's pretty much me in a whole thing is just, creating things for brands, making sure that they can be elevated with all of the work that I put in, so... Pretty much, yeah.
Cool. All right, so let's hop in. What's the workflow that we're going to be going through together?
Okay,
what programs, where are we going to be?
Yes, so we're going to be in Illustrator for our text to vector.
Okay.
Because what we're working on is a video. I can actually show what the video is. So this is the actual final project that we did. It was for a organization, and basically we have to storyboard. It was my responsibility to storyboard this for the actual animator, and so finding, like you said, all the vectors and things and pieces and everything like that took some time. So we're gonna actually use text to vector to come up with these pieces. To help us get the storyboard together. So
sweet.
Here is the actual We're going to do a few of the frames that I find a little difficult to do. So I think the first thing with text to vector is pretty much, because we're doing Illustrator and Photoshop. So I'm a Photoshop girly through and through. Don't come for me. So I do all my artboards in Photoshop. Don't judge me, okay? But yeah, so I do all of mine. So I'm going to use text to vector, copy and paste it into the Photoshop, and basically create my artboard from there.
Cool.
Okay. So we're going to start with, I think I want to start with the school because this style is very like unique. And so this was actually custom kind of thing made. So I kind of want to see if it can actually meet that same thing. So I think what I want to do first is get this style, like as far as so that it has something to pick up from. And that's what's great about the text to vector is that you can actually pick up the style that it is. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this image.
And someone in the YouTube chat is saying, yes, Photoshop. Also, a lot of people are saying, let's go. We love you. You got some friends in chat rooting for
What's
you.
up, friends? Awesome. All right. So, of course, this is like a schoolhouse. So I'm going to see what it does as far as picking up just a prompt of school. We'll say a school building. We'll say that. School building with a clock.
And I do believe that text to vector is in beta currently. So
Yes.
if you want it, it is in Adobe Illustrator. If you just download it, it's in there, but it is still in beta. So there's a lot of work that's happening on it.
Yes.
If you get weird results, you're going to get weird results
Yes.
because it's in beta. So if you get something weird, there are some buttons that you can give feedback, and that's really helpful. If you were in the beta of Generative Fill, if you see where it was to where it is now, those improvements have been made. So that feedback is really, really helpful to us as we go through. And when we're generating, I think you need to make a box of what size or where you want it to generate. So if you just make like a regular rectangle, and then with that selected, it should generate in the rectangle.
Let's see here. Usually it just pops up, but we can do that too.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see. I think should we make it a scene?
I think we
though?
should make it a scene.
I think it should be a scene
Yes.
because I think that'll give us what we really want. But even though there's not it's just the schoolhouse itself, so that's the subject. But
Yes.
like,
Let's see what happens.
We'll see what happens. And I also go ahead and just point out that there's a style picker, which I really love. So it gives this like little eye drop, and you literally just choose the style. And then also, I think you can also put where like the colors and everything if you wanted to. But we're gonna go ahead and just see what it comes up with.
Yep. And Karmer is saying beta sometimes gives absolutely mental results. Yes. I've had some wild stuff
We're
in the
gonna
beta.
have fun with it.
And it's really fun. Yeah. So
fun.
sometimes it looks crazy. Sometimes it's helpful.
Let's see what we got here.
All right.
I mean, don't kill me. I had to do this shift. Don't kill me.
Oh, no, you're good.
You know, the fact that it tried to spell school.
Scood. That's
I'm trying to go to school. Okay?
That's it. I'm trying to go to school.
I mean,
I need
it
to
got
learn.
the idea though.
It
You know,
did.
and it picked up the colors a little bit too.
And
so
especially
I really
for
like
moodboarding.
that.
Like
yeah.
this is helping to
Absolutely.
understand.
This can help with if you were moodboarding for the actual storyboard. This actually would work.
Yep,
So,
and it also has generated 3 other options for us. And so you can
did.
cycle through and see what else, if there's anything's closer.
Let's see.
I mean, I think Scood is going to be...
hard to beat.
Scood's going to be hard to
It
beat.
is. It is gonna be hard to beat. Okay, hold on.
All right, not mad about
I mean,
that.
it's very detailed.
It's very detailed.
Very detailed.
Yep.
I mean, I think if we did subject, we probably
Actually,
would get it too.
I am so
the
obsessed with
waving.
those clouds.
Like, oh my god, yeah.
I know they just like rendered them weird, but like I'm really obsessed
I
with
don't
the
know.
shape of
It's-
those clouds.
It's kind of cool. It's funky.
Yeah,
it's funky.
it's
I'm
funky.
feeling it. Okay, let's look at the other one. Let's see if we got another one in there. Okay, let's look at that one.
Number 3.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
it looks like a barn.
Yeah, it looks like a barn.
Are we going to school with the cows?
It looks like a barn. And it looks like there is like a horse asleep
does
on
look-
there. It's just,
I mean, some people do go to school like this though.
Yes.
So no knock to it. The
Yeah.
trees are cute. The
Yes.
trees are cute as well.
Little House on the Prairie.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, let's do subject and see what happens. Let's go with that, and then we still have our style picked. Let me see. All right, so let's do that, and I'm gonna take this out the way.
Bye.
Let's see what we got. Let's see what we come up with. Actually interesting to do characters. I want to actually see if it can come up with a character too.
Yeah, doing like certain keywords, like doing like cute or like precious or big eyes or whatever.
Very detailed, specific.
Very
You have to
detailed,
be
specific.
very-
I've created a few cute little characters. Okay.
Have you? Oh, okay. Listen, this is not bad.
Yeah.
It's giving more so like Catholic school.
It feels colonial. Like
Yes,
it feels very.
It's giving that.
We are on our 8th grade field
private.
trip to Washington D.C. and this is the building that we're learning in.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's giving private school.
Yes.
Yeah, it's giving private school. It might be that we have to play with like, okay, we want the shape to be, more this landscape kind of thing. But let's see what else we got going on. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
This is
Better.
okay.
Yep.
This is actually, it's getting there.
I
feel
like that
the
there's a
subject
double
matter-
clock. It's like be on time.
I just realized too there's 2
Yep.
clocks. We got 2 clocks, just in case you didn't see the first one.
Yes. This one's right next to Scoot.
And then also what you were talking about, like whether or not you want like feedback, there's this is literally right here. Good
Yep.
result, but poor result, reporter variation, whatever. Like it's literally right there. So
Yep.
you can always do that.
And someone said we had schools like that in central London. It does feel very British.
It does a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
And also I like the fact that you can put less detail, more detail.
Yep.
Like if you want to do that, let's do the less detail and see what we get.
Yes.
Because maybe we're putting way too much thought into it. Like pull back a little bit. Let's see what we got.
It's really thinking about that.
You said less detail?
Yeah,
Girl, I
right?
don't do
It's
that.
like-
I do extra.
You want it to be easier? That's not what we do here.
No, we don't do that. We do extra. We do over the top. That's what we do here. Okay, hold on.
All right.
Look at the comparison.
We're
though.
going somewhere.
We are.
What else?
Still 2 clocks.
What's the third one over there?
Let me see. Is it clicking?
If you select select that, and then there we go.
We got rid of the other clock.
I'm not mad about that.
That's actually, we could probably work with that.
Yes. It's
think-
very Mary Poppins.
I want to go to this school.
I do too.
I want to fly on the roof with Mary.
Yes. I can see the little silhouettes of people in the windows that they're
You know,
learning their thing.
like-
Like they have like the chemistry beaker and it like explodes. I see it.
I can see it. Okay, we're going to put that on our board. How about that? We're going to go ahead and place it as a smart object. We're going to do that.
And placing as a smart object is going to allow you to edit it if we need to.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're doing stuff like this and you're working in Photoshop with vectors. Always place as a smart object. There is
Always.
no reason for you to place as pixels.
No.
Don't even know why it's an option.
No.
You
It's
can
okay.
if you want. It's okay to make bad decisions.
It's okay.
We
Everybody
still
gotta
support
learn.
you.
You gotta learn. You gotta learn. Okay?
You have to learn somewhere.
You gotta learn. And we're just gonna place a little solid background to it real quick. How about, do we want to, because the colors definitely changed. So, what are we thinking?
Oh, I'm not mad about that.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Are we feeling it? Yeah, I kind of like it. I wanted a little dynamic, so I feel like that's not bad.
Yeah.
I like a little muted color. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so story,
Yeah.
we're starting on the schoolhouse.
Yes, we're starting on the schoolhouse.
Where are we going?
Okay, and then from there we are going to, let me go back to where we're going next. Oh, just the time clock.
Oh, we need a clock. There is a
need
school
the
that has
actual
two of those.
So it zooms into the clock. So
Yep.
we actually can say, like, we just need this clock, right?
Yep.
So let's see.
So
we need a...
What you can do is you can actually change to, I think there's an icon setting instead of subject. And we can do just like a clock face and it will
Like
create...
an icon.
Yes.
Yes,
it will create something
exactly.
a little bit more simple.
Okay, let's schoolhouse clock.
Yeah, let's
Do
try
we say
it.
schoolhouse clock?
It's like Schoolhouse Rock, but it's,
But Schoolhouse Clock.
more
I'm
about
clocking you on
time.
Schoolhouse. Schoolhouse clock. We'll say a red school clock. We'll just say that. We'll see what it comes up with that. All right, let's generate this thing. Oh, wait, we need to make sure the style is picked.
Yes,
So
and YouTube chat is having a full
full
sing-along to Mary Poppins right now.
Come on, sing it.
Thank you, YouTube chat. It's bringing me. There's a
Is
lot
she
of
Esperanto-docious? What is it?
chimneys are happening
Oh,
in chat.
chimneys.
There's a
not
lot of
the
chimneys.
Esperanto-docious one?
No, not
That's my jam.
expialidocious.
I like that one. I can never say it all the way full,
Super
but it's okay.
califragilistic expialidocious. Got it. Yes.
Got it. Who can spell it?
Okay.
Okay.
I think that it's.
I think it's the house.
I think it's the house, yeah.
Yes, the house. It's like, okay, you said house. Stop being so legit, like
Yep.
literate.
And
Like,
when
just
you're trying
say
to
it.
find if it's kicking out something that like is completely off base,
Let's see, a building
usually look at your prompt and look at like the syntax of the words, or if there's a word in there that like makes sense in your brain. But then if like a computer or AI was reading it, try to sort out like what is it trying to do. And here it was trying to put a clock on a house that
Right.
was a school.
We'll say just a red clock and
Love
see
it.
what it does.
Yes.
Let's just go with that. And it's supposed to be an icon, so
Yes, which it does look more simple than the schoolhouses that we've done. And so Icon does try to pull it back a little bit to get a little more simple.
that's probably what we needed.
Yes,
An
and I always
icon.
say words as it's generating, and then it generates something that's 100% not what I was saying.
This is not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
This actually goes with the flow that we were kind of
Yes.
like in. I
Yep.
feel like the style is going.
Yes, and the colors are there too.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. We're there. Okay, so we obviously we're there. We're there. And we also need to bring in. So I'll just go ahead and make sure it's a smart object. Because you always want to make sure you can go in later. You know, you don't ever want to make nothing final. Okay, nothing final. Got to go in later. Now I don't think this will probably work with this background. I don't know. What you think?
I think we take like the teal.
The teal? You think
Yeah.
so? Okay.
I like the teal. Actually, let's do
actually
white, because if
white?
it's white on there and we're zooming into it.
Okay, let me go back to the actual. Oops. Let me go back to the. Okay, so this is technically what we're supposed to be
Oh,
doing.
okay.
So maybe what we could do is just have like a coming in, like it's supposed to be zooming back in, right? It's
Yep.
supposed to zoom in. So we can basically take it and move. We can move this right here. Oops. We can move. We can do another one. How about that? Ooh, let me go here, and we can actually do a square. Let me do this. Let me delete that. And I'm going to put this into a square. So many ways.
We're in the little zoom.
A little zoom. Do we want, you said you wanted to do white. No?
I think so. Like, because the building on the first one is white. Mm-hmm. And so maybe
Maybe what I think.
it's
I
bright.
mean, white, or maybe the teal color you
Yes,
were saying. Maybe
yes.
that. Okay, let's do that. Let's zoom in. Let's go into, let's see if we can pick it up.
Yes, I feel so
Actually-
accomplished when I do that.
I actually like this a
Yes.
lot, though. I'm not going to lie.
I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, and how it looks on the background, super dope. Okay, I'm feeling it. Okay, let's do that. And then I'm gonna just go ahead and make this real quick. I'm gonna just hit this real quick, and so we're gonna put this behind. I think it's on the other side, but it's okay. We're gonna. This is how we're gonna do it.
We're
And I
zoomed.
think we're gonna go ahead and detach.
And hello, Christy Roberts. Nice to see you here. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Ma. She's a big supporter. Okay, so I think that's close. I think that's close to what we were kind of getting into. I
Yep.
think it comes from this side, but yeah. So the next stage will be that teal color. So whatever we do needs to be that teal color.
Yep. So we're kind of doing
Yep.
the zoom track.
Let's just do that right now. So we'll do that and then go into that fill color. All right, bet. All right, so the next thing we're doing, let's look into it. A tire wheel.
Oh. That's interesting. I thought it was a school bell.
Yeah, so it's turning into the tire wheel. Well,
Oh, it's like transitioning through.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I think, yeah, so I think what we could, actually, no, is it a tire wheel? No. Yeah, it is. From
Okay.
a bus, yeah. So I think we can go ahead and.
The wheels on the bus?
The wheels on the bus.
Okay.
So it's circular things basically.
It just goes round and
transforming.
round.
Yep, there
yeah,
you go.
It's I'm
realized
so
what
happy.
you I just realized.
You just set me up for a
I
home
really
run.
did.
I loved it. Thank you
oh
so
my
much.
God. That was a good setup. I'm not going to lie.
That was fantastic.
That was great. Okay. So I think I'm going to stay on the icon because it's a lot less detail. So I think
Yes.
we can just do that.
Yeah, especially when we're doing these close-ups, I think doing icons is probably a good idea.
Absolutely. Okay. So we're going to wheels on the bus go. Okay. Let's say a school. Should we say school bus tire, or we should just say a bus tire?
I think we could just do bus tire. We might even
think-
be able to just do tire. Let's see what happens with bus
you know,
tire.
yeah. Let's do bus tire, and we'll see. Because aren't bus tire different than car tires?
I do think so. I
Yeah.
am curious if it's going to give us a bus.
A bus?
that, like,
We'll see.
Is a tire.
We're gonna see. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see what happens. Okay, so we're gonna generate. Let's see.
All right, chat. Have you generated anything using text to vector that you have thought was specifically awesome? If there are any prompts that you've done that have looked great, let us know and maybe we'll try them out, see what we can get going here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. It gave us an actual like tire.
It did.
This is actually not bad. It
I like that
doesn't face
perspective a lot.
forward. Yeah, I was like, I actually like that, but we need it to face forward because it has to match the clock.
Yep. Let's see what else we got. We have to have it selected. So you
Oh,
have
my
to
bad.
have the shapes
doing
like I
that.
know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Not mad about that. We can delete
This
some
is
of those
actually
pieces.
not bad.
Yep.
I actually kind of dig this, and it still fits the whole clock, right? Like the clock that we had. If we're looking at the clock and like how,
Yep.
like
it
that
does.
actually will go seamlessly.
Yep. And what's
Okay.
cool is it is vector, so you can go in
Yep.
there and delete some of those points. You can
Yep.
delete the extra pieces that
So
we don't need.
I'm actually gonna ungroup it.
Yep. And Gilmore, heading to bed. It is 10 p.m. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Always a joy. We're live every single day, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time. So join us again sometime.
Yes, absolutely. All right, I'm just gonna copy that bad boy into there, and we're just gonna go ahead and paste it in there. Oh, did I paste the wrong
Oh,
thing?
it probably only
It only
grabbed.
got the back of it.
Oh, it's probably a compound path. So
Uh-oh.
what you can do is click out of that. Yeah, so click in
Okay.
just one time.
Okay.
And now hit one more time.
Okay.
Double click. There we go. Okay,
Okay.
hit Y. So Y is
Okay.
going to be the magic wand tool. And now
Okay.
click on that blue. And
This
it will,
blue?
the dark
Oh.
one.
Oh, this one. There you go.
Interesting. Okay,
It's a lot going on here.
there's a lot going on there.
It's a lot going on.
Let's do this. Okay, so.
you know I'm not Illustrator girl.
Oh yeah, no, I'm here to help. We're learning together. So let's grab the white
Okay.
arrow on the top left on the toolbar, the white arrow.
Okay. What are
That
we
is our
doing?
direct selection tool, and then we're
Okay.
going to click anywhere in that dark blue.
Okay,
so somewhere
anywhere
in the dark
in-
blue.
In the dark blue. Here we go.
Right there, perfect.
Okay, I think that's
so,
good.
if you look over on the left, it has the fill color over on your little toolbar,
Yep.
and it's filled in with that blue.
Okay.
So now let's go up to select
Okay.
at the top, and then let's do same
Same.
and fill color.
Fill color.
So what it's going to do is it's select everything that is that same blue. And so
Okay.
now if we copy and paste,
It'll take the whole thing.
It should take the whole thing.
Okay, you just taught me something today.
yes, I am concerned if the blue pieces are separate, the light blue pieces are separate on top of it. Let's see what happens. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what's happening. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this is our thing,
You
right?
just, yeah.
This is our thing. We're just gonna hit this right here.
Yep.
We're just gonna delete these things. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Like, get out of my way.
That's the
Just
way
get
to
out
do
of
it.
my way. Get
Yep.
out of my way. I don't need you. Then we're gonna copy and see what happens here. Let's see what that. We're not gonna do that. Let's see. We were almost successful.
Here's what happened.
We were almost successful.
Yes, here's what happened. Is we were still on the direct selection tool.
Were
so
we? Oh,
yes,
shoot.
the white. We want to be on the
Thank
black
you.
one. There we
Yep.
go. And now when
Thank
we
you.
select that middle, it should grab only that piece.
Oh,
Double click in one more time.
let me see.
We got it. We got it.
Do we
together.
got it?
Yep.
Come on.
We got it. Okay,
I think
now
this is it. Do you think
let's
this
click
is
and
it?
drag over like you
Hold
did
on.
before. That will help.
Okay.
We got it.
We got it. We got it. We figured this out. I
We did
love
it.
it. I love that for us.
Together.
Forever.
Yes.
I love it.
All right.
Okay.
Good work. That's actually a really good
It's a good time.
generation, especially if you're going to go over and like clean up the vectors and build it on your own. That's
Yes.
really good reference.
And honestly, vectors help, the animator, when it comes to like, that way they don't have to go and research and find the things or whatever. You already have it for them,
Yep.
So it's good to have things, especially it already comes as like the vector itself. So they can actually, customize it if they need to or however.
Yep. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Come
That's
on
it.
now.
Yes.
I'm just trying to make your job easier. That's it. All right. So we had a tire in there. Let's go into the next frame. Oh, it's an actual school bus.
It's an actual
It's
school
an
bus.
actual school bus.
So we
Okay,
got the wheels on the bus and now
cool.
we have the actual bus.
All right. So I actually want to, because this style is a little different, I actually want to bring this style into it so that they can kind of pick it up. So let's go ahead and in most cases too, I would have like a mood board on Behance, and I would like take it. You could take from that mood board on Behance.
So you will need to click out of those because you're still in the
Yeah.
selection. And I found
out the way.
that with generative or with text to vector,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times when you're style matching, it's more so about the colors and the tones and sometimes about the lines.
Okay.
But again, I think that is like probably the most beta feature
Yeah,
of the beta.
right.
So if it doesn't match the style perfectly,
it'll get
it's in
close
beta.
to it.
Yes.
It'll get close to
We're
it.
trying our best.
We are getting close. Okay, that's all that matters. You got to get the idea. The idea has to be there. The concept has to be there.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So
now we are doing a school
the
bus.
Yes.
Let me see.
I really, and I hope it does this. I hope that it generates a
Please.
school
Like
that
a-
just has wheels on it, like a building with wheels. That's what I want to happen right now.
You are wow. Okay, hold on.
Let's see what happens.
I was actually trying to see if it'll copy the style. I'll see.
Oh yeah, let's see what happens. Yep.
We're just gonna see. You know.
I think that I get more excited when I get really weird generations, just because it's fun and it makes me giggle.
You know what?
And then you can
do it.
refine it into something that you like, but like you
do
want to
it.
start with the most hideous, awful thing ever.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, let's do it. We just did school bus.
School bus.
All right.
That's it.
I wonder if it's going to pick out colors for us. I wonder if it will make it yellow, if it knows that school buses are yellow.
Well, I have the style match still.
Oh, you're
it's
still
gonna-
style match, so it's not
yeah,
gonna be
I'm
yellow.
Still, yeah, it's
Okay.
not gonna be yellow because it's gonna style match.
Is it going to go into fire truck territory?
Not
Let's see what
fire
happens.
truck.
If
We
it picks
said
up that red, it's
school
going to get...
bus. And we're still in icon, by the
Okay.
way.
Oh, we're still an icon. Okay.
Maybe we need subject.
Maybe? I also... That's not bad.
BCK.
I'm not...
Shout out to BCK.
Shout out. Anybody here
It
BC?
did go yellow.
Yeah, anyone else BCK alumni?
BCK.
Or did anyone else go to
I
Scoot?
totally went to BCK is schooled. Anybody else is alumni. Oh, I gotta click it. Okay. I always forget that. Okay.
This is a trolley.
And it's HU.
HU.
Okay. Okay. Howard
I
University.
actually had a client that they were Houseplant University and they were HU. So
Houseplant
it's perfect.
This is y'all bus.
This
Here
is
you
it.
go. This
Thank
is
you.
actually this is your
It
logo.
is
There you go.
filled with plants.
We just fill it up with plants.
Yeah,
you
perfect.
know. Okay.
Okay, I think it's interesting that it did it front on.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's a way. Maybe
I think
if
we can say
do-
like horizontal,
Side
maybe
view?
landscape, kind
Yeah.
of maybe like side driving.
And let's also maybe change
driving.
to subject from icon and see if that gives us
Yes,
a little
I'll
bit
say
better of a
driving
look.
left to right, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see if that works.
And the chat is making
Just
chance for
left to
BCK.
right. And then we're gonna come out of icon and go to subject and see what that works. And I still want these colors and stuff. So, all right, let's go. Let's see what's we got going on.
Generating.
This is a dance break time.
Hi, Robert. Charisse. Jack is here. All kinds of friends. Say hi in chat. They're also friends over in the YouTube chat. Stephanie is here. Ashley is here. Carmer. Nate. I like that it's just O. First name O, last name Nate.
Nate.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so the left to right is I think it's trying to figure out what left to right is. But it's okay. Like, this is actually not bad.
Yeah. I'm not mad about that
This is-
perspective.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
Cicely.
it's interesting. Okay, let's try the other one. Let's see. Oh, we okay.
look at this.
We on the short bus.
This looks like a tuk-tuk.
It does.
Like the little oh gosh, where Philippines maybe?
Okay, that's what they look like?
Yes,
Okay.
it's like a tiny little squish bus.
Well, I love the diversity.
Yes.
I love it. Culture and diversity. I love it.
That is
okay,
the
come on.
cutest little vehicle I've ever seen.
That
Also,
is
those
cute.
colors are awesome.
I really do. And it went with it was like, can I add a little yellow in there? Could I
Yeah.
add that in there? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, but I didn't need it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was not needed, but thank you. This,
That's probably closer to what we're looking for.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Even though it's not the actual perspective that we need, but I think the actual, animator would understand, as long as you give like a description,
Yep. Yep.
So
Let's see if we can remove those pieces.
Yeah, let's see it. Okay, I'm gonna, well, I gotta do this.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Oh yeah, this one should be easy.
You
'cause
see
those
how I
are-
learn
yeah,
fast. You
those
see
are
how I learn
big
fast. You see how
pieces.
you taught me?
So if that happens, hit delete
Yeah.
again.
Hit delete
So
then. Okay.
Yeah. So if you select something and it only
Okay.
deletes a piece of it, then hit delete
Just hit
again,
it. Oh, and it
and it will
comes
delete
off.
the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay, I feel like this is all one.
That's
piece.
all one piece, yeah.
Yeah, we're not touching that.
You probably want to, that piece.
This piece, I think we can go ahead and get rid of.
And
Damn, it gave us
then-
a whole background too.
Oh yeah.
Like
probably
it
want
gave us a
background
whole
too.
thing. Yeah. Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if
I
we're
mean,
putting on a color, it's gonna be fine.
It's gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is fine.
Yep.
I think we can do this. Okay, so back to the here, and then we're just gonna, like I said, copy over. should we just keep it at the teal? I think we should.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Stephanie is saying that salmon color though. I agree that the color of this bus is so delicious.
It's cute.
This feels very
It's cute.
holiday to me.
It does give holiday, doesn't it?
I love a good red and blue for holiday. Red and green is out for me. I love red and blue.
And
red
this is a
teal.
nice blue. Like
Yes.
this is a nice little teal, little greenish kind of blue.
Yes.
You know, it's got a little green.
And chat, we're going to
to
start a
it.
fight right now because I'm about to do a poll of whether holidays should be red and green or if they are red and blue or silver and gold. I'm going to run a poll. Okay, keep going there. I'll let you know when the poll's up.
Okay. I love a little silver and gold. It's giving Renaissance, you know?
Oh, yes, December 1st.
You going?
Oh, I got my tickets.
Okay.
I got my
said,
tickets,
"I'm
my
ready to go."
heels, and
Did
my
you go to the
fan.
concert
I'm
too?
ready. No.
Oh, well, then you get to experience
I had
it.
to choose between her and Taylor, and I chose Taylor. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you know, we got to make choices in life.
It's true.
Okay. All right. So our next one is going to be, let's look into, okay, we got the unemployed box. Okay. Let's see if it'll actually do this. We probably have to look up a box that has office things in it and then probably write unemployed on it. I doubt that it'll give me actual, when we see that Scoot and BCK,
It's true.
it's not picking up text, okay?
Yep, and someone's asking, Nate, our friend Nate, is asking, are we doing this in Photoshop or Illustrator?
So we're in Illustrator doing text to vector, and then what we are doing is copying those vectors onto Photoshop to make the actual storyboard.
Yes.
So we're just using all the things.
Yes,
We're doing all of
10
the
across
things.
the board, if you will, yeah. So chat, the poll is up over on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, vote on our poll. What are the colors of the holidays? Are we red and blue? Are we red and green? Are we silver and gold? If you're on Behance, you can actually click up at the top on the title of this video and it'll take you there. Or you can go to the link that our mod just put in the chat. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. My goodness, I put chat and Jack together.
I'm gonna say.
So let us know. And what are we generating now?
So now we're doing the unemployed box.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I said that it's not going to actually get the unemployed, of course. Like, we'll have to do it ourselves. But we can at least try to get this box. We can see if it can actually get this box. So I think what we can do is just office box with office things in it.
Yes, we are still in a selection, though, so we'll need to click
sorry.
out. There we go.
There we go. Thank you for letting me know.
Yes, we want to make sure that this generation is unique.
Okay.
That's the rest of the stream.
is just-
The rest of the stream is going to be me trying to work in Beyonce lyrics. Okay.
I love it.
So what are we generating
Okay,
now?
office box with office things in it. We'll just say that and we'll see what it comes with. And we're on subject still. So
Okay.
it may give us too much detail, but we'll see.
Yes, I found that subject does a lot of detail. Scene does a lot of detail as well. Icon sometimes doesn't have enough detail.
That's
So
yes. And
I
we
like-
might have to go icon. We may
Yes.
have to go icon, but we'll see where it gives us. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, not giving like us stripes and everything.
That's not bad. The shading's in there and everything.
Let's zoom in. Hold on. Let's get into it. Okay, and it's got a little paper with the marks and everything. Okay, it's really cute. It's cute. It's cute. Let's go into the next one. Okay, this might be giving what we need.
Yes.
Like, you're done.
Yes.
Get out the office. I need to call security.
It does feel like somebody just got fired, and like that's the box that they're taking.
It does. I feel like they're going to have all these things. Okay. I don't even know what these things are, but it looks like office things,
Yes.
right? Yeah. That's the point. As long as we get the point across. Okay. And then the next thing here, let's see. The lines, I'm like, what are the lines? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I like the second one.
The second one is actually given to me.
Yep.
Can we go icon to see what happens?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's try it.
I say we do icon and then we can go from there.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, it did make a weird selection. Let's do.
What did it do?
Let's just do a
Are
new.
we like
new
okay,
box.
hold on, new box. We're gonna go outside the box at this time.
There we go.
All right. Let me make sure that this is just in case.
In chat, the results of the poll are closing. 50% of the votes are for red and green.
Oh, boo.
Silver and gold, 35%.
Okay.
Chat, you're fired. Red and teal got 14%. I am furious.
No.
That's fine.
No one wants to be.
You guys are still invited to my party.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I think, hold on 1 second. Let me make sure this is tagged. Let's see if it'll do the right. Okay. We're doing icon to see if it'll give us a little less.
Let's do it.
Okay. And it's thinking. Have you watched Blue's Clues?
Blue's
You ever
Clues?
watch- yes, you've watched
Yes.
Blue's Clues? Okay.
We were talking. Wait, did you watch the last stream that we did? We talked about Blue's Clues on the last stream
Well,
too.
the fact that we literally
Yes.
give myself a thing.
Yes,
Ding,
I
ding.
love Blue's Clues. I am a
If you
big
don't
Steve fan. Steve, if you're watching, you're my favorite.
Anything
Um,
that you wanna do.
I've converted to be a Bluey fan though.
I like
love
Bluey.
Bluey.
I do like Bluey.
Love
I didn't
Bluey.
know Bluey was a girl. I'm not
Bluey's
gonna
awesome.
lie.
Yes,
I did not
Bluey.
know. I was like, oh, okay.
Bluey.
It's cute though. I
Okay,
love it.
so we've got a box.
It is more simplified. I will
Yep.
say that. Will you have a calculator at your desk? I don't know. And a ruler. It's giving school.
It is giving school.
We may not be at school. Let's go ahead and do this again. Where is the rest of where did this come from? Where did the things in the box have gotten just
The person's
weird.
actively throwing things into the box. Like they're still
Forget
packing up.
this
Yes.
company.
All right, the last one looks like it
okay.
might have potential.
Okay, let's click it. Let's see. I mean, it's still giving school, but like
Or accounting.
accounting.
Like if I
would
went an
they use
accountant,
calculators?
yeah.
Would they
Hello,
use those?
TK. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Christy. Welcome.
The pen and the pencil. I don't know if it's like a pen marker pencil. Pen marker pencil.
No, that's
It's a pen marker.
that's a
marker pencil.
straight up switchblade.
I thought this was a switchblade. This right here looks like a switchblade.
This is why this person got fired.
gotta-
They're like, Carol, you
cannot-
gotta stop bringing knives to work.
Stop.
Okay.
But we got a tumbler in here.
Yes.
We have a tumbler. I think this. I don't know what you think. I'm thinking this could work.
I think this could work. if
It's
we
a
just
lot of
take the
detail
center.
in it,
Yes.
but like I feel like where did we get we got like a little sides here. We got a little background going on. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of those. Okay, we're gonna get rid of those, and we're just going to grab this bad boy, and we're gonna take it over to our thing here. And I think we could keep the same background because I think the background it actually changes color.
Oh. Did we do we
changed
go
color.
blue or do we go red like cinnamon?
I feel like we go red. I think we gotta keep it. We gotta keep it diverse a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I feel like you gotta keep the, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and paste that bad boy in there.
Boom.
And then we're gonna go ahead and go with that red. I feel like the red in the beginning.
Red like cinnamon. I just realized that I have, if I'm trying to quote Beyonce lyrics, I have every color as a lyric. So as we go,
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm
She
already
does
set
say
up.
red like cinnamon.
Yeah.
She does say
Red
red
like
like
cinnamon,
cinnamon.
yes.
With the colors.
yes, we have almost every color covered. Some that I can't cover on
I
stream.
forgot she says that.
Yes. I didn't
You
realize
are
that
on
she...
it with the reference. Like,
I'm
you
on
are
it.
on it.
I
You're going to
try.
be ready for the movie. You're going to be ready.
I'm ready.
You are ready. I don't know. What you think? I think I like the color on the background. It gives it kind of...
I love a good monochrome background.
Yes.
Like, yeah, I think people are always like, contrast. And I'm like, it's kind of nice to not, because the box isn't important, it's the stuff that's inside
Yes,
is. So I
exactly.
like that it blends, but then it pops out the stuff that's
And
inside.
then also you can always just add that little unemployed sign, like we said, right?
Oh yeah, toss some type on there.
cursive, not a script unemployed. How pretty to be unemployed this way.
Unemployed.
I think we should do it. I think we
Yes.
should go for it. We're just gonna go for it, and I'm gonna make that bad boy white. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, the person in HR is like, oh, lettering's my passion.
I just laughed too hard. That was funny.
She's like really into scrapbooking.
She's like, I just wanted to make sure you felt okay.
Yes, those little things are like Polaroids from like the years
yeah,
together.
like we really loved everything you
Yes.
did here. It was amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes.
It's kind of like that. It's giving like, thank you so much for being here, but your time has come to an end. That's what it's giving.
Oh.
But this is cute. Like I kind of dig it though.
It is cute for the aesthetic we're going for.
Unemployed. That's kind of what it's giving.
Okay, we got about 20 minutes
Okay.
left. We're making progress. We're having fun.
We
Chat,
are.
you having fun, chat? Let us know if you're not.
Okay, so this is just text, so we're not gonna do text.
We don't care about text.
Whew.
Oh,
This is going to be
I want to
interesting.
test this.
This is going to be interesting.
So in theory,
Okay.
because text to vector is generating off of Adobe stock,
Mm-hmm.
there is probably Adobe stock of the state of
Alabama.
Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. And
I got you.
I was running
I
toward
know,
the cliff and
and
you
I
caught
got
me.
you.
Thank you. So in theory, it should be able to generate Alabama. I think my confidence level is about 10%.
As long as we get the idea, the
Yes.
concept has to just be
Yep.
there. We can always it's edible, right? Like
Yes.
it's always customizable. You can always go back in and kind of like move the lines that it needs to. But
Yep.
we're gonna see what it comes up with.
Yeah.
So we obviously need a outline, right,
Yeah.
of the actual state of Alabama. So let's get this prompt right,
Yep.
okay?
Let's-
I think
let's-
it needs to be icon.
Let's do icon, and let's
Let's do
just try
icon.
Alabama.
Okay, let's do it.
And
Maybe
yeah,
it'll be like, oh, I know Alabama.
let's see what happens. I think it's gonna give us like a little like smush together.
Use your mind.
Oh,
Take it
hit
step
us
at a
with
time.
that Texas Bama.
Okay,
That's what it is.
come on, sweet
That
home Alabama.
text to vector gives like kind of Alabama, kind of Texas.
It does.
All right,
Okay, wait.
I don't think it's gonna get this.
It's giving like state, like states, like
It's giving
flag
like crest,
and,
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, it's totally giving.
it's like presidential. It's giving it's government. It's giving,
Yes.
Okay, let's actually say.
Oh, it's
what
giving
we
Alabama flag. It's
that
100% giving Alabama flag.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
But with the other things involved,
Yeah, there's a lot happening in Alabama.
I don't know.
Alabama's got some things.
Okay, cool.
Um,
All right, so what we're gonna do is be a little bit
Let's do
more
like
specific.
the state or like outline or
State?
something. Yeah.
Let's see, state outline. Should we say like geographical?
Yeah. Oh, map. Maybe map.
Map?
Yeah.
Okay, state map. What did we say? Map, state, the map of a. Let's see. What do we say? State
State map of Alabama.
of Alabama.
And Chad is saying Roll Tide. What is that? Is that an Alabama thing?
It is.
It's a sports
one
thing,
of,
right?
Yes, it is. It's one of the football teams.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's try.
You're good. That was really good. I'm
I
proud of
don't
you.
know about sports
no, I'm proud
stuff.
of you. That was a good one though.
I've heard people say Roll Tide, and then I've heard people say like, "Who's that?" Who dat? That one.
Yeah, Saints. That's the Saints.
Okay.
Yeah. I only know these things because of my husband. That's it.
Okay.
He watches and. Okay, wait. Because
This is Texas Bama. That is 100%. If you take
it's
Texas.
definitely Texas
Yeah,
Bama.
the second one looks kind of close.
Hold on. Let me select it again. Hold on.
It's not right. But it's not. It's wrong, but it's not that wrong.
Let's not do. Sorry, Alabamians. We
Yeah,
are so
sorry. This is a mood
We are
board.
not.
It's just,
this is like
it's the
us.
vibe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
I'm very
try
interested.
the other one.
That's very interesting because it is. Yeah,
It's getting the map part of it. Like it's getting like, oh, this is geographically what things look like.
Yes, and
Here.
Karmer, I'll deliver this one for you.
Okay.
He's saying that text to vector needs to get in formation. It's all the elements are there, but we just need to get them in formation.
Okay, let's say a state outline of the state of the Alabama.
Yes.
Outline of state Alabama state or state of Alabama.
Yeah, it might just completely not be able to do
Like-
the specificity of a state,
Yeah.
which
Like
is fine
this is all
for a mood
beta,
board
right?
because
Like
yeah,
so, a lot of things will just have to be
that's
tweaked.
very interesting because it is a fringe thing that it is like an abstract concept, but there is reference for it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's probably pulling reference for like multiple state maps and then picking out the like amalgamation of them and then giving us the result of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got some Greenland over here, didn't we?
this. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah.
I want this on a jacket. Like
Yeah,
that
you know what I'm
pattern
saying?
on a jacket.
That's actually
okay.
not bad. But
So,
I think we're gonna just go
States are a bust.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little much.
That's fine.
But it's okay because you can find an outline of. I mean, that's pretty simple to find stuff like that.
Yes.
But for the most part, I think we can just get the gist,
yes.
right? The whole point of storyboards is just getting like the gist of things. So we're just gonna
Just the
go
idea.
ahead. Yep.
And we have
Go back to
about 10-ish minutes left. 15
Okay.
minutes. is-
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of time. And chat, I want to know more sports things. Yes,
him
we are
all
using
of the
text to vector,
things.
but I also want to learn from you. If you know any more sports things, let me know. I know that Ohio's the Buckeyes, but I only know that because there's also a cookie that's named a Buckeye.
I'm thinking Buc-ee's. I'm
Oh,
like,
that's the gas station.
yes, that's what I was like. Buckeye, no,
Yes.
Buc-ee's.
We're learning. We're
We
learning,
are learning
about America.
Yay, us. About America. Okay, we still gotta like get rid of some of these things. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. All this stuff. We don't need all of that. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. I
Get
don't
outta
need
here.
you.
All right.
Okay. You know what? It's
We'll take it.
You know,
This state.
the state
Yes. Ooh, state trivia. I like that. Jack Watson, chat, if you have state trivia, please quiz us with your state trivia as
Oh,
we design.
Lord. I did take AP history, so I should know, but I don't. It's been a long time.
I think I've been to almost all the states. I'm missing a couple
Or
in the middle, I
state
think.
government, something like that, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so background. I feel like we should just go with the same background.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
We don't want it like flipping back and forth too much.
No, absolutely. We just kind of keep it. Oops. Okay.
I can only remember the Alamo. This is clever.
What is this?
Oh, that's great.
Am I missing something? What's going on?
It looks like that's not in the
It's
artboard.
not in the artboard.
Yeah. So just drag it up, drag that layer up,
Why is it not picking up? Up. Oops.
and it should.
Well, it should be in that.
I don't know why it detached. Yeah.
That's weird.
It's
Oh,
totally-
did it detach? Is that what happened?
It's detached from
We're just gonna
the,
start over.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's so weird.
We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it a thing. Okay.
Ooh, Pennsylvania. I know this one, but the only reason I know this one is because of a musical. It is the Keystone State. And I only know that because there's a musical that takes place in Pennsylvania and they talk about it being the Keystone State.
Listen,
in one of the
whatever
songs.
helps. Whatever helps.
Whatever helps.
Whatever helps. Okay.
Okay,
Let's go into
so we
the-
have Bama and then Bama.
Yeah, we're not gonna go into this too much.
Yep.
But we can make some money signs though.
Ooh, I
feel like we can make some money.
Let's give it we can make some money.
We can make some money. Just that's what I said.
Let's see what happens. So
Okay.
I am interested because a dollar sign is a symbol.
Say not money sign, dollar sign.
AI generally has trouble with specific symbols. So this
Okay.
is an easy one that I feel like it should get. Let's see what happens.
It should. I feel like it should generate it though. Okay, let's see what we got going on. And we're thinking
Pennsylvania,
thinking.
the Keystone State. No, I want to show the whole thing.
I've only been to Philadelphia. That's the only part of Pennsylvania. I've been.
That's the Fly Eagles Fly. I know that one too.
Fly Eagles fly.
Look at us.
Look at you.
Sports.
And we were just talking about
They got it. Okay.
Okay, like yeah.
There's a lot going on there, but it definitely got it.
Let's go to the next one. See. I mean,
It's trying to style match with all the colors.
I think that's what it is, and
Yep.
we're gonna take the style match off and see. Let's just go that and see.
I live in Arizona, but I grew up in Pennsylvania. Arizona is the Sunshine State? No, I think that's somewhere else.
That's Florida.
That's Florida.
Yeah.
We don't talk. we don't talk about them.
Oh, stop.
I love Florida.
I'm from Florida.
You're from Florida?
Yes, Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, I'm going to Fort Myer for Christmas.
Oh,
Is that close?
nice.
I just know that everything's a triangle.
Yeah, it's somewhat. it's more north.
Florida.
Okay. We got this thing. It looks like a money heist kind of
This
thing.
this looks like crypto.
Yeah, right? That too.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. It's matching I will say that we do have match active artboard style on, so
Yep.
it should be able to kind of take what we already have, but I mean, as long as we can like grab the actual money sign out of there, but it looks like it's going to give us hell. So, oh wait, hold on.
It's interesting.
It is,
Sure.
we're
Why
just
not?
going to take it.
Yeah.
And, it is what it is.
Yeah, we got like 8
Sometimes,
minutes. It's going to be what it's going to be.
At this point, it is what it is. Okay.
Yes. And Mercy is saying it's the Grand Canyon State is Arizona. I feel like there's so much more that Arizona has to offer outside of just the Grand. Then again, the Grand Canyon's like one of the things in the United States.
All right, so we're just gonna put this on top of
Money,
here,
money, money, money.
and we're just gonna say, "Hey, that's what it's supposed to look like."
Money.
It's somewhat. I mean, it's close, right? We're
Yep.
just gonna put a little.
And then if we change
know?
the blending mode on those to multiply, it'll like multiply, take away that white background.
It would. You're right. Hold on. Let's do it. Let's go to multiply. Where is it at? Am I
Top.
missing it? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Why not?
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna hit that multiply. Yeah. Okay.
So, chat, if you're not familiar with blending modes, there are lighteners and there are darkeners.
Yep.
The top area are going to take away all of the light. If you do the middle area, that will take away all the dark. They do it in different ways, but that's all you need to know. And then the bottom area messes with the colors. Those are the 3 classifications if you're trying to play around with blending modes. They're either lighteners, darkeners, or colorers. And those are the different classifications.
All right. So I think that gets the point across.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And
All
someone's
right.
saying, I'm surprised it has difficulties with signs. Is there a reason for that? Yes. Can we camera 2? Do we have camera 2 up? Hold on, I'm gonna have to move over to camera 2 because I have a really good answer.
What we doing?
Wait, okay, studio manager's getting camera 2 for us. I have such a good answer for you about why AI has difficulty using signs and symbols. All right, studio manager's gonna walk back and then we're gonna do a B-side right here.
I love it.
Let me get ready.
I'm interested to know too.
Okay, sorry, where are we going here?
We're gonna briefcase.
Briefcases. Okay, cool.
Well,
All
go
right,
ahead.
camera 2. Here we go. Here's what's happening. The question from chat is, I'm surprised it has difficulties with signs and symbols. Why is the reason for that? So, when we are talking about how we communicate visually, hold on, there we go. Camera 2, thank you. When we're talking about how we communicate visually, everything is one of 3 things. It is an icon, an index, or a symbol. Icons look like what they are. So like if it looks like a bird, it's an icon of a bird. An index, something that gives information. So if you see smoke, that indicates a fire. If you see, oh yeah, I'm obsessed. If there are motion lines, those are indicating that it is in motion. So artificial intelligence is really great at understanding icons because they look like what they are. It has a really hard time with signs and symbols because symbols are only understood within a cultural context. So a red octagon means stop. A blue octagon means nothing. So it's the complexities of the pieces that go together, right? So if we have the letter J, the letter A, and the letter M, if we put them next to each other, it spells jam, and we think about jam. But if they're strewn across and we see those 3 letters throughout the day, it doesn't mean anything to us. So when we're trying to generate something like a dollar sign, within our culture, we understand that that's a dollar sign. But it's only understood within a cultural context, and AI doesn't have the cultural context right now to be able to decipher a lot of signs and symbols. Knowledge is power.
That was a great
Camera 1.
That was a great explanation, and it makes sense. You know, it's just cultural things that make sense. That it's like, oh well, I don't really know that about you.
Yep, and we know that because we're like, yeah, we've dealt with dollar symbols
All our lives,
Yes.
right? Exactly.
But then people who maybe use the euro or use rupees are like, why does this S have a slice through it?
Right.
Right, because they're used to seeing a different symbol for that.
So it really just depends. And even though it does use different languages that you can actually do prompts in, right?
Yep.
Like
And-
so you can actually do it in. I just said it.
Yeah.
You can do different languages, but it really just depends on the culture context.
Yep, and AI doesn't know what culture context to put it into.
Exactly, because there's so many.
Yep.
Is what my thought process.
And it doesn't know what culture you're in.
Exactly. I think that. I
Ooh.
mean, the icon is cute.
That's cute.
This is cute. I'm feeling it.
I'm into it.
I actually like it.
Yes.
I think we can get it. We can go ahead and put that into our board.
And thank you for joining me on camera 2. And yes, blending modes have always been a mystery. So, chat, maybe I'll do a live stream about blending modes. So
That'd be
blending
actually a
modes
good one.
are all math. And I can show you the mathematical formulas of like how the blending modes are working. So at some point, subscribe to Adobe Live. Oh, I pointed the wrong way. Subscribe to Adobe Live on YouTube, and I will do a live stream where I do in-depth masterclass about blending modes.
I love that.
I'll show you the math behind it. I'll show you how to understand how they work and how to use them to your advantage in your designs.
Someone like me, I'm literally doing this right here. Okay, I like the way this looks. This
Yes.
looks great.
100%.
But it's good to know the actual scientific things behind it, though.
Yep. And it helps you understand a little bit of like, I'm trying to get this effect. What do I need to do that? And if you understand what they're doing, then you'll be like, oh, the effect that I need is I need it to be darker. And so everything in that one section is going to be darker because mathematically it's multiplying the number values of those colors. And when you multiply, the number always gets higher. And so the higher the number, the darker the value. So we'll talk about that later another time.
Geeky, I love it.
Right? Little nerd stuff. I love nerding out here in Adobe
I
Live.
love that. Okay, so we just put that together. We just kind of, I mean, this is what it looks like, you know.
Close enough, yeah.
I think we're close.
Yep.
I think we're close. We're
So
getting there.
we do have a couple minutes left. Let's
Okay.
go ahead and do a recap and kind of
Okay.
show what was the process that we worked with, how did we do it, and then kind of where did we land.
Okay, so we started with we're doing a storyboard for a animation video. And basically we started with a mood board of what the client actually was looking for, and getting the style and everything so we know exactly what we're looking for. From there, we went ahead and set up our artboards in Photoshop, and then as far as setting up what we're actually going to do storyboarding on. And then we literally are taking our text to vector, generative AI, just kind to use that to create our actual vectors for the actual storyboard. And so once we did that, we kind of just went ham and started to just explore about how this actual text to vector works, and how to use it to actually create these vectors. Once we got what we wanted, once we explored a little bit, we then went into our Photoshop artboard and put it together. And I think we kind of got it to where to a good point.
I still think that tire and the bus, like those are really good.
I mean, yeah, I feel like this tire could go on that. I feel
Yep.
like that could definitely happen. I mean, for the most part, you know, these are all, we use icons, subjects, we kind of mix that about around just to kind of get the detail that we wanted or less detail that we wanted. And we kind of played around with some stuff, right?
Yes.
But for the most part, we know what it can't do, right? Symbols, signs, things of that nature, maybe states. We might want to stay away from there. But for the most part, I think it got our concept down so that the next person that takes on, they're able to, you know, animate this thing.
So fun. Well, thanks for joining us, y'all.
Yeah.
We do have more content coming up for you next. There we go. We are going to be hanging out. I believe Cyn is coming back on to animate some of the stuff that we were working on earlier using After Effects. So if you love video, stick around with some animation. Any advice to our creative friends who are hopping in?
Stay creative, be explorative, discover. Keep going.
Yes,
There
do your
you go.
thing. You're
Do
one
your
of
thing.
one. You're number one.
Continue to be unique.
That's it. You're the visuals.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Stick around.
Hello, creatives. Thanks for sticking around for our last stream of this live from San Francisco Thursday. I am here today with Cyn Lagos. You're back. I'm back. We're both back. We have a great session for you all. It's the last one of the day, so make sure to stick around. Cyn, what are we going to be talking about today?
So we're going to be continuing the assets that we built earlier. So we're talking about storytelling for AI. So storytelling for AI is something that is very close to like my heart, because in photography and other mediums that I worked on, it has always been at the core about storytelling. And I think of AI as a new medium, as just another medium to play with.
Yeah.
So we were experimenting with Andrew earlier and creating some really cool visual assets that today at this hour, we're going to be animating. So if you were there for the earlier stream, thank you for keeping up.
Staying tuned.
Yeah, staying tuned. And if not, then you can always rewatch that to get the references.
Yeah.
But I'll do a little...
Do a quick
Run
recap,
through?
maybe. I wasn't there, so
Yes,
I would love
so
to
I'm
hear
gonna do it for
a
Megan.
quick recap just for myself what we did.
Awesome. So we started in Adobe Firefly, and the thing about Adobe Firefly is it can go in so many different directions, but we are at the core, we are the creative directors. So it begins with a prompt, but we also helped it by styling, creating some style guides and referencing all of our different settings on the right-hand side. So on the right-hand side, we now are equipped with different settings like photo settings and effects that help us get a little bit closer to the style fidelity that we want to emulate, right? But you can go a step further, and something that I absolutely love is uploading my own photos. So you can see here, this is the photo reference, and I can always take a look at it again. And you can see, for example, when we started on a photo like this versus a photo like this, it's going to give you different outcomes, essentially.
Yeah.
So this is what we got using this photo.
Interesting.
And just to showcase what would happen if we use this photo.
And you took these photos.
Yeah, so I took
They're
these
super
photos.
cool.
Yeah. So I took these photos. So I recommend that you upload some of your photo references, and they have to be yours in order for us to train.
Yes.
We're not exactly training, but we're using them as photo references quite literally. So let's hit generate there, and I didn't change anything else. I didn't change the effects or my prompt, but it's still going to apply then some of my options here that, for example, the light ambience. I shot this in outdoors, sunny Miami, Florida. So it's going to occupy that kind of light ambience, and also the color palette, which is like blue and red. So I love using my own sources because I feel like it makes it that much more my work versus this kind of feeling of like it just is generated, and where is my fingerprint, right? Our artist's fingerprint. We always need to have it somewhere.
Yeah.
So
And there's
hopefully-
more control, which is nice. Like, you can type in this prompt and something random might come out, but if you're giving it this context, it's going to be more in line with what you're looking for.
Let's do a quick refresh here just to make sure.
Too many tabs.
By tab. Are you one of those folks? Because I am.
Oh my goodness. I have like 40 tabs open in 4 different browsers. So yes, I'm definitely one of those people.
So earlier, I encouraged everyone to grab my prompt and generate your own visuals. This is how easy it could be. The reason why I'm just opening it up for everybody is because I also want you to upload your own photo references. And this way, you're going to have your own aesthetic and your own style.
Yeah, it will look different.
Yeah. So let's see if we can upload here.
It's slow to load today.
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
I think it's me.
Why?
Things were slow to load in the last one with Andrew, too.
Oh, really?
My last one with true.
That's strange. But
Anyways, we've seen it before. You can, You can go back and rewatch it as well. But let's move on to like what we're doing today.
Would love to see your generations outside of that. Restream the previous one that happened at 11 o'clock. There's going to be probably chapters there for you to see. So these are some of the results that we got earlier. We jumped into, well, let's move this little guy here. We jumped into Adobe Express to see how we can continue to modify it. What? Okay. Can't move that either. It's strange.
Is it a screenshot?
No.
Silly question.
Okay.
Anyways.
Moving on. So we have this image as a reference, and then we also had a couple other ones. So I love this photo
that one.
right here, and we added some of these assets. So, for example, the birds, you can see how it looks.
Oh, nice.
And then the plant, I think Andrew felt like it was a little Hunger Games, so I was like, let me give it a bit of foliage so it feels...
It is Hunger Games.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's super interesting how you can start to build storytelling into this, and that if your reference is something like a film, that's a good place to be. Versus when it starts to kind of look like it doesn't have anything going on, there's no emotional impact, then it's just an image, right? Like it's not that powerful. So we expanded this image, and I think now it's ready for us to prep it a little bit further. I did want to use Adobe Firefly eventually, so we'll figure that out later. So what I want to do here is create some assets that we can composite, right? So we have this here. Now I'm going to hit Shift-Command-E to merge it, right? And you can hold Alt to merge it without affecting your working layers. So now we have this layer here. And I want to be able to select this circle so I can change this entire circle to something else.
Okay.
Right? So let's go into, and there's a few ways to do that. I can maybe select a circle and select that area, kind of going here with the pen tool and select each section, which would take us a lifetime. Or we can go into we can go into this button right here, Object Selection Tool, and look for selections. So I love this because we're able to make a quick selection and potentially inverse it if we want to select the outer areas. So I want to make sure to select that circle. So let me zoom out here for a little bit. So what I'll do is make a copy of this file here and then mask this. So now all I have is her. And now when I remove this, I kind of was hoping that her legs wouldn't be on the outside area because that makes it a little bit trickier. But in this case, we have other workarounds. So we'll just select the circle here.
You're going for the background of her.
And I'm going for that background, Now, the other thing that I want to keep in mind is I should potentially just feather this, maybe like 10, so that I can have, so once I put something in the background, it's not going to look like very stark and different.
So it's like overlapping a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to choose a black. So that's going to be a black. And let's hide these fellas so you can see what we're doing here. Command G. All right, so then we have our selection. And then now that we've done that, we can save it as a PNG. So I have a shortcut for exporting, Command H. Always tailor all your shortcuts to make your life easier, and make sure you have that transparency. So let's put this under New, and now we have a nice selection.
And what are we going to do from here?
So then from here, we're going to go into Premiere. We're going to try to see if Adobe Firefly works, but if not, I have some backup assets just in case. I think Adobe Firefly is not to be... Oh, here it is. Cool. There it is.
And that's with the photo reference, yeah?
Yeah, so we have some of those I don't know if this is exactly the photo reference, but it is the prompt. I think this is now with
Just the
photo
prompt.
reference.
But you can see how different the prompt is with your photo reference. Like the one we were just manipulating is very different from what it just showed us.
Yeah, because that has those examples. So you can see how the fidelity of the light, all of the color palettes tend to imitate the photo references that I had. So we're going to go into Premiere. Oh, wait. Still slow. Okay, never mind.
I just need some time to think.
Okay. So tiny in here. All right, so in Premiere, there's so many different ways to get this started. This is my way. So I like to go into new project. And under here, we're going to have a lot of different options. I love that right away you can collect all your assets, or you can just start from scratch. But it's really nice because you can start to tailor all of your different favorite locations on the left-hand side. So let's call this Dreams, Adobe Live, and just press Create. Pretty simple.
Yep.
And yes. So then it's going to ask me, this is my hardware options. I think that's fine, right? I'm going to go with okay. Let's see how it works out.
It was like asking the wrong person.
Yeah. I'm like, let's go for it.
That looks great to me.
Okay, so in the left-hand side, we have all of the things we're going to import. So we're going to double-click that area and go into New, which is where I've stored all my different assets.
Got it.
So I want to have three things, or two things in order to really make this movement. So I want to have, this is the main one, so think of it like three-layer sandwich. This is the main one. Behind it is going to be something moving, and to really sell it, you might want to have something in the foreground. So, but if you have even just this one and something in the back, we're doing fine. So I generated this one here. And what I'll do is go into sequence once I've dropped in this layer into the timeline. You can see it there. We're going to go into, actually, let's go into Windows first and change our workspace to Essentials Assembly. So now we see the horizontal side, right? So we can see here we have our layer and then we have our presentation, right? So I'm making it horizontal because we'll jump into how to make it vertical.
Okay.
And so let's drag this over. That's just floating. And something really cool about Premiere is that it's always modular, so you can place things wherever you want. Right?
That's nice.
Yeah, so that, it fits maybe. Of course, I put it in the skinniest side, but it fits exactly like, I have a tiny computer right now. So it fits that area. So let's go. So this is your sequence right here. So let's go into sequence settings, and make sure this is you can see here, somebody was asking earlier, how big is this file? Like, am I working with something that I can print later? Am I working with something that's going to be like up to the standards of like the industry, right? Like this is a really big file. This is a 4K file essentially, right? So we don't have to go that big. So we're gonna go to the width at 1920 and 1080 and press OK. And you can see it zooms in there. So let's go into effects. We can go to here, effects, and effect controls. And go here.
How did you decide on that ratio, the file size?
The 4K or the 1080 by
1080.
So it works for publishing at high definition.
Okay.
Of course, you can, if you're uploading to YouTube, then you have 4K options. But for example, if I just want to be able to send this over or put it up on my website, I don't want it to be too heavy oftentimes. So it gives me a nice gamut. I also have gotten used to it because then from here, I can flip it to 1080 by 920, which is for vertical format. Yeah, it's a great question. So, okay. So if I wanted to source some more things here, I could potentially, let me see. I really like Oh, there it is.
It's just taken.
It just takes a little
That
while.
one looks really very similar to the photo reference. I don't know if you did upload it.
Yeah, that one. I did
Yeah.
upload it. But this is a great example of how if, like, let's say it did take a lifetime because, I don't know, I have bad internet or something of the other. I'm multitasking. We're
Right.
finding ways to, like, continue to work while Adobe Firefly, my assistant, is working behind the scenes
In the background.
for me. So I think I'm going to make it work a little bit. And I want to create this asset right here. Let's see. Girl, this. So I want to create
Ooh, cool.
a universe so that we can translate it from in the background. So let's copy this prompt. This image still has that prompt in the naming conventions, which is super cool because prompts generation takes like so much work.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to have that reference at all times.
That's such
So-
a skill in itself, the prompt generation. It's nice that it saves it so you remember.
Yeah, and
what it's called.
we'll leave that style reference. Let's see what kind of color palette it creates. So while that's happening, we'll continue here. But essentially, I have that one, and I also have this black sky that we want to work with. And you can see that all of these are generated on Adobe Firefly. So all my composite files are going to be generated in Adobe Firefly and just caked together. So let's see how that works out. So let me show you how I'm going to place this file, the cloud file. Oops, there you go. All right, so let's double click and go into our photo references. So I encourage you to create something in the foreground, right? So let's go into this black sky so that we can continue working here. So the reason why I made this in a black background is because we can use effects and change the color mode. The mode of it so that it can still blend together. So let me show you how to do that. Let's import it. And let's bring it into our file here. This part is like squished together.
Are you usually working on like a big
I have two monitors.
two monitors? Yes.
It's funny that way. Oh, it's this one right here. So you can see it. So a nice shortcut whenever wherever you see me struggle here, I have to find another outlet. Right, so for example, if I use this little squiggly button under escape, I can choose one part of my section and it will maximize it. So if I want to see this in full,
Bigger, yeah.
I get to see it bigger. I want to grab one of my files here. So it'll be black sky. Yeah, that's the black sky. And we'll bring it over.
What is that squiggly thing called on the keyboard?
Gosh, what is that called?
I don't know.
I can never, yeah.
If chat knows, we're talking about the one that like makes the little shoop thing right under the escape button. Tell us in chat if you know what that is.
Oh, no. I don't think that's what it's called. It's
Tilde.
Tilde. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that
tilde?
the only word for it?
I don't
definitely
know.
think. Window, workspace, assembly. Yeah, it definitely like gives me like a...
But anyway, so press that button and it makes
Here.
the sections bigger.
Yes. So let's drag this file at the top because we're going to have this file in the foreground.
Right,
So
okay.
we're going to be layering them in that fashion. So I would still want to leave room at the bottom for that background layer.
Right, got it.
That is currently generating in the back. So this file obviously is much bigger, so it took over the entire space. So let's bring this section back and let's zoom out. So you'll notice that it looks like a panoramic photo.
It does,
And so I did that on purpose. There isn't actually a way to generate that here. I put Firefly in here. A black universe filled with orbiting planets full of moss and golden shadows. That word is not necessary. So you can tell in here we don't have a panoramic option. So I definitely need to grab any of those files and expand them in Premiere. So that's what I did for this file here. So that we can direct the motion, we need all of that like content in the background.
So you generated an image and expanded it in Premiere's?
I expanded it in Photoshop.
Got it.
So the original image, we have Pretty sure in here. But like the original images come like this.
Got it.
So we can use this one as a reference, for example, and go into Adobe Photoshop. So if we try to animate this, it's going to run out of information eventually.
Right.
So what we want to do is first create a horizontal version. So I'm going to use Generative Expand and let that expand. And then eventually we want to make sure it expands enough that we can move it for a good amount of seconds. Everybody agreed. Tilde.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
you
called
know.
it a squiggly. That is
I
just
kind of like squiggly better, but
wherever tilde came, I don't know. Enjoy, maybe if you speak Spanish. Oh, maybe if I write it in Spanish, probably it would give me a different prompt. So we have, I absolutely love this. This is the prompt that I wrote for this one. So a black universe filled with orbiting planets full of moss and golden shadows.
it's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of awesome. It looks like another universe, not one that I know of, maybe another galaxy.
So it's generating. We're expanding it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what we did with that other image that is now in our Premiere
Yeah.
project.
Yeah. So in Premiere, what I wanted to show you was we want to go into Effect Controls. And under here, there's going to be a blend mode. And we're going to use, I think we're going to use screen for this one.
Okay.
And you can see what happens here. We have now the clouds visible, but not so much the background, right? And we want that so that it starts to feel like there's clouds actually in the foreground. So I'm going to lower this a little bit. And
Like a little fog moment.
Yeah.
Is that what we're going for? Yeah.
yeah, so in this case, yeah, it'll be like kind of foggish. But you can see that the edges aren't really fading out here on the edge. So they're very visible. So a good way to kind of mitigate that is to jump in here and create a mask. And so we'll do something like this. Right, so then it cuts that top, and then once you do that, we want to be able to feather it. So feather that mask, and it'll help with that edging.
Got it. Yeah.
And you can always move it. So one of the things I love doing is selecting that top title, and you're able to then, with the hand,
Oh my gosh, that was my Siri on my watch.
even
Creepy.
Siri gets it. That was
She's
funny.
like, Cyn is so good at explaining things.
It was like, I got it. So you're able to move it here. I thought it was your voice, I promise.
No, it really scared me. What's happening?
So you're able to kind of move this mask down, and you can see that edge has like gotten more natural.
Right.
Right. So,
Which works well with this fog.
Yeah.
Blending into
right.
the
And we can
background.
like zoom in, zoom out. So that one of the ways to animate something is to test it by just checking the effects and be like, could that be a cool effect if it was just zooming in slowly, so on a z-axis potentially, or do we want to do something like this where it zooms in kind of it doesn't zoom in, but it glides to the left and to the right.
Yeah.
So in which case it would probably have to be bigger. And so it glides to the left.
Oh yeah, that looks like fog to me. for
That
sure.
looks like fog. Okay.
Yeah.
So approved. We're going to go in that direction. So what we have to do now that we see that it works at that scale, we want to set the position. So let's start by hitting that time clock. And then at the very start, animation is very simple. We have an A to B effect, right? So at the very beginning, we have that location, and then we go over to the very bottom. So set the out point there. We're going to move it over with the numbers. So
Perfect.
something like this. Do we want to go to the left, to the right? So it kind of starts to give that. Now, the other thing that is important is the duration, right? So if my timeline is pretty short, my A to B is going to be fairly fast.
Right.
So you can see that looks really intense.
Yeah.
And maybe it doesn't sell it as well. So what we can do is zoom in here and extend this area. So let's extend it all the way to here. Maybe we can do a minute. So if we want to do a minute, we can hit Command R and do a minute here, a minute 30 seconds. And so that's going to affect both of them.
And how fast both clips are moving.
Yeah, so look at that. Like, it was so tiny.
Yeah.
And so now our out point is all the way over here. But then what happens to that keyframe that we had earlier, right? We have to also extend that keyframe in our effects control. So let's select that individual frame. And you can see where the keyframe used to be. And now we can take it that far out.
Got it.
So the more distance you create between those keyframes, the more time it'll take to complete that loop.
Move. Yeah.
So then let's go into that keyframe at the end and right click and hit either one of these options is wonderful. You can do Bezier and it's going to be automatic. It just helps make the animation much softer. But otherwise, I like to manually put this. The out keyframe needs to have the opposite, so ease in, and then the in one needs to have the opposite, which is ease out. And so that's going to help create that. It's going to move fairly slowly now, actually. So we can zoom it in, bring it in a little bit, and you can see it starts to...
Yeah, I mean, that looks like pretty convincing fog to me.
Right? It starts to look a little bit more convincing.
Yeah.
As it comes across. So the interesting thing about that is that it also creates a sense of like, this isn't a flat 2D image. This is actually extending in the Z-axis and starts to feel like it is real.
Coming to life.
It does verge the line of like photography and video.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Yeah, really getting into that storytelling.
Yeah.
Which is what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, trying to emulate some kind of emotion.
Yeah.
So I have some gnarly things going on here in the background also. And then we have this one, which already expanded.
Yeah.
So for this one, I can now have it saved and continue to extend it if I wanted to all the way far back.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I think about if I want to continue to extend it is that will determine how long my animation will be also. So we already have one saved here. I have actually really cool options.
Ooh.
This one was inspired by that image that you saw there, that image reference. It was blue and red. And then this one was just based on my prompt alone because I asked for golden shadows, right? So then it started to create like gold emulating looks. This one actually started to get closer to like our earth and what it looks like.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so we have a lot of different options here. So I think I'm gonna grab these two just to kind of show what
each one would look like.
What they might look like. So let's go into Premiere, select this, and grab those two right here.
And these are the extended versions.
Yeah.
So they're a little bit longer.
Yeah, so like just like before, we're gonna drag them in, but we're gonna drag it into the bottom, so it'll be behind. So that's important in our layering process. But you can see it shortened, so and it's a lot shorter. So we're gonna hit Command R, and we can do that 1 minute edit right there, 100, and it's exactly the same, right there, right? And so you can see it's showing up right there. So what we can do here, we can start to see whether we like that. Do we zoom in, zoom out? What would that look like?
Oh, yeah.
And it'll be slowly. Is she like in some sort of ship and that's moving? Or like before, we're following that horizontal movement. So we might do something like this. I kind of like either one. I think a little bit of a combination could be interesting too.
Yeah, it could be because since the foreground is moving, it could be cool to do a zoom.
Yeah, so the foreground was moving to the right.
To the right, yeah.
So it could be kind of cool to move this one, to zoom in and move to the left.
Yeah.
So let's set both scale points. So it'll zoom in and move to the left. So then now when we go to approximately the other area that the other ones were in, maybe around there, we can also visually see where we want to move it, and we can start to zoom in or zoom out. In this case, I think it's a little bit of a zoom out, around there. So if I'm zooming out, I'm starting to think now also maybe I should expand it vertically even more so, just to give me that space. And again, that image, you asked me earlier, like, why 1920 by 1080?
Yeah.
Then my images in the back don't have to be like 10K.
Right. Okay.
Right. That also helps. So then we're gonna also, was it to the left?
Yes.
We should probably start. We should have started over here on the very edge. So like around there. And then move this over. That's too much on the edge, I think. Maybe around there. That's a cool planet. I love that burnt orange. And when we're here, we'll be moving completely.
Okay. So we're doing two different effects here.
Yeah,
First it
so
zooms out and then it zooms over.
it's a great way to
Pans
create a
over.
little bit of dynamic also, so that it doesn't become predictable that everything's just shifting to the right.
Yeah.
And so let's do some ease in. Oh, I think, yes, ease in. That's correct. And then ease out at the very beginning. And so that when we zoom here, we can start to see it like moving fairly slowly. And of course, if you wanted to, you can make this go a lot faster.
Right.
I feel like the effect of it moving slowly kind of surprises you for a second, because for a second you think, oh, this is a photo. And then suddenly it starts to like define itself as like, okay, this is a little bit more than that.
Yeah. And making it that everything that 1 minute makes it all move pretty much exactly into time with each other.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
nice.
Yeah, we can definitely like make it more dynamic and change up the points of the timeline. So like if you wanted to do that, you can see here what you're saying is like these are all in kind of the same exact space. So even if we move them, like offset them a little bit,
They're going to move a little bit
they're going to move
at
differently.
speeds. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to start to change the way that they move. Let's play it there.
Oh, yeah. The foreground's moving a little bit faster.
Yeah, I love that. I would think in retrospect things like you can introduce like the birds could be something that they just kind of zoom in. I know we have this concept of like them moving their wings, so it's a little bit different. But try to think of elements that you can mimic without having to overtly animate them. There's ways of doing that if you choose to kind of dive into the puppet tool and things like that. But I like the simplicity of it too. We can play with a lot of elements here. So I wanted to introduce some sound effects also.
Cool.
So I like going to Epidemic Sound for music. And what's really cool about this also is that aside from finding soundtracks, you can also find different sound effects. So in order to sell something and make it feel like we have to kind of tune into all the different sensories. And so I love finding different ambient sounds. I love this like footsteps, you can let your imagination go wild there. Even animals or the technology sound, right? Like just typing, things like that. So I love getting things like this or finding cinematic sounds to really sell it. So I have a few here that I collected. So let's go into the sound effects, I think.
You're very organized with all your folders. Okay.
Let me see. So we have, in order to sell this one, I thought maybe I have some birds present.
Oh, yeah.
You can hear that.
So soothing.
It's very meditative. And then this is just a computer sound. So it's like,
Yep.
And I think when it comes to the feeling of this, I felt like it was a little bit in between, like it's like outer space meets brutalism, architecture meets technology meets nature somehow in contemplation. So I got some tech effects. Oh yeah.
That one fits.
So that one's very like the sound of space, that empty vacuum.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few here.
Oh, that one's kind of intense.
That one's like very, it feels like this could have been easily a Halloween
Yes.
effect. But I think that's sort of the goal that...
These are all reminding me of my sound machine at home when I sleep.
You have a sound machine?
Yeah, I sleep to it.
That's funny. And you sleep with a sound machine that sounds like that?
Yeah,
That's scary.
It's like white noise. It's like, I don't know. I like it.
I mean, I like rain sounds, but like spooky sounds, maybe not so much. I like this one because it sounds like when you have an emergency of sorts,
Yeah.
but a little bit more eerie.
Yeah.
So I want to introduce these in here. So let's go again into our assembly line, and for Premiere, it's super important to be like organized. I'm trying here, but like it's definitely an important element. So I do have this folder called SFX, so sound effects. So we can grab it completely, and it will also keep the naming convention, and it's called SFX,
cool.
and it's in the folder. So I am so grateful for that because that keeps everything organized. So now that I did that, I bring back my tilde to use that, and let's see what some of these are. See the birds. Do want to introduce the bird here. So I can do like an in and out point, so the bird happens pretty early on. And you can see in the waveform, I think you can't hear it here. So let me go into the audio to make sure you can hear it. So audio hardware, and it should be output external headphones. That should do it. So yep. So pretty.
Yeah.
Right, so that's why I wanted to introduce that bird that we generated in Adobe Photoshop in the previous stream. So this is going to be one of those like looping ones. I just want to let it be there and let the folks feel what it. Oh my God, I nailed it! It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Whoa.
Okay, so you can start to hear maybe
Yeah.
ambient sounds, right?
Yep.
But the goal in all of this is compositing, like just stacking up as much as possible. So I love this one here at the very beginning, just to finish it off.
Is that like a computer click?
Yes, it's a computer click. Actually, we'll leave that at the end so that you can see the whole thing. Yeah, it's just like you press enter.
Uh-huh. That's sound machine-esque.
It's very, very ominous. I think that feeling that you're getting is part of what I want.
Yeah.
It's like I want you to be like, what's gonna happen next?
Yeah.
Perplexing a little bit.
Yeah.
It makes you question.
I mean, the title of this is Dreams. So
Yeah,
It's kind
so-
of that like dreamy state.
Absolutely, yeah. So you probably don't want to fall asleep with this, but
No, not that one. That one's scary.
over and over looping. Yeah. So this one, so you can see that some of these aren't a minute
As long,
long.
yeah.
So we'll do something about that to fix it. Of course, they don't all have to be introduced at the same time in the beginning. This is what that would sound like. We don't have to introduce
Pretty cool.
Yeah, we don't have to introduce them all in the beginning. It's like you were saying earlier. We can just overlap them. So it keeps that motivation going of like there's more happening.
Yeah.
Even though it's we're in this era where like everything is changing quite rapidly, and
Yeah.
like literally you jump into social media, you see an image, but they're just happening in microseconds,
Yeah,
right?
short
So,
attention
but like
spans,
this is kind of pushing that other thing. It's like, what if you could just stick around and stare at it and be like, what else is gonna happen?
Yeah, what's gonna change?
So it might leave you with that feeling of when you go into a museum and just stare at something, and you feel like you were really present and intimate with that thing for a little while. At least that's how I feel every time I go to a museum. It makes me contemplate a lot. So I'll grab this one too. And this one's actually a little bit longer. So you'll notice that I don't have any more like room. So if I wanted to stack it, I can just right click and add a track, and I can continue to stack here. This one's a lot longer, so it's kind of cool. Okay, so that looks good. And then which one's this one? Oh, I love this one.
Yeah, I love that one.
This one, I heard the sound, I think, once before, but I don't know where. I don't know if it was like a ship or something like that, but it is so eerie, and I love it. Some of these sound effects are also just made, they're found, they found them around your house, but they kind of still imitate that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Could be in your kitchen, next time pay attention to those sounds.
That's so cool. That like sound effect hits right when it starts to zoom out.
Yeah.
Super cool.
So you can start to time it appropriately
Yeah.
and let that go on. I know that little sound is a little bit, it's persistent. It's like it's forcing you. But of course, that's all sound design. You can start to think about it in that context. But I do want to do something about these sounds here that are not as long. So I could go in here. Let me see here on the right hand side. Here it is. So you can go into all of these different tools, and in here you're going to find these hidden tools, and in this one you're going to find the remix tool, right? And when you click that, you can extend any of these audios into however long you want. So of course, if it's a soundtrack, it's even easier. So I love that maybe I can extend some of these, and I just like let AI figure it out. Let me see if I can.
So it's not looping it, it's actually extending it, or is it looping it?
So it does a bit of both.
Okay.
But it makes it so subtle. Let me
Yeah.
see what happened. Let's do that. I don't think I can select that one. Okay, let's try this one.
Okay.
Please try again with a different song. Okay, let's try it on a song. I'm pretty sure I have one. Let's see how it works out. But I often use that on soundtracks. I wonder if it's very specific to soundtracks. In my opinion, a sound effect, I often tend to leave it as is, but maybe. Let me see. I have this. It's a little mysterious still, right?
It's very like Stranger Things-esque. I
Yeah.
like it.
You like it? Okay.
Yeah.
Approved. Megan approved. And so let's add that one track again here. And I also like considering like what if I don't want any of the sound effects? You can also just isolate sounds. So I can show you how that looks like. Let's see, was this one right? Mind.
Yeah.
Yes. Did it. So that's the soundtrack at the very end. And let's isolate it by pressing that S. And so now we're only going to hear the soundtrack.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
But it definitely sells it a little bit differently, right?
Yeah, it does. It makes it more exciting. I feel like the other one is kind of like ominous.
Oh, like stare at me.
Yeah.
And like, so there's different opportunities here to explore it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that remix tool worked. Otherwise, we'll move on from it. Let's see. So we were in here. And if we were to extend this one, you can see it's analyzing it. So it might be soundtrack specific, but I have used it either to extend it or shorten it. So those edges don't have to be something that I manipulate manually. Like, oh, does it sound like I just broke it off like halfway?
Yeah, and it's just that harsh ending. You don't want that.
Yes. And it just keeps on going.
Okay, and then this is the part.
This is the extended part.
The extended part.
Just fades out.
Yeah.
It's
No,
perfect.
that's super cool. That's a great tool.
So now at the very end of it, I just want to show you what it would look like. Let me go here to this one, and let's reframe. Now we have all those assets built. Let's reframe this for a vertical output. So let's duplicate this sequence. Duplicate. There you are. And so I'll double click that. There's a few ways to do it. I quite generally like to have a lot of control over what I'm doing. So I like going into sequence settings and just changing that to 1080 by 1920. Press OK. So now I have this size going on.
Okay.
So what happens here is that I have to then analyze some of these assets and say, okay, I need this now to be vertical. So how do I do that? I have to go into that asset and open it up in Photoshop. So let's find Photoshop right here. So it already knows that I do cross-platform edits. I'm still wearing this. I'm like, what? It already knows that I do cross-platform edits, so it knows that I might need to expand some of these sizes.
Yep.
I definitely want to do it to this one. So edit in Photoshop here. And I know this might be the original image, but we're just going to do it for this one.
Expand it.
And Shift X to make it into a vertical. And let's say I expand it around there.
Okay.
And we'll let that run. And so there's different rooms for you to continue to make this an experience that can be experienced either like on YouTube, on your website.
Phone.
Potentially, you can set up an exhibition, which is what I would love to do. And you have these screens and we're observing it and experiencing it, right? So not print, but something else.
Yeah.
So let's save this as vertical and we'll replace it.
I like the expansion it did.
I know that actually came out like its own new world.
Yeah.
So let's hit export here. And did I put vertical? Yes, new. Because I don't want to mess with my original asset. I could, but that would replace what I had before in my horizontal version too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I want to do now, since I have this one here, is go and click F so I can find it. So that's the one. And I want to upload the file that I have. So let's put these in a folder. Images. Gotta stay organized, right? And then double click here and go to new and find our PNG. Remember PNG, so we keep that transparency.
Right.
And so we'll drag this over, but if I just drag it over, I have to resize it and do everything potentially all over again, and create the placement. Is it on top? Is it in the bottom?
Right.
Instead of doing that, I'm just gonna click it here and drag it directly by holding Option, and any effects I had placed on that will be now also part of that file.
Right.
So let's see. Yeah, that's my file.
So you're essentially just replacing it.
I'm just replacing it, right?
Yeah.
Didn't add it in there.
Right.
And you can see how it looks, because that one was sized to fit, this one's sized to fit.
Yep.
So then we can already see some of those effects taking place.
Yeah. You didn't really have to do that much.
I didn't have to do a whole lot to change it. Let me move this keyframe so you can visibly see some of these effects as they're happening. Let's see.
Sound good.
Oh yeah, we have our sounds happening.
I love it.
Right? Or we don't want that. If we don't want that sound effect, I would feel like maybe if I want to publish it online, that might be more fitting
Yeah.
for social media. But if we want something else,
Like, this is more like exhibition, I think.
right?
If it was in like an exhibition.
I agree. And we have that option. So I want to show you the other two options that I created after this. I think this is going to be a series, folks. It's
Fun.
really cool. So I absolutely love it. Let's just hit save there. So I'm going to show you some of the ones that came out of this experimentation. So this one with these different variations. One of the things that I love about Adobe Firefly is that I can create so many different iterations at any given point and just continuously find new perspectives.
Yeah.
Similar composition, similar color palette, all of it, right? But even my subject changes. So we can continue playing with that same animation effect and continue to give all of these static photos a new world.
Yeah.
So you can already see like the potential there.
So what would you do with this video now that it's, I guess, finished?
Yeah, I definitely want to I want to publish it on Behance and on my website as a series to showcase how I'm experimenting between those two worlds, right?
Yeah.
The worlds of photography, AI, animation. For me, like I said at the beginning of this, AI is just another new medium. So it's kind of finding the way that you like to tell stories and how can you continue to do that with this new medium, right? So
Yeah.
I'm experimenting and I continue to like publish the different ways that I want to experiment. This is one of the references of the color palette. Can you believe that led to this? Like it's
different, but not like I can believe actually that
the photographer in me didn't know that I would be
Yeah.
creating this based on this moment.
like her arms are similar.
Yeah. There's a
Coloring
lot
is
of
similar. The lining is
different
similar.
familiarities there. So this is the one that I did for this this variation. I think it was
This was,
this, yeah. So let's look at it.
and that's cool to use one generated. Oh wow, cool. Very similar effect.
Yeah, the bonsai tree,
Yeah.
the birds came out of Adobe Express. This background came out of generative fill. All of these, the clouds came out of generative fill. And most of it, I mean, in general, is powered by Adobe Firefly and created in Adobe Firefly.
Yes, but a lot of your own work, I think, went into it, your own style. This feels very you to me.
Yeah.
Especially with like the music and everything. So it's nice to see all of these pieces come together in a way that is still yours.
Isn't that like the ultimate goal? What
Yeah,
you said is like,
yeah.
this feels really you. I think when I started experimenting, it felt a little bit disconnected from my style. It felt disconnected from what I wanted to do. Where is me in this whole thing?
Yep.
And so I encourage anybody to just keep experimenting and keep iterating and finding which ones are your variations.
Yeah.
I've made the vertical one too. I created some reflections at the bottom, so it looks like
It was super cool. Yeah, like water.
like it's, and it created this like circular area, which I absolutely love. Yeah, so I just want to share with you a space that I'll be showcasing this in. So in my website, I know you're probably familiar with cynlagos.com/classes, but I'm also keeping up my work in the news and my portfolio section because I'm a photographer, I'm a designer, and I love showcasing all the different works that I do and the different mediums that I try them on, you know. So definitely take a peek here. If anything, to just feel inspired by how someone's journey can go from being a designer to a photographer to now like potentially generative AI. Don't know what that would be called, to be honest. So
an artist.
just an artist.
Yeah, overall, an artist.
At the core. So whenever folks ask me like, what do you do? Oh, that one takes a while. What do you do? I think just being an artist, I think, is the main
Yeah,
thing.
you're also very good at video editing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
videos.
Thanks for reminding me that. And also,
with the
she
side
does it all. Of video editing. So it's kind of special to me that now under these two tabs, design, photography, I can start to introduce now a brand new medium. And I can imagine how these images could influence that.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm super excited and hyped about all of the development here.
Yeah, thanks for sharing
Yeah,
all that.
yeah,
So we have about 2 minutes left. Do you want to give a really quick recap of everything that we did today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I know we did a lot. So
Oh my God,
quick.
we did so much. So we jumped into Adobe Firefly to generate a lot of really cool outer worldly images, but particularly inspired by our own imagery. And we used them as visual assets to then create different iterations that gave us layers for compositing in Premiere. I love some of these. I'm going to definitely edit them later and see what worlds we can put behind them. So what kind of visions we can have, right? So we did some of these also inspired by other photos of mine. And I can't wait to like continue to see what other photos would do to those scenes. And then we explored in Premiere, trying to add a sense of emotion and evoking a feeling almost like a theater-esque, bringing these photos to life and developing some sound effects.
Yeah.
Some beautiful sound effects. I think it's playing. So.
Yes, it is.
Right? So we're able to move that over and in here. Hold on. And we also had a horizontal version. So we multiplied ourselves in many different ways here.
Yeah.
We cross-platform. Oh, that's the same one. we cross-platform in a lot of different places. And I think that to me is like a day in a life for me to often do that. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for sharing all of this. This was super fun. I love seeing us work together with all of the different products and make
Yeah.
something beautiful out of it.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And thank you all for joining us today. We are live every Thursday from the San Francisco office from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So make sure to join us next Thursday right here. And then tomorrow we have a great Friday for you as well on Adobe Live. We'll see you next time. Thanks
Thank you,
everyone.
chat. Bye.